Okay, and we're live. This is an auspicious occasion, and before I start bringing any guests in, I just need to let everyone know. So, okay, guys, just one moment. Okay, there you go. That should be cool now. My apologies. I had YouTube open on my browser just at the same time, so I was hearing myself back and don't like the sound of my own voice. Okay, so before we get any guests on, just so everyone knows, this live stream is going to be taken off of live after it finishes. It's going to be made unlisted, so you can still watch it if you need to, but you'd have to already have it on your notifications. The reason for this stream is so it can be edited into a longer video. So everything is still going to be on here, but it's just going to be edited out for things like if anyone has any kind of stutter that they're kind of embarrassed about, any kind of bad faith, all that kind of stuff. So, so we can get started now, I guess. I'm going to bring my first guy on. His name is the Token Shirt, and just one second. And here you go. Is your mic on? Say hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Hello there.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the first time I'm actually using this mic
Hi.
for streaming, so apologies for that. Yeah, so thank you for being the first guest on this stream. So how did you first find Mauler?
Well, I remember it was EFAP 66 about the rise of Skywalker, and well, I don't remember exactly. It was so long time ago. But yeah, I found this stream and watched it, and I really liked it, and I've been watching EFAP ever since. And now Mauler and all the guests, not all, but many of them, and it has become a really large part of my life.
Cool. So did you happen to see any of the questions or anything on the form that I left for you? Do you have anything you want to specifically bring up with Mauler?
Yeah, I tried to answer most of them. We can go one by one if you like.
Of course.
So yeah, I think we have answered how long I have known about Mauler and EFAP. That's been about 4 years. And the next question was, what's my favorite video or stream? I couldn't decide on one, but from Mauler's main channel, there is Doctor Strange, an Unbridled Cataclysm. And yeah, that's almost 6 hours of pure joy of ripping this movie apart, and I'm all for it. And also TFA analysis, part 1, when Mauler presents his attitude towards film criticism and how he approaches it. And it has been a great help for me to, sort of sort out my own creation. It's I return to that specific video for, when I'm looking for any tips on how to improve my own content. Yeah, and on EFAP I have listed, and from EFAP I have listed several several episodes. I could count them now.
Yeah, like if you have it in like, I mean, there's
list
no
them.
limit
So,
to what we need to talk about here. So, if you want to list like your top
all
ones, that'd
right.
be fantastic. Like, literally, this stream isn't necessarily about me presenting it. This is like anything you want to say about Mauler, positive, negative, whatever. You go for it. The stage is yours.
Mm-hmm.
So
All right.
yeah, I guess if you want to go through the list, yeah, what's like your top 10 or top 5 or whatever of your favorite stuff that's come from him, or even EFAP, because they'll be featured within the video too.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, one by one. First of all, I listed every meme EFAP because, well, they are one of the greatest sources of joy in my life.
Yeah, agreed.
So I await them with, well, great. Oh, now I'm losing my words.
No,
I
it's
await
okay.
them very eagerly, and yeah, every Gartic phone on EFAP Gaming. That's also just a great opportunity to laugh, and well, a shame that there hasn't been one for a long time.
Hmm.
And now, well, particular episodes. I don't think I have them listed in any particular order. Um, so I'll just go for it. EFAP
Yeah, yeah.
200, 240, The Lord of Ring Gollum, the analysis of the greatest game in the universe. One before it, EFAP 239, Doctor Strange 2, Cinema Sins versus Cinema Wins. I think the comparison between those two creators is, well, a great source of discussion and a great format that they have created, meaning EFAP,
Agreed.
of course. Um, there was also the stream EFAP 218, where they discussed organized chaos and his video on Mauler, and that I remember also was great fun.
Did you
And
feel during the organized chaos? Did you ever feel like I really have to stop watching this? I need a break just because it's him.
uh, yeah, that's that was at times painful to hear. Fortunately, well, with the cast there, it was turned into great fun. But I don't think I would be able to watch him uh, without commentary. So
Right. What one of the look, content creation is so much fun, but when you're making kind of the videos that I do, like Mauler does, etc., you kind of it's like you're a masochist. You have to go through a lot of pain to get all the good stuff out. Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
no worries. And yeah, EFABs 93 and 262 together, the fall and the redemption of cinematic Venom, and that was, I think, the greatest redemption arc on EFAB, at least to my knowledge.
Agreed.
And yes, that were the most memorable for me. There were also EFABs on Quantum Mania. I'm not sure if that's pronounced correctly, but I don't
Oh,
care.
you're good.
Uh,
Quantumania.
all right. And EFAP 135, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I don't remember it now very well, but I remember it being great pleasure to watch. I couldn't now give you a reason, but there's something there that I am fond of.
It's okay. Okay. If that's your list, let's see if we can get to another question. Um, okay. What's your favorite thing about Mauler? Any like I've listed like voice, which is like kind of the YouTube equivalent of Benedict Cumberbatch, I think. Like objectivity is what's the biggest thing that draws you to Mauler and say EFAP as well?
So I would say that's almost the spiritual the spiritual aspect of it. That is the pursuit of truth, beauty, and goodness. I find those values to be extremely important. From, in my case, a religious perspective, as I'm a Christian, and find those to be examples of divine values. And I think that those simple actions that we can take, that is just discussing media, can also have this almost divine characteristic. That's very spiritual. But in short, I see that this pursuit of goodness, beauty and goodness, of truth, beauty and goodness,
Okay.
is I'm sorry, I lost myself.
It's okay.
It
doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if you stumble or pause or anything. Again, this is going to be edited, so take your time in your responses. I don't want you to feel like you got to rush or get flustered or anything like that.
Sure, thanks. So I believe that Mauler and EFAP in general, they look for the truth about things. They look for the reality of the stories that they discuss. They appreciate the craft of well-made works, and they are also exemplars of moral virtue, especially when they are discussing the moral issues. That is, for example, now I'm again lost.
It's
lost
okay.
for words.
If you like, we can move on to the next question.
The issues of content reaction, on the internet.
Okay, not a problem. One moment, let me just pull it up. So I think you've already answered this within that question. Is there any way that you feel that you relate to Mauler? But I think in the Christianity part of it, like the virtues and stuff, do you think that answers that? So the question I'm looking at here is if you relate to Mauler, how would you think you do? But I think you might have answered it in the fact that in the Christian values that is righteous, looks at the truth and everything. Do you feel that answers the question, or do you have more for that?
Well, yeah, I think that it answers it mostly.
Okay, cool. So if you wanted to expand more, I think again, sorry, the questions are put up on here. I feel that you kind of answered a lot of them already, but if you want to add to it, that's fine. So what I've got is, why do you watch his content, in brackets, like updates, points of view, his voice again, escapism,
First of all, that was,
etc.
I think, the most problematic question for me on that list. I wasn't sure how to answer it. So if you could elaborate on that.
Okay.
Because
So,
I have
okay.
some.
All right, then. So I'll give an example of why I watch his content. So one of the, and it's a small reason, because I've got a full-time job outside his YouTube channel, because his streams, his videos, etc., they go on for so long. I literally can have it in the background. It can just kind of fill in that background noise for me. But also at the same time, if like I've got a weekend alone or something, haven't got much to do. It's just something that I can have there. But also, I find myself just bursting out in laughter sometimes, like with Rags or Fringer's content, comments and stuff. But I also have it for a broader look at things, because when you watch things like, I don't know if you do Friday Night Tights or Open Bar and stuff, they kind of have a giggle and stuff. But I feel EFAP really dives in on every single thing, and gives you broader perspective on stuff. Also, sense of humor is like second to none. So if I haven't already answered there, is there any reason that like you continually watch their content?
So as you said, it can be a background for other activities, but I find myself somewhat reserved towards doing just that, because sometimes I consider this content to be so valuable that I don't want to divide my attention to other things. So, for example, I wouldn't watch an EFAP when I'm having a break at the university. Uh, One reason would be that sometimes I would laugh uncontrollably, and people would look at me like a freak. But also, I want to give it time to listen to it truly, to soak up all the knowledge that I can, because I find them to be a great source of knowledge and value, as I have already said.
Okay, you've actually just touched upon something that. Okay, I'll mention it now. You kind of touch upon something that I do mention in the video that I'm producing, is that a lot of people kind of say, well, all his detractors say is that his content is so long that why he doesn't say anything, etc., etc. Like, you get like organized chaos, etc., to say that. But as far as I'm concerned, sometimes I do feel that his content is so long that I can't enjoy it sometimes, that I can't just, like you say, like just watch it on my break, or like if I got 5 minutes I can just put it on. I literally have to sit down and actually watch it, otherwise I won't get the full I won't get the full sorry, my brain's so freezing at the moment. You don't get the full enjoyment of the full experience out of it.
Mhm. It's a
Okay.
sort of content that you
So
have to engage in, even though you are just a
yes,
receiver.
correct. Okay. There is someone else that wants to come on in a moment, but I just want to get through these questions with you, and then we can start having a bit of discussion with this guy. So I
Mhm.
can see you in the background. So fret not, you'll be on in a couple of minutes. So if you had to say something to Mauler face to face, or if you was on a phone call with him or something, what would you say to him?
I don't think I can think of something else than just thank you, because, well, just as I have already stated, uh, as if I'm talking directly to Mauler, you have been a great source of entertainment and joy and knowledge for me. And I aspire to one day be a person uh, who could, give others also a similar kind of value and entertainment. So in this aspect of my life, I'm a small YouTuber myself. I find no goal more worthwhile than one day becoming a part of EFAP. That has been my aspiration from the beginning. I always wanted to do the same, to be as entertaining and as substantial as them. I'm much, very much aware that I'm far from that, but that's my aspiration. And Mauler and other creators like him are, well, examples that I want to follow.
Okay. Cool. I think you've again already said it, but do you have anything to add to how has Mauler helped for you, as in provide escapism, helps you bad times, give you hope, all that kind of stuff? Do you have anything to add in that respect?
So it was. I'm not sure. I have probably not said that
It's okay.
yet, but it was him and EFAP that inspired my YouTube career. They also helped me immensely in being critical about media, including my own creative projects. They have been also an immense help and inspiration in developing and improving my work ethic. And they are just an example that I want, that I compare myself to.
Okay. All right. What would you like to see from Mauler going forward, if anything different? Anything you'd like to see change? Now, when I say that, I don't necessarily mean anything negative. Just anything that, well, you can, like, the thing is, I'm going to go into some minor criticisms in the video, like really tiny ones, just to get them out of the way. But if there's anything that you'd like him or the EFAP gangs to add, which aren't doing already, is there anything that you'd like to see?
Well, there is EFAP gaming, there is EFAP movies, there is EFAP TV. I would be very into EFAP literature, EFAP books, but well, of course, that's not probably that part of the main interest. I myself am very interested in literature and some discussion on my favorite books, for example, on The Lord of the Rings. That would be great, but not sure if it could happen. But if it was possible, then I would be the first to watch it.
Cool. I'm going to edit this part out from me asking you, because I'm doing it as a kind of collage, montage, sorry. But I just need you to say these words. Can you just say hi, Rags?
Hi, Rags.
There you go. Just if they do, I mean, I'd be so honored if they do an EVAP on this video. But I just love a collage of hi Rags, hi Rags, hi Rags, and then they can just, you know, hit them like hello, 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 that kind of thing. So yeah, are there any criticisms you'd like to make? No one's perfect, so and no one can grow a channel or improve anything without any constructive criticism. Is there anything that you'd like them to not do, or do you have any comments on that?
So, if I could provide any criticisms in that regard, I would, but at this moment, I have none.
That's fine. No, that's completely fair. Okay, so if you want to stay on, that's 100% fine. I'm going to bring the next guy on. This guy is called, is wanting to be referred as Jake. He's on as Jake the Surgeon. So, one moment. Here we go. Hello, Jake. How are you doing?
I am doing fine. I am doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. Thank you so much for being part of this. It's about time people start being a little bit more positive about Mauler and the guys in EFAP, as opposed to what we've kind of seen from people like Organized Chaos. So thanks for being part of this.
Me and my friend, we responded to like his video, like his segment of a stream highlight saying EFAP is anti-art, which even by does it, which his metrics of what makes anti-art makes no sense at all. Like even what that's a whole other thing though.
Right. Well, one could argue that EFAP is art, kind of.
Yeah.
I know they'd have a whole freaking EFAP like stating that and discussing that just one comment, but I think even if it's unintended, it can still be art. I don't know if you've seen that art video of theirs. Anyway, so is there anything that you want to kind of dive into about them? Anything you want to say first?
So other than it's more or less like when I started YouTube like 2011. It was like a shitty Let's Play channel with no direction, and that persisted for many years. And then I found Mauler, and I'm like, oh, so even I can do a good job. And then I started I started sort of like kind of like getting my ass in gear and started doing things and started like actually giving a shit. And it's a surprise when you give a shit when you see more growth in like a few years than you had in like 12. You know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Awesome. Just one sec. I do need to answer one comment on here because I feel it's something that multiple people might have. So this is from Berserker. Does entering the studio push me into the call? Don't want to interrupt. No, it doesn't. So what happens is that you'd follow the link. You'd come into the StreamYard studio, and I physically have to let you in. So you're not going to like interrupt anyone. It's just so that I know you're there, and then I can let you in when it's convenient or when you feel that you want something to add. So that's perfectly fine if you do or don't want to just click the link. All right. So I just had to get that over with.
You're good.
So I just need to add that back again. So what drew you to Mauler? Like, what do you feel about him?
So I, surprisingly enough, I was subscribed to Wolf before I even knew who Mauler was. Huh. And then I watched the Not So Great debate, the classic piece of lore. And that's how I discovered Mauler through that. It was really weird. Like kind of like the exact opposite of most what other people found him through.
Huh. Yeah, God, honest to God, I can't remember where I found him. I know it was one of the live streams. It was either FNT, no, not Open Bar, because that was kind of new at the time. I think it was FNT, and I just saw this gas mask figure, and I thought it was like because of the avatar. I thought maybe a rocker, you'd hear him like loud scream, grunt, or some kind of like put on voice, but it's like. No, so hi Mauler, how you doing? Hello there, and that was it. Like what? But yeah, that was kind of my introduction to him because I'm kind of a fan of Benedict Cumberbatch. Like anyone with like a deep voice really just has me. So I kind of got onto him from there, and then eventually EFAP. So I've just had a brain freeze there. I'm just going to get back to these. Did you go through the form I made for everyone? Did you see the questions?
I did fill it out. It was a while ago though, so I don't.
That's right.
I have it.
So I'm just going to ask you a few questions just to keep the conversation going. So I'm more better at like making edited videos than I am live streams. I hate trying to have a conversation. It's just how Mauler and Rags and Fringy do it. I have no idea. But it's just helpful for everyone this way. So do you have any like favorite EFAP episodes or favorite Mauler video, like the Unbridled ones?
Favorite EFAP episode? Oh, what is it? It's the probably the Jack Saint one, the first super long one. Like, there was the Jack Saint ones. It's either going to be that one or the Synthetic Man episode. That one was just big rabbit hole. Very a lot to decompress with that one. In terms of his solo videos, I would say Star Wars Cannot Grow Up. I found that one to be surprisingly good. Although in terms of my favorite, it's his Snyder Cut, Unbridled Rampage, because I despise the Snyder Cut with every fiber of my being, and it's just cathartic listening to.
Yeah. Essentially, and I'm one of these people who agree that for the Snyder, what the hell do you call them? Justice League, that's the fella. yeah, so the Snyder cut of the Justice League, I just feel, why not just do the whole thing in slow motion? That's pretty much all he pretty much did.
Oh, I'm so glad this fucking, as Drinker said, the Snyder myth is finally dying, thankfully.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. I sailed the high seas to get the copy of that, by the way. But I started watching it with my wife, and I think it was at the point where they were introducing Aquaman, and it was just a case of he was starting to come out the water. I literally had to go to the toilet for about 10 minutes, and he was still being introduced. Like,
Jesus
what?
Christ. Oh my god, that was. I think we were all watching, and then the fucking fish people started singing, and it was. If it hadn't sunk in like before that we were in for a miserable time, I think that's when it actually hit me.
Yeah, there were some enjoyable parts when it actually got going, but there was too much of Snyder in there that it turned me off badly. Just did.
And the fact that it's weird that the Joss cut is the only time Henry Cavill actually got to play Superman.
Yeah. Any thoughts on the new Superman, by the way? I know there was a kind of fake leak, but do you have any hope for the new
I will
version?
give it a shot. I will go and see it. I just want Superman. That's all I want at this point. Even if it's bad, if I get Superman, I'll be happy.
Nice. Yeah, Tolkien. Any thoughts on the new DC stuff?
So I'm not very knowledgeable about DC. I never cared much for DC. So any questions about that universe are probably will probably be unanswered by me. Yeah,
That's fair enough. It's not for everyone. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so I think the biggest question I probably have to ask anyone, this goes to you, Jake. So if you I don't know, bumped into Mauler on the street, had a phone call him, and had a face-to-face direct line to him, what would you say?
I'd say thank you for the content. It's weird because I don't really know what I would actually say to him aside from thank you or hello, ladies and gentlemen, or something like that.
Yeah, I guess the point of me even asking that was it's very difficult to convey anything through super chats, which is really the only way you're going to speak to him on a stream, because when you get into the normal chat, it's literally going at 100 miles an hour. So there's absolutely no freaking chance there. But I just feel, hey guys, just want to say thanks, or by the way, blah, blah, blah. And it's just never a good opportunity. So, yeah, that's mainly the reason why I asked that. Plus, I know that, I mean, including myself, it's got me through a couple of rough times where I could just like listen to it, and it's escapism for me. And it's helped, to put it lightly. But I'll go into more of that in the actual video. Let's see. Oh yeah, can you say hi, Rags?
Hi, Rags.
Okay. If you had to change anything about EFAP or the Mauler videos, is there anything that you have to add to that?
There is. Probably maybe get not a new host. Because like I like Fringy. I don't know if he really works that well as like a main host, in my opinion.
Right.
It also feels like him and Rags there's something going on there that I don't think we're privy to. It feels very uneasy between them sometimes if you look at some of their interactions.
Understood. Yeah, there are a couple of times that could be said. I think Fringy, to be fair to you, I kind of didn't like Fringy when he first started it, but it's one of those slow burners that kind of grew on me. I actually didn't know he was Australian until it was announced, because he has one of those extremely unusual Australian accents that you wouldn't have thought.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say retarded voice, but I think you kind of get where I'm coming from there. It's a lot to get used to. That's all.
Mm-hmm. In terms of his Mauler's main content, I mean, he already has a bunch of other people editing for it, but for him, so like he can actually no, I not be on so many goddamn podcasts. How about that? He's on like what, 7 of them now? At least 5.
Yeah, well, he does parts of the editing himself. He gets Ringy to, and old Wolf does a little bit, and I think he's got 3 or 4 others part of the team. Literally, I know for the 8-hour Lord of the Rings one, I don't know how many others were in the background. We just kept saying him and Fringy was working from backward to forward to each other, meeting in the middle. So I don't know how many people are actually working on that. But yeah, his videos, he couldn't just have one person. I mean, I'm struggling editing the video I'm making of him myself, and that's 3 hours.
I mean, I struggle to edit like something that's like 25 minutes because I'm just tired all the time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how it is for you guys, but I mean, do you make your own like content? Like, are you actually on the mic, or is it just the editing that you do?
I do recording, scripting, editing. I'm a one-man team for mine.
Do you ever feel that like for every 10 minutes equals an hour recording?
I feel like every 10 minutes equals a century of my life gone.
Like, do you ever get like keep pausing, misspeaking, stuttering, all that kind of stuff? Is just adding like a year onto every minute.
Yes, I don't like it, but stuff happens. Got to put up with it.
How about you, Tolkien? I know you've got your own channel, so how difficult is the actual recording / editing? I think that says everything. Cool. Let's see, what else do we have here? My computer's
same for...
not... Yeah, go on. Oh yeah, okay.
So I would say there are some parts of the recording that really drag out, and the editing is.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything, because I've got it in my notes here? Anything
I'm not
that
sure
you
how
guys...
much of the delay is there.
Yeah, I found that too. I think it's like a good 5 seconds or so, I think. Not great. I don't know whether it's just a software or what it is. But anyway, is there anything that you guys wanted to know about other viewers? What you'd like to ask them about what they think of Mauler? Because it's one of those things, oh, am I the only one that kind of notices or feels this way? Does that make sense?
You answered my question right now. That's a lot.
Could you repeat the question? I kind of blanked out a little bit.
So my question was, is there anything that you feel, because I have it in the notes of the form that I made up, is there anything you ever wanted to ask other viewers how they feel about Mauler or EFAP, or anything that you think, am I the only one that thinks this?
I think
Does that
so.
make sense?
Aside from just the usual, like, what's your favorite Mauler video or anything like that, I don't really want to ask any other Mauler video, Mauler or EFAP viewers questions, honestly.
Okay. Well, mine would be literally the last 3 Marvel ones, the Black Widow, Multiverse of Madness and the Ant-Man, mainly because he has what I like to call games in them. So, like, for example, the Multiverse of Madness would have different ways that he'd say Benedict Cumberbatch. The Black Widow one, he has different ways of saying Taskmaster or WTF. And then the Quantumania one, there isn't anything specific there, but I'd like to think it's just the way he just insults the characters. Like, for example, you're the unskippable scene of people kind of thing, right?
Your face looks like it's having all of the allergic reactions.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Like, which is one of the reasons why I kind of had to make my own supercut of them on my channel. Like, I literally spent probably about 24 hours worth of work going into recording it, timing, where are they, editing out, all that kind of stuff. And like, this is just too good not to make something out of. I think not the funniest part of it, but I had to put in Benedict Wong with the Benedict Cumberbatch things, because Benedict, he kind of like freezes himself and says, Benedict Wong? Just like a treasure trove of stuff there. But yeah, I think that's all my questions, to be honest. I'm not really sure what else to say about him. Anything that he's said in the past that you've disagreed with?
His opinion on Avatar: The Last Airbender.
In what way?
He thinks it's bad.
I personally haven't seen it. How is it compared to what do you call it? The other one everyone likes, including me, One Piece. That's a fella. What do you think of that one compared to that one?
The live action or the cartoon or the anime?
The live action.
Oh, I'm talking about the cartoon Avatar: The Last Airbender. The live action show is not good. It's not good at all.
Yeah, Last Airbender, as far as I can take it, everyone loves it. My wife loves it, but I've never really seen it myself. I've just seen the live action One Piece, and I was hoping I was kind of getting round to the Last Airbender, but for what everyone keeps saying on Friday Night Tides and stuff, I'm not 100% I'll do it outside of ripping it to shreds on a video or something.
No, the cartoon is vastly superior, and I don't agree with Muller's opinions on the cartoon, because the cartoon is it's like not perfect, but it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay. Shamrock Dragon, just need to tell you that I'm on as long as people feel that they want to be on here. So it could be done in the next 5 minutes. It could be in the next couple of hours, depending on how many people want to come on or not. So if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to come on if you want to.
Wait, Shamrock. Hi, Shammy.
Yes, hello. So, I don't know how anyone else feels like this, but for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the creator. There was a short EFAP thing on it where there was going on about a game, and he went absolute ballistic. Boogie, is it? Went absolutely ballistic on screw you, that's not what I meant, and everyone was ganging up on him. Is that the guy I'm thinking of? Boogie,
was he something? Boogie 2988, glasses, big beard? He's the guy who goes, oh hey, $5 or whatever. That's a lot for a black person. Or are you black? I don't know.
I think so. All I remember is that there was a recent video on the new EFAP shorts, or I can't even remember the name of the channel. I'm just trying to
EFAP highlights.
Yeah, that's a fella. So essentially, it felt like there was all ganging up on him. Fringy was triggered as hell because apparently at the start of the conversation said one thing, but they're saying that he is meaning another, and they just wouldn't let him go.
Wait, you're talking about Doomer when he said that he...
That's the one. I don't know why. I don't know why I said Boogie.
He said that there's not a video game story he really cared about, and then it's like, oh, but you cared about Fallout New Vegas' story because he literally just pulls it up, and then it devolves into him saying, "Do you believe that I've played a lot of video games?" It's like no one said you hadn't played a lot of video games. It's just that you're just being very reductive to an entire medium.
Now, I'm going to ask the two of you guys here, or anyone in the chat. Why am I having trouble with my speech today? Including anyone in the chat. Does anyone have this? I feel like it's hot take that they were a little bit unfair on Doomer on that video, because I feel that Doomer may have slightly misspoke at the start of it, and they just like piled onto him. Anyone feel that was a little bit unfair, that they just wouldn't let it go?
Maybe a little bit, but the problem is like I think the issue is that Doomer was just kind of constantly going on the defensive instead of admitting that what was it? I think if I remember the question, like the question was like he was going, I don't care about cutscenes, and then I don't care about the story in video games, and it's like, okay, but like what about video games that tell stories without cutscenes? And he was basically just kind of like backpedaling on a lot of stuff instead of just kind of like dropping it and admitting it. He was just doubling down constantly. And also didn't help with the aftermath, because if I'm remembering it correctly, that's kind of where he rage quit the internet and kind of like tried to like defame EFAP a little bit, because he said something kind of silly. And even if they did overreact to it, I mean, Mauler was fucking drunk during that stream, so
yeah. No, I kind of felt they were pounding on a different question to what was actually being discussed at some point, because I think what, in my view, Doomer was just saying that I just like gameplay. I just like, I don't know, if it's a shoot 'em up, I just like shooting people. If it's like a platform like Mario or something, that he just likes going along and saving a princess, that kind of type of thing. It's not like he doesn't like the story. He just doesn't like the idea of cutscenes or that kind of stuff, that he just doesn't see the point of it. And what I think Mauler was... Yeah.
He said that he doesn't care about stories in video games, is that he's constantly skipping through it. And then I think he said, they said like, well, like what, like it's like, how about a video game with a story with no cutscenes? And then he asked for an example. He got 2 examples. If a hypothetical example wasn't supposed to be enough, because hypothetical can't exist. And then he was still just kind of saying, oh, but I wouldn't care. But it's like, okay, but the question wasn't, you didn't ask if you would care. You asked if there was an example of these things that we could give you. We gave you those things. So, like, why are you constantly doubling down on all of this?
Right. I also think that the question that Mauler was trying to kind of... I don't know whether he actually took it personal or took offense or what it was with him. I think it was like, hang on, you don't like stories in video games? And I think that's the part of it that set him off, kind of. And it's like, no, that's not my argument. It's not that I don't like stories in games. I just don't like participating in those stories, and I'm just skipping through them. If you like stories, more power to you. I just like playing the game. And I think they was having 2 different arguments together. That's what I took from it.
I might need to rewatch that bit again, but to me it felt like Doomer was coming off incredibly reductive.
Oh yeah, no, fine. I mean, I'm not completely not arguing against that.
Oh yeah.
There's a point where you kind of need to feel it out and read the room, where, look, this isn't going anywhere. I'd rather just be a bigger person, say, sure, whatever, that's what you mean, and just go with it. Then we can move on. But I think both sides were just fighting to the death, as it were, that no one was willing to let go of it. And that's where the argument just went out of begin. It just exploded.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is one other and I don't, again, want this video to be any kind of negative, because it's something I'm just trying to bring light to Mauler and everyone like that. But did you guys ever see the EFAP where they was discussing Jurassic Park or Jurassic World, whichever one it was, with Robert Meyer Burnett?
I have not seen that one, no.
Okay. the only reason I bring it, I was just trying. That's fine. The only reason I bring it up, and I'm going to be having it in my video as well, where Robert Burnett, he kind of says something along the lines of Jurassic Park was the first movie where you really believed that there was a massive dinosaur coming towards you because it was so realistic. And Rags kind of shot him down to hell. It was actually quite funny to watch. Mauler was actually at the point where, come on, Rags, come on, you're being a dick. It's the first time I ever saw him do that. And he just wouldn't let it go. Robert Biden, I can't say his full name half the time. When Robert Burnett kind of said, like, I really believe it, it's like, I think he was more talking about suspension of disbelief, but the part of it that Rags is coming from, when I watch it, I don't actually think a dinosaur's going to come out of a screen. But Robert was like, no, it's just the first time I believe there's an actual dinosaur, as opposed to the original, the Godzilla, where it's clearly a guy in a suit, as opposed to what you get now. That's where he was coming from. But that's a whole different story.
Rags is fucking evolution into like kind of lovable, arrogant asshole to just flat out complete and absolute prick is very well documented. I do not like Rags at all anymore.
Okay. That's good to know. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's probably why Jared, or who the hell it was, says, I will not go on his stream unless I have Rags out of it. That's fair. So you said you kind of come into EFAP on the basis of you saw Wolf first. I'm assuming that then you would have seen the whole, can't remember which EFAP number it was, when he was asking one of the other guests what movies he's seen, and it was mostly nope, haven't seen that, nope.
Yeah, no, I was a fan of Wolf before EFAP was even a thing, actually. But yeah, Jay, when like Wolf was just asking Jay how the many movies that you've seen, and Jay has just seen like none of them for some reason.
Yeah, hasn't even seen Shawshank.
Hasn't even seen Lord of the Rings.
How can you be a YouTube reviewer and not see any content? That just is beyond me.
I mean, it's Jay, so that's all you need to know.
Yeah. Now, being a fan of a fan of Wolf, sorry, outside of mental health reasons, do you actually know why he kind of quit? Or is it just the fact they couldn't take all this, like, bitching anymore?
I believe it was just the fact that he just couldn't handle being an internet personality. Like, it was sort of like, well, I think it was like, it was sort of like the third time is like the fucking, how do you want to say it? Third time's not the charm, but third time, but you know, it's the opposite of third time's the charm. Like he tried like doing it 3 times with Dishonored Wolf versions 1 and 2, and then what was it? It was Of Writing and Rage. His newest channel was called, and then like something bad happened, and then it's like, yeah, him just doing like these EFAP highlights and just uploading those, I think it's probably better for him. And while I miss him, I do hope I am glad that he's doing well. Yeah.
I know he was. I think it was under a different guise. So I can't remember seeing the Wolf avatar, but he was in the Lord of the Rings 8-hour video, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was. It was Wolf. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's actually, I wasn't going to go over him, but seeing as we are talking about him, in the same way of talking about Mauler, because I do want to kind of give him an honorable mention in this video. What drew you to Wolf? What kind of things you like? Any comments about him?
Oh, what was that first video that I cannot remember the first video that I saw of him. I think it might have been relating to Anita Sarkeesian, because this was back in the day. We're talking 2016, 2017, you know,
before things got bad.
Yeah. But it was there, and then I don't know. I just watched some of his Media Reloaded, and it's like, I see. He too uses many of the offensive gamer words. He is one of me.
Nice. Now, obviously, sometimes it does get heated, as you discussed. Is there any favorite arguments you've witnessed on EFAP?
Ooh.
And that goes to you as well, Tolkien.
What was it? I think it was when Rags. What was it? Fuck. Who was the dude that was defending Batman versus Superman?
Oh my god.
I can't remember his name. He the smug Ross dude. I can't remember his. I can't. Where he is I believe in 0% of death of the author. I can't remember his channel name, but I remember when he was just trying to just kind of obfuscating certain things, trying to not answer the question of do you think BVS is a well written movie, and Rags was just constantly dragging him fucking back. Just answer the fucking question. Yeah. And there was that. That's probably my favorite argument on EFAP.
How about you, Tolkien?
I remember it was probably during the Falcon with the Soldier EFAP. There was this tangent on what is wizardry, sorcery, who is a warlock, and who is a witch. It was very strange, and they were obviously so far from the main topic of the EFAP, and that was great fun to watch. As for some more heated arguments, nothing comes to mind at this moment.
Okay.
I would have to look it up.
No, it's okay. So, one of my favorite moments, well, multiple moments of any kind of EFAP or whatever is, again, the tangents, the amount of times they, if they're doing an EFAP movie or watching a series, I don't know, The Last of Us or something, it's a sheer amount of off-topic stuff, the stupid little things. And I'll give you an example of mine. There's one time where, and I can't even remember what video it was on. It's just, I think it might have been answering a super chat, to be honest with you. They were discussing the way the elevators and the way floors work in America. So Mauler and Fringy just couldn't fathom the fact that the ground floor isn't the floor that you enter the building to, and the first floor is the one above it. If you guys ever remember that, and they went on about it for 20 minutes, I think it was, to the point where I think I went on to, sorry, I was about to say Twitter, it's X now. I sent them something to say, here's my elevator numbers, you discuss between yourselves now, here's the proof. So thinking of stuff like that, is there anything that kind of hit you where that was just freaking hilarious? What's your favorite tangent, if you have one? And when I say tangent, obviously they started talking and they made a whole EFAP about it as well, about Fringy's goo and Rag's ice. Is there anything like that sticks out to mind?
When during the Jeb Nichols Joker stream, they just went on this fucking tangent about Angry Joe, and we got Angry Jew.
Yeah, and the
Jeb Bush. I'm sorry, take it back. Jeb Bush, the Jeb Bush.
Yes, name. Yes. I actually put a few comments on the stream, not on the live chat, but the comments after. I actually made every single Friday Night Tights guest and host and anyone in open bar and everyone a Jeb version of them. It was fantastic. Obviously, the Don.
I am gonna have to.
Yeah, that was my example.
I am gonna have to bounce here. It was cool being here.
Okay. No, it's thank you so much. Again, it's going to be edited, but I'm not going to edit any proper conversation out, just all the ahs or all that kind of stuff. So when the video comes out, and also if you wanna, I can't remember where I found you guys, on email, Discord, whatever it was. Send me a link to your channels, and I'll put them in the video description for when it comes out as well.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
All right. I can't wait to see the video.
Cool. It'll most likely be the end of April. So
Awesome.
Patience.
Birthday present. Nice.
Awesome. Glad I could contribute in that way.
All right, cool.
All right, thanks, Jake.
No problem, Mayo. See ya.
All right, bye-bye. All right,
Right.
and there was two. How long have you got talking?
Well, it's basically night at mine, so I could probably stay for another half an hour, but then I would go.
That's fine. However long you want
Have you
to.
got any questions more?
Not any specific ones. They were kindly mainly from the form. But yeah, it's just that with the stream and everything, just like, have you kind of been hoping for something like this? Because I kind of get angry almost at the amount of creators. Like again, I'll bring him up again. The not unbridled. I keep saying that word. The organized chaos. Said anyone like that. That it all just seems to be so much bad faith. Just everyone just crapping all over each other. Are you wanting to do anything like this on your own channel, or how do you feel about this? Do you think it's going to change anything?
Well, I mainly watch EFAP, not reactions to EFAP. So I'm not much knowledgeable about this area of the internet.
That's fine.
So I basically don't know how it will change things, but I think everything that I could do to promote Mauler, I find it to be worthwhile, as I believe he's a much better creator than I am. So probably people would get more value by watching him. So yeah, I have sort of promoted him on my own channel, at least mentioned him a few times, but I wasn't planning on doing a dedicated video for him, but maybe one day, because yeah, if I ever grow larger, I would like to mention the people that influenced me. So maybe the time will come for that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I get it, because it's just good to mention the people and kind of shout people out who kind of got you to where you are. It's just I guess it's a gratitude thing, perhaps. Kind of the same thing here, because I don't know whether you watched them, but one of the and it's not the only reason, it's a good few reasons. One of the reasons I even created this channel was because of Friday Night Tights, just mainly because I personally there's nothing I have behind me where like I'm a good writer, I have any kind of credentials, anything like that. It's mainly because I'm kind of like Az from Hill versus Babyface, where I've just had the same stuff being thrown at me, like regardless of the pronoun issue or anything like that. Just a lot of bait and switch, just everything being replaced by sludge, and it's just got to the point where can be silent no more. You know, that there just needs to be more and more voices saying the same thing for the people, the powers that be, to like actually get it. Don't think it would happen, but there's a chance. But the more people say things, the more chance it might get through, you know? But yeah, other question which actually just come to mind that I was curious: is there anyone that you would love to have on EFAP that that they haven't had yet?
Oh, that they haven't yet invited. Well, me, obviously, but
Yeah. So I'll rephrase the question. Anyone who when you have various people like YMS and various other people who they made a piece of content, they're kind of reacting to it, but they also have that guest on the stream to kind of defend themselves or whatever. Anyone like that you feel they really need to burn EFAP because it would be good for them to actually talk to EFAP to kind of go through things?
I've seen them cover. I don't think I watched any of those streams, but I've seen them cover Ben Shapiro, and I think that would be a great stream to have them all talking to each other. So maybe that.
Okay. Well, honestly, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, considering his being with the Critical Drinker, the biggest superstar on friggin' this plane of existence, apparently, with his 2 million subscribers, getting close to that, making movies himself. My God, I literally started watching him about a year or two ago, and my God, really, how can he get this big so fast just by just drunkenly rambling for a good 20 minutes to people? Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, so if you wanted to get off now, unless there's anything else you want to say, there's a couple of things I can say by myself, if need be. If anyone else wants to come on, this is kind of the chance now. So anyone in the comments, just let it know. But is there anything you want to add about Mauler, EFAP?
Well, I had a question of my own.
Yeah.
That is, what's your favorite EFAP meme? You sort of asked that in the question about tangents on oral discussions. So some memes were made. Were already mentioned, but maybe something else.
So I don't know whether it constitutes a meme, but as I already said, it's got to be the Fringagoo. The Fringagoo and the Rags Ice. That's got to be top tier, EFAP meme. Has to be. Berserker, I don't see you here. If you click the link,
for me, it's
sorry. I'm just responding to the chat here. Waiting for the backstage. Hopefully, big banner moments on my part. I've got no idea how to run Discord. Yeah, so Berserker, there should be a link at the top of the chat as I've put on screen here. You just click on that. That should get you into today's waiting room. If that doesn't work, please put another comment and I'll try and sort that out for you. But yeah, I do apologize, Tolkien. What were you about to say there?
About to list my favorite memes. That is Good Rat, Espoart, Fringis Goo as well. In the Isle of Man, The Dawn, and I think Intellectual was just too perfect to be true.
Yeah.
But it happened, and I'm very grateful for that.
I guess one of the things that if I were to be there with Mauler speaking to him, obviously I'd say thank you and all the rest of it because, and I'll get to that in my video, but I don't know whether it is actually his accent or not. Do you remember one that just not long come out at the highlights that he actually goes full on really thick Welsh accent?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so having been to Wales on and off,
to have more moments like that.
Yeah, having been to Wales week on, week off about 12 years all over the country, I've got to know the various shades of Wales, 50 shades of him if you think about it that way. But for him to go to sounding like Benedict Cumberbatch to sounding really hard on thick Welsh, it's shock. I'd really like to know whether he was just putting that on or whether that is actually how thick his accent is. Nice aboard EFAP should invite you on sometime. Who are you talking about there, Shamrock? Me or Token, or both? Hang on. Oh, I forgot I had this thing. Yeah. No, Shamrock 7, Dragon 7. I have little to say, or I'd be annoying for my own amusement. Okay. Do you know how childish I am making Jacob and the rest of the real contents? Okay. Yeah, cool. Under a different name. My bad, but there isn't a mat there, even there's something wrong. Okay. I think everyone's just talking about the link. I think that's about it. I'm not sure whether there's anything wrong with the link. I'm not going to. Okay, so can someone in the chat do me a favor? Can you press on the link for me? I'm not going to bring you on the stream if you don't want to. I just literally need to see if you come into the invite room here, because of what some people are saying, it might not be working. I just need to see. Yeah. So, how do you feel? Sorry, talking to you now, Talking. How do you feel about the? Sorry, my brain is freezing again. The Stuckman videos.
So I haven't watched them yet, so no comment.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, Shama's trying the link. Yeah. Anything else you want to ask? Again, like literally, I mean, this is actually the first of 4 streams. So, literally, if there is anything else, if you want to try on the next time, you can. But like this is a chance for anyone to bring out any thoughts, even ask questions. So, is there anything kind of that's been on your mind that you've always just wanted to say?
Right now, I've got nothing except maybe what's your favorite Simpsons reference, but that will be the last one.
Favorite Simpsons, weirdly enough, hasn't come from Fringy. It's actually come from a Mauler video. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was in the Quantumania one where they looked at the Lisa Simpson thing, and it was about when she made her own like miniature like micro universe. And it's like they were saying, "This is how you do it." Yeah, I think that's my favorite one. Also, just a general fact of like Mauler and Metal playing the Simpsons game, just getting constantly drunk. That's just nice. I think it's working now. Just wants me to click to allow access to video. Yeah, so Shamrock, if you still click on it, it will bring you in. Even if it allows you access, you still won't be on the stream until I click something. So if you don't want to be live on the stream, that's still okay. I just need to see if it. Oh, okay. No, that's my bad. It's called tester, so it won't bring you in. I'm just gonna be a second. Sorry about this, Token. So if I'm just going to be a minute. So what I'll ask you is, out of the recent Mauler videos, like out of his insults, the Benedict Cumberbatch stuff, is there any like favorite moments you have from Mauler's edited videos, not the EFAPs?
So the Benedict Cumberbatch lot is just amusing, the most amusing, I think. I love it.
Lovely.
Do you have maybe other ideas for such compilations?
Not so far. What I am looking at are the Star Wars ones, and I know everyone's bone of contention right now is the fact that he hasn't finished one of his Star Wars movies. I can't even remember which one it was, but I think he does 2, and then he doesn't finish it. But I want to get I want to get like because there you go, Matt. Okay, so compilation wise, one of the things that I think some of these bad faith creators kind of miss is that with the Unbridled videos, and it obviously has an effect on what I call my channel, but the Unbridled ones is specifically to say one way or another. Like, for example, the Avengers one, not in game, the one before it. People are going to be screaming at me for not getting this. The Infinity War one. Now, that was obviously just meant to say all the good things about it and absolutely none of the bad things, and he purposefully said it. And the Unbridled Rage videos are specifically supposed to be just, this is what makes me angry. It wasn't supposed to be one way or another or constructive or anything. It was just a funny rant. So I think I might be making some kind of compilation of, well, these are the biggest insults and these are the biggest things that pissed him off so much that I think that would be a good thing just for the hilarity of it. So, yeah, might be an idea. Okay, so I just need to ask Matt, are you good to be brought on the stream, or is that you just testing it? Just let me know in the chat and I'll act accordingly. But yeah, with or the thing is, with because the video is so long, it takes so freaking long to screen record them, then choose out and actually note down at what point in the video these things are. Honestly, it took me about an hour and a half to 2 hours just to pinpoint the WTFs, the Benedict Cumberbatch names and all that from each video. It just took like a day just to do the one video. It's stupid. But yeah, that's what you kind of get from diving into the world of the long, if you know what I mean. One question I would like to ask is, when one of do you ever feel that not his videos to be shortened, but what kind of format do you prefer? Do you prefer it to be like doing like a 6 hour but being split into 2 to 3 videos, or would you like it just all at once?
All at once. The more, the better for me.
Right. I only ask because there are a couple of times where I've actually fallen asleep just because it's gone on so long. Not because not enjoyed it, just because as they say on Avengers, sometimes the sun just gets real low. But yeah, just an interesting thing to ask. Matt, I just need you to put in the comments, are you okay to come on? Oh, hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry it took that long. 1 sec, I'll bring you in. So, Token, I'm just going to bring on another guest. Hello, Matt. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't even realize I had the wrong link.
Yeah, that's fine, man. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm kind of just as professional as those guys on Friday Night Tights. Just like, these are the pros here.
Yeah, it's for me, it's a big boomer moment. I have no idea how this website works.
I'm still trying to get used to it as well. Again, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I'm more like, I put a script together, I read script, I edit video, and that's great. As far as just like, I've had that freaking comment on the screen for so freaking long now. I don't think, even though, yeah, it just make you go numb. Streaming is a completely different animal compared to edited videos, because edited you can just take your time and just correct yourself. With this, it's like public speaking. Once you fuck up, you're fucked up, and you can't recover from that. Yeah,
sure. The thing about streaming, I think you're doing pretty fine so far. What I would like tell you is, from some personal experience, is whenever you fuck up, just keep going. It happens.
Yeah. One good thing about inherently being British is that we kind of have the ability to talk bollocks down to a fine art. So it kind of helps me out a little bit. But yeah, no, I appreciate the feedback. Anyway, so after about an hour waiting, is there anything you'd like to say about Mauler?
Yeah, sure. I noticed you have like a structure of your questions. I don't want to like disturb your flow. I'm coming
No,
here.
no. So the questions are mainly just so that if anyone's struggling for anything to say, they're more suggestions. They're not the structure of the video. So if there's any kind of like thing that you want to go into, go right ahead. This isn't about my thing. It's about you guys.
Because I come in with a bit of a mission. I am a guy that's watched Mauler for quite a while now. I have some criticisms, I would say, that I wanted to air out a bit. I don't want to like go in and pan. These are like constructive criticisms. I try to make like concise points and suggest some fixes as well. And I wanted to see like how it holds up.
So again, what I'll say is, as you just said, as long as it's constructive and there's like something to back it up, as opposed to anyone like Jared or anyone else like Chaos or anything, just as long as it's not like that, I'm all aboard for it, because it's just voicing how people feel, like genuinely, you know.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Like, I think most people that go after Mauler are very bad at it.
That's the least.
The funniest to me is Southpaw. Southpaw is like my favorite one out of them all, but that's like a whole rabbit hole. I don't know how much you guys know about Southpaw and where he ended up.
Not particularly.
Yeah.
The thing is with the EFAP is that they do go on that freaking long. Is that there's not enough hours in the day to watch them all. So some of them I'm not aware of.
Yeah. Oh well. Maybe it's better. Southpaw is a very interesting individual. Anyways, I want to start off with something like an order of issues I have. The main one for me was his Patreon and Subscribestar, because Mauler doesn't release a lot of videos. I understand that it's pretty difficult to script. I've been sitting on a script for 2 years now, so I definitely get the struggle there. But he does rake in monthly money from his Patreon, which is set up for his main channel and the video analysis. And I think that Mauler should maybe communicate more often with his Patreon, because his last update is from 2019, which isn't great, I think. And it's like pretty good money. It's like 2K money, 2K quid a month, which is a lot of money for video half a year. So I think that some communication is like very important for this. Same goes for Subscribestar. There's even like no posts, and that was like my main point. It's like I think it's okay when your like content begins to drag down because you're editing a lot, you're scripting a lot, and you're getting hung up on this. I know that Mauler also really wants to be relevant. He doesn't want to like make a video about something that's not in the current like how would I say this? It's not in the public mind. So he's not gonna make the video on The Boys season 2, even though he was planning to do so, because The Boys season 2 is irrelevant by now. I think the communication there is like super important, and I think that more so the viewers there should be alerted. Maybe even like change up the Patreon to make it an EFAP Patreon. I think that would be a better idea, maybe even.
Okay. Honestly, sorry to interrupt you there. I've been on his Patreon, and the only thing that I particularly would like to change about that, if he wants people to like pay money and stuff, which is fine by me because he does great work, is that he needs to offer something within Patreon, because the tiers that he goes for, like $1, $5, $20, whatever, there isn't seem to be any difference between I thank you as opposed to I really thank you. But as opposed to when you get to this tier, you have your name on screen. When you get to this tier, you see behind the scenes kind of thing. There's no progression of things. That's the only problem I have as far as that.
And I would probably remove from the tiers the part where he talks about this tier allows me to make more videos, because that's technically not true. But that's like a bit of a pedantic point, really.
Right.
But yeah, I think if he made it like an EFAP Patreon, I think it would be great. Or even better, make it a per video Patreon, because that's an option. I think that would work a lot. I think, just redo your Patreon, because it hasn't been touched since 2019, and it kind of shows.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, if it was him, I'd probably argue with just done so many freaking live streams every day. Just take a break or something and just review things, because it's been years and years and years now. Sometimes you just need to refresh things. Yeah, definitely. And honestly, I think he shouldn't worry that much about relevancy of the topics he talks about. Like, if he made the Boy Season 2 video, I think it'd still get like 1 million views, because people would want to see that. I would love to see that. Yeah. Like, I can't even remember this one. There's so much. Someone just said something. Sorry, did you say hello?
How long? No, I asked how long was it after MOM was released and he released his video? Because some time passes and people still watch it. Regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember.
How long was the MOM? I think that the Quantum Mania video was even like longer after release, was it not? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Sorry, I just need to speak to the chat here. Just so everyone knows, the messages on screen is referring to the pin thing that I've got at the moment. I just updated it, so it should theoretically be the guest link for this stream now. I kind of messed up and it was part of something else, so you should have the right link at the top there now. Yeah, so Multiverse of Madness was 3 months after the movie came out. Yes. I believe so. And I think he said most of that time it's just pure scripting, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I can understand that. Let me put it this way. Just working on it by myself, the video got coming out about Mauler, and I think it should theoretically come out at the end of April. I've been working on it for 6 months plus, just the script. Yeah. Well, like, it takes a while. Yeah, that's definitely. I don't want to be like uncharitable, but like, you're not paid 2,000 quid a month to just do that, though. Like, if you had that extra time, you'd probably make it faster, right? Right. Maybe. And really, I'm not trying to be an asshole. This is just like, maybe like what would I call it? Like tough love. I'm trying to point out parts where you could improve. No, that's fine. Referring to Mauler now. Again, it's constructive, so it's not like you're wailing on him or anything. It's just something you noticed, which is fine. I've got my own, which is coming out on a video, so like, whatever, it's fine. That's fine. Okay, point number 2 was his video edit and script. I think Mauler is pretty good at scripting. He has like very nice observations and points. What I have problems with is his phrasing, more so. I know some of it is kind of funny sometimes when he like calls people like weird insults, like constructed out of multiple words. But sometimes his script can get like really bloated, and you get kind of lost in what he's actually trying to say. I actually have multiple examples with me trying to rewrite them to like show that you can make the point much more concisely, which I think is kind of important, because in this industry and in general, when you're like trying to offer opinions and inform people on stuff, you want to be, because often than not, I think people misunderstand like the idea behind brevity is the soul of wit, where people think like, oh, short stuff means that it's more clever, when it's not necessarily short as much as it's simple, because people can understand simple. Right. So the two examples I had, I think these are both from the Star Wars Can't Grow Up video. The first one was because they needed an expert in delivering emaciated, fun and sream dialogue, which, yeah, this one isn't that bad. It just is a basic example, which I would just paraphrase into because they needed an expert in delivering bad dialogue. It makes it a lot clearer what he's trying to say. The other example I think is a lot worse. This is the time-wasting signature of Dave Filoni is alive and well. He takes incredible resources and lets them spill across the floor with no more purpose in delivery than a drunken octopus tossing darts at a board of emotional illusion, all in favor of telling a completely hollow piece of piss story that came out of nowhere just to go nowhere for the explicit seconds of fan service and distraction from just how little substance remains in this dilapidated, prolapsing franchise that people have the balls to call genius in execution. That's a bit of a mouthful.
It is, especially considering I think you just said that in one breath. That's amazing. I get what you're saying there. No, I genuinely do.
Yeah. And so, I rewrote that. If I can, sorry, I'm just going to quickly show my rewrite, which was Dave Filoni's time-wasting method of storytelling is here on display. He takes incredible resources and wastes them to create a nonsensical story just for a few minutes of fan service to distract people from how nonsensical everything on screen is, and yet they somehow call this genius. I just cut the sentence in half.
Okay.
In terms of word count.
I'm just going to bring a comment just very quickly on here that is just to what you're saying. I get what you mean, Matt, but I think Mauler is going for the comedy to help keep attention of the audiences. So some need it. I know I appreciate his weird insults give me a giggle.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it can work most of the time when he keeps it like shorter. I think that this example, which I just displayed, I think is like the example of when he goes into the extreme. He goes a bit into the bizarre, and you really struggle to get like what he's actually trying to say.
Yes, I do get you. I do get what you mean. However, my point of view on that, and I'm not saying I'm right or anyone's wrong, is that let's just point to. Have you seen the movie V for Vendetta?
Maybe a long time ago. I wouldn't remember. I know some moments though.
Okay, so the main part of it when V is introduced, he goes on this really long kind of this monologue type of thing where half of the words it is using, I literally had to freaking Google. Like kind of thing where he just goes off but it's entertaining in that way. And I feel that Mauler is the same in that it's his style. Even though you don't necessarily follow sometimes, it's just one of the things that attracts people to him. But I get what you're saying though.
Maybe it's like his new style, but I feel like the old rampages weren't like that. I feel like the Game of Thrones ones, they're pretty easy to follow.
Right. Now, my question with that is, how would you counterpoint that with, not counterpoint, sorry, my brain is trying to think of words when it's not the
right.
I'm doing exactly the same thing that you don't like about Mauler. So let me just, counterpoint I think is the right word. So with the Jared video where they kind of rip him apart where he says the texture of the experience or something like that with the video games. They say, well, don't try to make up words that don't make sense what you're talking about. I feel that when Mauler uses that kind of phrasing and those kind of words, they actually mean what he's trying to say, as opposed to other people who just try to sound good. Do you think there's any elements of that there?
I believe you're right. I think when you look at me rewriting that sentence, like I understood what he was trying to say. I just had to like put in some effort into it. But you can understand him. I just think that he makes it needlessly difficult.
No. I do agree. It's one of those things that I like about him because it's how shall I put this? Even though sometimes it's difficult to understand, it just because for him it rolls off the tongue quite easily for him, and it has that flow. It's just nice because one of the reasons why get my words out. One of the ways that I listen to him is at work, and he's just there in the background. That when things like this happen, it's kind of like I kind of only half I'm kind of only half listen to it, so I kind of get the gist of what he's saying at the best of times. But it's just nice to listen to. If I was to really just sit down, focus, I would literally have to pause every moment and like, hang on, what the hell does that mean? Get a thesaurus out or something. Yeah, agreed. But again, it's one of those things that, yes, I get it, but it's also simultaneously one of his assets as opposed to, you know, what I
would
mean?
say this is like kind of subjective. It's up to taste. I would also say that it's very important to realize that these like long form videos are an audio experience. Usually, I don't think most people will sit down and actively watch a 5-hour long video. I mean, someone probably does, but yeah. And I think that kind of helps, but also can kind of just like detract, because sometimes you're not paying attention and then you're like, wait, hold on, what did he just say? And again, because it's not simple, it kind of like adds on to that because you're not paying attention exactly. And also the sentences are very complicated. So you can kind of much easier lose the points.
Okay, no, agreed. Now, one of the reasons I do say agree with you on that point is that I think it was actually an EFAP where it was just Mauler and just Thingy, just the two of them. There was no Rags or anyone else, and they were going through the Multiverse of Madness video. I think it was.
I think it was
that was it. And there was one tiny part of it which I've actually cut out of the video. Is Thingy was like, "Did I put the titty milk in too early?" And it's that kind of thought and that kind of effort that goes into it, which I'm kind of, I really don't like the fact that they put that much effort into it, because I'm only going to listen to it when I'm doing other stuff because it's that long.
Yeah.
If it was like an hour video, maybe hour and a half, maybe I would actually sit down, really, really pay attention to it. And then when they put that kind of thought and effort into it, it would actually yield. It would have. It would get. What am I trying to say here? It would yield the results, or it would have the effect. It would have the intended effect. But just to listen to it, it's all it is. I'm saying is it's a shame they put so much effort in and they're only yielding people just listening to the thing. You know. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the reasons I really like Patrician TV. I don't know if you know much about Pat. I know he showed up on EFAP recently. Patrician TV.
Sorry.
Patrician TV is a long form game reviewer. He has like a 20-hour long Skyrim review. And he makes his long form videos tailored exclusively as an audio experience, which I really respect about that. And I think that maybe Mauler should take like a page out of his book.
Right. Actually, how would you feel if, because they keep referring to EFAP as a podcast. Now, I don't know if you listen to a lot of YouTube music or anything as a separate app on your phone or whatever, but obviously that you have the option of going visual, or you just have it audio to be playing in the background. Do you think there should be a version or something of EFAP where you can just have the option of just putting on music and not have it as part of the YouTube app? Would that work better for them? Or even more just main videos?
Yeah, I definitely think that, especially for EFAP, they don't really need the visual at all. Like they could go on Spotify, they could go on iTunes. That is gonna be completely fine for them.
Yeah. Okay. Outside of the fact that he does kind of
Isn't there
mention
an audio version?
I think there's an iTunes version.
of EFAP.
I think so. I think he has an iTunes link on his channel, but I might be wrong. Hold on, let me take a look.
Okay, not a problem.
Oh, there's a SoundCloud. Sorry, there's a SoundCloud version.
Okay. Shamak just said they definitely need a visual for the EFAP movies. Do you agree?
Yes, but that's kind of the point of EFAP movies.
Right.
I would treat the EFAP movies as a separate thing from EFAP, as they do, I would say.
Okay. What do you guys think of? Because this is, again, I don't know whether to put this as just purely audio or not, but when they do things like EFAP gaming, or even like people like the Critical Drinker, I know he's got this new channel out called Critical Gamer. I don't really personally get too much out of them just playing games and just talking. I feel there needs to be some kind of subject, like a movie or something. How do you feel about that kind of platform? Does that make sense?
No, I get it. That's an interesting idea. I have to think about it. I don't watch EFAP gaming. I just never found it very interesting personally. So I kind of get your point.
Yeah, because I know just before they did the whole 8-hour Lord of the Rings trilogy movie video thing, Mauler did this whole thing where he just went pounding on the super chats, just to one long video game video with just himself going through all of them. Something like that. The super chat catch ups. I think they could just be audio.
Possibly. I understand that Mauler doesn't probably want to sit down and for 11 hours just read super chats whilst doing nothing else.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry. Was there anything else on your list?
Yes, I kind of. Hold on, sorry, I kind of got lost in it. I was talking about the quotes. I brought up Patrician TV. No one brings up. Yeah. I think that also a very strange thing about Mauler I noticed is that he has a video essayist voice, which I thought was kind of a thing that Mauler, and I wouldn't say is against, but he makes a lot of fun of a lot of people for having a video essayist voice, like Mark Brown and etc. And I get it. Mark Brown's voice is really funny. He sounds like a wounded animal. But I find that he puts on a voice for his videos, which I find kind of strange because I actually prefer his voice on EFAP to his videos.
Right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Now, I feel okay. So I feel that Mauler needs to distinguish himself for his own videos from EFAP, because if he was just to talk in that way for 5 hours or something, it would just essentially be like listening to a 6-hour EFAP. As far as the essay voice you speak of, now, personally, I would rather listen to someone like Mauler as opposed to, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name of this creator, but you remember them making fun of someone who says celestial, and the Critical Drinker was one. Yeah. So when it's kind of like making up a really completely different from what you're actually talking about, I'm going to be doing it to a point in this video because I want to make it as much as small as I can. I'll be doing the same thing with Critical Drinker and actually having a couple of drinks before recording and going on a rant when I do and various other things with different people. So it's a kind of different thing going on there. But if you're going to make your video voice a complete and utter departure from the actual voice, there's no authenticity there, if I'm right.
Yeah.
yeah, I get what you're saying with that, but I don't think Mauler in his videos is too much of a departure from EFAP. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that again, this is kind of like a personal preference. I would prefer if Mauler just spoke in his normal voice. I think it would improve his videos a bit.
Yeah,
as in, like,
I get that.
Not that they're bad. It's just like it would be like a slight improvement overall. Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
This is like this is kind of an interesting topic. I don't agree with everything. I kind of decided that I would be like a speaker for a group of people that might have some of these points. Because I agree with some of them, not all of them, and I will clarify when they're brought up. I've noted that there's a contingency of people that believe that Mauler is very inconsistent and hypocritical. And I think the biggest issues are The Last of Us and God of War Ragnarok. I think that's like the biggest like disaster where it all started, and people had like the whole meltdowns about it. I don't personally agree with those. Maybe slightly with The Last of Us. The God of War, I don't think that he was especially hypocritical during that.
I saw all of the Last of Us videos that they've done. I haven't seen the God of War because it's a game I'm not particularly interested in. Can you give examples of what you mean there?
So during the God of War saga, I think there was like a big fight. I think people were there's a certain forum on the internet that wasn't very happy about it, and it was especially about Synthetic Man. People thought that he was kind of trying to Jack Saint him. He was like trying to cancel him in a way, which is a point of view that I don't agree. I don't think Mauler was trying to cancel Synthetic Man. I just want to clarify that. It's just like a point of contention people had. Also, I think that there was like a couple quotes. I think there was the moment with one of the wolves dying. People were comparing that to Last of Us 2 and the dog dying. And okay, it's okay in God of War, and it's not okay in The Last of Us. Which I could probably see like being an actual point of like potential slight hypocrisy, but I would have to think about that some more. When it comes to The Last of Us, the only thing that really stood out to me is a moment during one of the reactions when Mauler says, "Oh, you could easily headcanon this." That was a bit of like a gut shot to me because that felt really weird.
So I think on my end, you kind of went out a little bit there. Can you repeat that last thing?
There's a moment during the Last of Us reactions where Mauler goes, "Oh, you could easily headcanon this," and I thought that was kind of weird. That was like a kind of a gut shot to me.
No, I actually completely missed that. No, you can't just simply headcanon stuff.
Yeah.
I feel in things, not that you need everything explained and put on a plate or anything, but you can't necessarily just assume what's going on. There needs to be some kind of showing, not too much, but some kind. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, that felt really weird because it felt like if a TLJ defender said that, like he would be ripped to shreds by Mauler for saying that.
Right. I think there's a very, I don't even want to use the word slight here. I think there is a difference between that argument with The Last of Us as opposed to the sequel trilogy, because with oh my god, why is my head not working? With The Last of Us, there is actually decent writing there. Like, for example, with the woman commando person, you get, oh, that was actually sorted out by some simple pieces of dialogue, you know, what happened there, etc., etc. You don't really get too much of that in the sequel trilogies. It's much more visuals and stuff. So a lot in the Star Wars thing, there is too much, I feel, that's left to, oh, you just need to figure that out. With Last of Us, I think they did pretty very well, and I don't think in Last of Us there was too much room for kind of having your own headcanon. So if that was the case in there, yeah, I think that was a little bit out of inverted brackets character with more. Not a big thing though.
Yeah, no, definitely not like a huge thing. What I would say is it kind of, to me, it shows a bit flaws in the in the idea of objective analysis. I'm not against objective criticism. I think it's very much a thing. I think that objective analysis is nigh impossible because you can have objective criticism in your analysis. Your analysis will never truly be objective because it's made by you.
Right. Also, it's impossible to be 100% objective because to be objective, you need to like put in as many different types of view, as many components in as you can. You can't just put it from one way of looking at it. Like, I know this movie was great because the dialogue was fantastic, or this movie was great just because the visuals were good. That's not a thing. You need to consider everything, which is what Mauler tries to do, and he has said he tries to do it. He says he isn't 100% successful in it because there might be ways that he might not even think of. But
to be charitable, I think that Mauler kind of over time dropped the 100% objective act, which I think was very beneficial because it's kind of not a good hill to die on. And lastly, when it was to the inconsistency as an hypocrisy point, you actually guys touched on this. I was going to bring up Doomer.
Yes, that's a big bone of contention with me, but go on. Go on.
Because I feel that Mauler sometimes can gang up on people, and I don't think that's and I think that sometimes he keeps quiet even though he disagrees with. There's multiple people that disagree with him. I think it's when the Snyder Cut gets brought up on a different show and people say how great it is, and Mauler just doesn't say anything. Versus compare it to the Doomer conversation where Doomer says something and then the entire crew goes in on it, and what Doomer said was stupid. Sure, I don't think he deserved to get ganged up on like that.
No, that's fair. And you got to also think as well, Mauler in that situation is at home, as in he's not on anyone else's stream. He's got his friends around him, Bringy, Rags, and whoever was on that stream that day. It really was just, okay, I'm not going to use the word just. It was technically bullying, because because it wasn't necessarily 100% gagging up as far as I'm concerned, because there was that element of, well, you could just freaking admit it, dude, or at the very least just okay, just agree to disagree and just move on. Both sides could have just moved on.
Yeah, I think the thing about that is, imagine you're in a Doomer situation, you're on a podcast and suddenly 4 of these guys are going in on you. You have 2 of options, and I think a lot of people either shut down or they go into a defensive mode. And Doomer is a very he likes, how would I say this? He's not the type of person that would shut down. So he goes into the defensive mode. And once you go into the defensive mode, you just keep making things worse for yourself. And you're kind of doubling down into being even more defensive.
Yeah, and also when you back no pun intended, but when you back a wolf into the corner, he tends to show his teeth.
Yeah, and I can agree that Doomer said a thing that I don't agree with. He probably should have backed away. I think that I really like Mark the Cyborg in that episode, because Mark was the only guy that was trying to kind of back away, and at the end he's like, "Hey, you're all right, Doomer," and so I appreciated that, because that's a very realistic perception. And it's the thing for which I'm gonna say I don't like Fringy. Fringy can be really fun. Fringy can be very insightful. I just think that he sometimes have moments when he's I don't want to say autistic, but it feels autistic, if you get what I mean. He can get hung up on stuff. And there was the thing he had hung up Doomer saying that, and he kind of wanted to challenge him on that. And I feel that was the source of the conflict, because it already opened hostile. And he
was more of a catalyst for the whole thing, I think. which isn't 100% him. It's just I feel that conversation was just a load of bad elements all at the same time, and it's not reflective of how they usually are.
I 100% agree with that. And it's like, I'm not gonna say like EFAP ran Doomer out of the internet, because Doomer has been on like Stitch and Adam, and he's been getting shit on there like all the time. So
yeah,
it's like a multitude of things. Like
yeah. But at the very same point, Doomer could have literally just said, and there'd be nothing wrong with this. Like, by the way, guys, I'm getting really uncomfortable here. If this conversation does not stop, I am going to leave the stream. Obviously, it's not going to. They're not going to lose anything for. Sorry, get my words out. The other guys won't really lose too much for him leaving, but at the same time, it could have been like him saving face. Sorry, guys, I really feel ganged upon here. I don't appreciate this. I'm willing to stay on for a bit longer, but this needs to stop. I don't feel comfortable.
Definitely. I think, honestly, like, Doomer could have nipped it in the butt at the start when he said, oh, no, that's just my opinion. That would have been the end of the whole conversation, probably.
Yeah. But at the same time, I do feel with Mauler that it's the kind of thing where if he has something in his head, he has to go hard on it, and to get the thing out. You know, I don't even know what they freaking. It kind of dwells on it a bit too much, and like, hang on, you need to make sure that you explain yourself properly. Blah, blah. No, that's not how it works. That's not how human works. Sometimes you just need to kind of give the guy their dignity, kind of thing. But that's again, I do have to say, because this is supposed to be a positive thing about Mauler. I do need to say, not reflective of how he usually is. It's just that one instant.
Kind of. Fine. I wanted to say that as something, I just kind of forgot it. Cool. Maybe it'll come back to me. Anyways, the last point, and it's not even about Mauler, because I think Mauler is really good to his guests usually. It's more about the show. And my last point was just treatment of guests, which was also kind of touched upon. We already talked about Doomer, and I feel like Rex especially is very bad about this part. Rex can be incredibly antagonistic to the guests, and it feels very awkward.
He can be. I feel that polar opposite to Mauler, to be honest. Mauler is the stone cold analytical guy that doesn't really get upset. He just goes for the facts. Rags tends to go for the jugular. You know what I mean? No, I get that.
I really used to enjoy Rags a lot when he was like in the initial parts of EFAP. He was very funny. Usually when he gets drunk, Rags is hilarious drunk. I just feel he got a bit too mean over time.
Right. Have you? So there is someone I'm going to bring on in just a second, Sir Baller. I do see you there. So to finish this part of the conversation off, one of the things I just want to see on screen is Rags and Organized Chaos on the same stream. I think that would be the thing that would break me.
What's the other guy's name? Pillar of Garbage, right? That would be more interesting. I think I hate that guy even more than like Organized Chaos.
Yeah, but did you see the Ripper? The thing with was he? I can't even remember the name of half the people I'm talking about. You know, doing the guy who does a Ripperverse.
Young Ripper, right?
Yeah, that's it. So, did you see it when? Yeah. Did you see when he'd done a stream with Organized Chaos and essentially "Don't call me the N-word" type of thing? Like, you're not a comic book reader unless you've seen this particular comic and only this one, and he just goes into a whole thing about it. It's freaking insane. But if he was to get on the stage with Rags, I think it's just going to be total annihilation, and I'm just here for it. Eric July, that's it. Thank you, Shamrock Dragon 7.
Eric July, yeah.
Anyway, Yep. So, was there anything you want to say about that?
That was it. That's all for me and my criticisms. Just all the negative stuff I had about Mauler. I really like Mauler. Otherwise, I just think that he could like work on his content, and that he would be like up there with some of my other favorite video essayists. Because I feel right now I really like Patrician a lot more than Mauler, and I feel like Mauler could be on like the same tier as Patrician in terms of those that type of content. Sorry.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I'm going to bring this next person on, Sir Baller.
Oh.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello.
I'm good. I was just gonna listen and hang out, but I got really involved in your conversation, so I thought, you know what, I'll just see if they want to say hey for a few minutes.
Yeah, cool. Anything you want to bring up? Say anything positive, negative, anything?
I was gonna say I had a couple of like negative, like kind of things that I was interested in talking about, but like just in like an interesting way. But as like a few positives, it depends if what you guys want to start with. I mean, did we want to have a bit of a thing with had a negativity just for a few minutes, or do we want to just carry on with what we were doing?
What I'll say is this then, because again, this stream among the other three that I'm doing is going to be unlisted straight after it's gone live. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be using this, editing it down to like fill out all the like ums and ahs and all the cock ups I make as well. So and it's all going to be put into the video. So what I'll do is we'll have all the good stuff in one section of the video, or the less nice stuff in another part of it. And say, by the way, these are all the good things people have to say about Mauler. But just so you know, his fans also kind of say this as well, just so that not everyone is like the light shines out of Mauler's arse type of thing, you know? So, yeah, whatever you want to say, it's all good here. I don't like using this phrase, but it's a safe space.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
I always was very upset that superhero was cancelled before they got to shine. That was always my biggest regret of my never reading comics in my life. But you know,
yeah. What literally?
What was the other one's name?
Like Snowflake and Safe Space, and then but there was a whole like there was a whole group of them. There was
like one of them has like internet gas or something.
Yeah.
Jesus. Right. Really?
It was very it was hilarious. Have you guys seen like the lineup? They look like you know, like the modern age Power Rangers for like the kids.
Oh yeah.
You're like, oh Christ, this is
like
so
I genuinely wish it would have come out and I would actually have bought one just to take it apart. Even if it's just for like FNT, for EFAP, just for them to absolutely deconstruct it. Only reason.
I mean, it would have been funny to see more of it. I mean, did it come out at all? Did they get like one release, or did they just cancel it before it came out? I kind of lost track of it.
I think it was a Trans Avengers type thing where it was a whole
Trans Avengers. Sorry,
just making the words at this point.
I just love the idea.
But yeah, I think it was just a whole group of people. I don't think it was any specific like that's segregated into the characters. Just a whole group thing that they just panned.
I just love the idea.
I think
sorry.
No, I just think I was going to say I think they never released it. It just got cancelled.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably for the best, but it's kind of a shame that we didn't have another source of just entertainment to laugh at. Like one of my favorite things, I guess, is tangentially like an EFAP praise. So we'll go with this as a starting point for me. Like I love all their collab work outside of it. Like, remember when Mauler, Rags, and Metal did that reading of the Gotham High stuff? Like, that was hilarious with Jay Longbone. That was awesome. Yeah. I adored.
Yeah,
and I mean, I know that wasn't like criticism. I mean, it was because it was just obvious criticism, but it was mainly just like them doing it kind of seriously, and it was just so funny. It was just, I don't know, like if I had to say anything about EFAP, that would be like what would you call it? Like an unrefutable positive is that the amount of content creators you get just to like dabble in is amazing. Like, there's lots that you start following and then realize are not for you, but you know, and it gives them a great platform to gain a new audience. Even if say like someone joins EFAP, that whole audience goes, oh, I'll give them a watch, and only if like 10% of them stay. That's still going to be a lot of people that can just, you know, to grow people's audiences, and they give everyone a chance. They've had people on there, haven't they, that have had only like a few hundred subs, and they've just been like, yeah, but we're interested in your conversation. I like the lack of elitism there. That's definitely a positive of EFAP.
Yeah, and also, I can't remember whether it's Mauler, Star Wars Theory, or someone who said this, but it's what I like about creators like the Critical Drinker, because even if you have like literally like 10 subs, he will go on your live stream to help you.
Yeah, Critical Drinker seems like a real Chad. Like there's a lot of them that I found through there. I mean, there's some that I'm not a big fan of, and I don't want to like just be like, I don't like this guy, I don't like this guy. So there's no point in doing that. But like the point is that it gives you a lot of chance to like find new content. And to be fair, I think a lot of the news people that I followed, like I think the only one that I found before they were on EFAP recently was Random Film Talk, because it just happened to come up and I watched his Hobbit. No, I didn't watch his Hobbit. I watched his Rings of Power one, and I absolutely adored it. But that was like an anomaly, because then he came on later, so I would have found him regardless. But
I remember thought he was an EFAP guest when I found him, and I was like, oh, he wasn't on EFAP, and then he appeared on EFAP. It was kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, it was one of those where I was surprised he wasn't, because I mean, honestly, like not to be harsh about it, it's like I think Random Film Talk is probably my favorite like analysis YouTuber now for his long form content. But like whenever Mauler releases a new video, I'm still there like excitedly, rubbing hands together, But yeah, I think Random Film Talk. I think honestly, if I'm being like a little bit of criticism, I genuinely do think that Mauler is obviously is incredibly slow with his content, and I kind of get why to a degree. But when I've seen other people do their editing and that, I'm like, I think a lot of his time is obviously divided for EFAP and stuff like that, which is not a bad thing. But I kind of do find it a bit when you get things like him being like, what was that thing that came out? There's one where he says, if we wanted to make more money, we wouldn't do EFAP. And I'm like looking at all the super chats being like, that's bollocks. Yeah. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Like, I think that's a lie. I don't blame you. I think if as it's making you money, why not? But I genuinely don't believe you that you are making less money doing EFAP when I can see all those fucking super chats go past on the screen.
I think it's also something to do with time, because there was a point where I kind of referred to him as a stream slut, because he literally seemed to be everywhere. Literally pretty much every single movie criticism stream that I could find on the internet, he seemed to be on it at that point. So I think he just needs to have a bit more time management of, look, you don't need to be on half of these lives as much as you think you do. What we would really love for you is just a really good video in less time.
Well, I'm gonna say, like, I don't disagree with you. My other personal thing, I'm not even against him doing that. My thing is more just about the honesty. If he just came out and just said, "Yeah, I love doing these live streams like way more, and I'm sorry that it reduces my content that I personally make on my own, but this is where I find my passion. It keeps my blah blah blah." I'd be like, "Yeah, whatever, go for it."
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point I was bringing up with the Patreon as well. Like, if you made it an EFAP Patreon, that makes a lot more sense to me than making it a video essay Patreon, because you're doing EFAP full time basically. You're not doing video essays full time anymore.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think I get it from a business standpoint, where I said it in the comments, I know, but it's like I guess if it was like an EFAP thing, it would be shared like between him, Rags, and Fringy, and that. Whereas this is like it's to fund his stuff, which I'm not against, but maybe I don't know, maybe like a middle ground. The Patreon should say that this is for Mauler's thing and to fund his passion, and then it should just list like all the podcasts he's been on. That's obviously, and then maybe if you were saying like he should pay more attention to Patreon, because I don't really do Patreon, and that I don't know. There's a lot of reasons, but I'm not against it. I'm not against people using it. It's just personally, I don't like it for the bit. Patreon's been a bit weird, hasn't it? But historically, even though it's been really useful for people, but maybe he should just have updates about the podcast he's planning to be on. People supporting him, because at least they know. Oh, I can, keep up with this guy that I like. I'm giving money to here, and here. And I can't imagine it would take that much time just to update it like every month.
Yeah. I guess, and there is another guy. So Shamrock Dragon 7 is actually in the room at the moment, so I'm going to bring him just a second. But I just want to make one tiny little point to what you just said about his own videos and doing so much live streaming. So one way to look at it in favor of what you said is if you're so Tolkien and Matthew said the same thing, that you're not 100% fans of Rags Fringy. If you just purely want to see Mauler and his content, and obviously a 6-hour stream is like overdose of Mauler. Honestly, you want to be able to see more content from him as opposed to keep seeing his streams with Rags and Fringy. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, because personally, like, I mean, I think I said it thinking, but it's like, I'm basically, I like Fringy. He's fine. I don't really love him. I mean, I feel like something was lost. I definitely started watching EFAP a lot less when Wolf left. I feel that the dynamic between the three of them was like perfect. But again, it's not like it's Fringy's fault. So I'm not like against it, but yeah, yeah, I don't disagree. I just think my gripe a little bit is more in like the honesty of just I just think he should be a bit more open, like it, because with what Matt was saying about the patron kind of being ignored, the last update being this, it should just be honest stuff like, yeah, you're supporting me and in doing all these other endeavors, and then if you want to follow me and my other journeys, I'm on these other podcasts where I do things with other guests that aren't the EFAP group. And I get that people might not be happy with that, but at least then if it's open and honest, people can just go, oh well, maybe I'm not going to give him all this money. Maybe I'll only give him like a dollar a month rather than like the $5 or something. Which I'm not saying that to try to like give more out of money. I mean, he deserves it. He just puts a lot of effort into the things he does. I think any content creator that has a audience should anyone that's willing to give them money, it's their money. They can do what they want. It's just I think it's just that level of honesty that I kind of expect from basically everybody. But I say that obviously as a layman that just sort of, I mean, I have my own YouTube channel, but that's all just for funsies. It's not like I don't do it wanting it for work. You know, like Jacob he had earlier, he's doing it for like, he's doing it like as a side project, and he's got quite a lot of subscribers, and he gets a lot of stuff. I could not deal with that. Like, it's just too much time and effort for me. But it's like, I just think it's like a principle thing. Okay.
No, that's fair enough. I'm going to bring this next guy on. Just so you know, I have no idea how many guests I can bring on. I think it's 10. Is it 10?
On StreamYard. And Shami, she's you know, I'll big her up because we're friends. She's like a published author in that. So if we had things about like people like finishing projects, she'd probably ask her just so I can embarrass her. But it's funny.
Okay. Okay.
I'll take this opportunity to leave because.
Okay. I know it says it's a bit late, so thank you for giving the time you have. And if you want to come on for the next ones, then you're more than welcome.
Sure. Oh,
okay.
Thank you for having me, and see you again.
All right. See you.
Bye.
See you.
Nice.
See you later. Okay, bringing on Sean.
Nice. He should have put like a random thing on his green screen just to make us laugh, though. There should have been Simpsons in the background, continuously going into the hedge, you know, just to be really annoying. But I don't own a camera. So.
At the back. All right, I'm bringing on Shamrock now. Hello there.
Hey, Shami. How are you doing?
Shamrock, are you there?
Hello.
Hello there. How you doing?
Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you. So,
can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you fine. So, anything to say?
Oh, I wonder if she can't hear us. She's having technical difficulties, bless her.
Maybe.
Shami, listen to the sound of my voice.
All right, so it looks like there's a little bit of delay on.
Oh, wait, Shami, have you got it on StreamYard or on the YouTube? Because the YouTube will have a delay. The StreamYard thing won't.
Yeah, it's like a few seconds delay on there.
Awkward pause, and then we see if she responds.
Okay. So I'll close the stream.
Walk towards the light.
Follow the sound of my. Can you see a light, Homer? Follow the sound of my voice.
Yeah, I can't
okay, zap. Ah! Can you? Are you good?
Baller, help me.
What? Shami, are you on StreamYard? Hang on, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to call her on Discord and I'll just see if I can walk her through it. Is that all right, guys?
Yeah, not a problem.
What I was doing boomer moments.
Yeah. Do you want me to mute you both while you do that, or what?
I think they're muted both.
Okay, cool. Yep, they have. So now, where are we? Okay. So I've lost track of the conversation now. Where the hell were we?
I think we were just like talking in general about some. Baller was talking, and Baller's not muted, so we kind of lost our mojo right now.
Yeah. So in that case, I'll ask a question which I put into the form for people who've seen it. So if you was on a call or something with Mauler, if you saw him right in front of your face, spoke to him one-on-one, what would you say to him?
What would I say to Mauler?
Get out my way.
I tell Mauler to. I tell Mauler to read more books. I think it would be good for him. I'm not like one of the people that thinks that Mauler has poor media literacy. I think that's a stupid argument. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. But I think it's a good idea to experience storytelling in all its form, especially in books, because I think that books are the best form of storytelling out there.
Agreed. I saved Shami, by the way, and also she will love this conversation.
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that.
Right. So just as a test here for Shami, so I'm going to say something, and I want you to say how. I'm going to count down and see where you're actually coming and hear us. So are you hearing us live right now? So 3, 2, 1.
Yes,
No?
I am.
Okay, cool. Right, so Shamrock, is there anything you'd want to add to the conversation? Because I know from your messages you're kind of like eager.
Well,
Yes, Shami.
But I was finding the conversation very interesting. And like I found Mauler actually from Jay video, because it was actually I watched episode 7 when that came out, Star Wars, and when it ended, I was like, I don't even know if I want to watch episode 8, just on how this movie ended with Luke and Rey just staring at each other.
Yeah.
And the camera going around them. I was like, do I honestly want to watch episode 8 when it comes out? So I thought, you know what I'll do? I'll just I'll look up reviews once episode 8 comes out and see what different reviewers say about it. And so it was looking at reviews that I found Jay's videos, and then I found Mauler and Shadiversity. And while watching their videos, I kept seeing the EFAP videos recommended, and I was like, I have no idea what that is. I didn't click on them until I saw a video recommended that had Shadiversity's icon on it, and it's like, okay, he's on it. So I checked it out, and then I started watching their videos, and like I do a lot of projects and stuff in my room, so it was nice having them, like listening to them, just felt background noise, and but also watching them, I got a perspective like about the people and how they like look at movies, and then that kind of got me looking at movies in a way that like to kind of take it apart scene by scene. Because before that, I just like I like a movie or I don't, but I never really went into like a deep analysis of what I liked.
Right. So you're saying, if correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that like, oh, you watch movies normally and you kind of like enjoy the experience. You kind of don't really have too much deep thought about it, but then when they talk about it, it's like, huh, didn't even consider that.
Yes, it got me thinking. Like, so actually, when I started watching movies, I started like looking at it more from a more like a critical lens on stuff.
Right.
Like what makes this movie a good movie?
You're certainly not like that now, are you, Shami? When we watch videos, we watch movies like every other day, don't we? And then you were like, "Hey, this is stupid," but you carry.
Yeah. I've become so critical now.
Yeah, you must.
Yeah. Honestly, I had the same experience with, and please don't shoot me, cancel me, anything for saying this, but so when it literally first come out, and by the way, this is before I ever saw EFAP, Critical Drinker, Friday Night Title, anyone like that, so please forgive me. I like Star Trek Into Darkness until I started hearing the reviews from these guys about it and thought, this is actually a pile of cow dung.
I don't think that's an insane thing. Like, there's been lots of movies
No, I
like I've
don't.
watched it and enjoyed it superficially, and then like the more either I've thought about it or other people have told me, I've gone, oh yeah, that is fucking stupid. Like, let's do the obvious one. It's like The Force Awakens for Star Wars. When that movie first came out, I love that movie. I saw it like 7 times in the cinema, and I thought it was really fun. And I didn't see many. The only thing that I really hated in that movie was the the testicle monster scene. Like, that was like I was like immediately like, this is a really dumb scene. But like the more that I heard people about it, I was like, oh yeah, it is stupid. And my opinion of the movie hasn't like changed in that. I was like, yeah, I still think Force Awakens for me is a very fun movie. But I mean, like TLJ and Rise of Skywalker means it has like no hope, it doesn't even go anywhere. But but like that's all after the fact. But yeah, I don't think it's insane to think like a bad movie is something that you've enjoyed without realizing it's bad.
Right.
Yeah. And I have to say, Mayo, that like I watched the first Star Trek movie that J. Abrams did. I liked it. There were a couple of things in it. It's like I don't care for that as much, but like overall, I liked the movie. And then when the second came out, I was like, oh, this is kind of Wrath of Khan, which I thought they said they weren't going to do.
Yeah.
But I guess they're doing their own spin on it.
Yeah, they switched the
They're, like,
characters around, so
watching-
it's a different story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
like
watching,
the whole-
listening to
the-
EFAP, yeah, and then looking back on those Star Trek movies, and I found what's his name, the David Cullen show, because he covers Star Trek a lot. I rewatched that first Star Trek film, and I was like, oh, no wonder my dad didn't like this movie. It breaks a lot of canon, and not just like you go back and tell another story, okay, but like the Enterprise, the technology and stuff has been changed. The lens flares, it was like someone points out the lens flares, and then you notice them like that, like more like oh my goodness, there are a lot of lens flares happening. In this movie.
Literally, someone mentions it once, and it's all you can see or can't see, as the case may be. I get what you're talking about. The thing is, with the first one, I was very meh about it because I didn't like the whole thing of the Kirk thing where he was just a cadet and then suddenly he's first officer and captain, and it's complete departure to anything else we've seen in Star Trek. And with the whole, I get with the, I can't remember the name of the Romulan ship, but the events before that even came to existence in the timeline, it was still a different timeline compared to what we had. The ships looked different and everything. So I get they wanted to make it look more contemporary, more cinematic, but the old ships were sexy, for God's sake. You know?
Yeah, they definitely had a look about them that made it feel natural for the space. Intended.
Yeah,
but you know the whole thing though about like why they did a lot of that stuff with the Star Trek movies, right? Because were you there, Shami? You were there, weren't you? When Callum was telling us, we've got a guy who used to work in cinema. He works as like a VFX artist and that, and he told us some behind the scenes stuff and that.
You might not want to use his name though.
No, well, I'm not using his full name. Yes, his name is Callum Shamaligans, and he. Yeah, I'm not using his full name. Don't worry. Okay. But like, yeah, no, well, he's always told us, like, he's always been like NDAs. So when he asks me a question, you're like, damn it. But he tells us like the semi-public stuff that's just really hard to find. Like the thing I was gonna say for the most part was just about how like JJ was, one of his big things was like he had the new fans and that, but there was also like the part of the marketing was like if you piss off the old fans and they'll remember how much they like the old stuff and it will resell the old stuff. So because it was obviously still owned by the same company, like like sales for like DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff like that of Star Trek went like sort of like they skyrocketed because people were like, these movies suck. And well,
yes, he had that same thing about Star Wars as well.
I was just gonna say he tried to do it for Star Wars and it didn't work, and he was very bitter about that. But that is yeah, but it's funny to think about.
There is one movie just recently that my complete and utter viewpoint has been changed on it because of the reviewer. Unfortunately, this is Mauler, even though the stream's about him. Dave Cullen just had brought a video probably a few weeks, a month ago out about Unbreakable. And back in the day when I saw it at the cinema, I was completely bored by it, and I thought it's the worst thing that ever came out because I was young at the time. And now I think when you actually think more deeply about it in the way that they've like said about it, it's like, how did I not see this? This is fucking fantastic. I'm going to see this right now. And I watched it and I thought, yeah, I'm not half bad.
Yeah, I was the same way. Like the first time I watched it, I was bored, and then it ends. I was like, wait, it just ends like that. There's not gonna be like a battle between them, or just I felt like it ended, and I was left wanting for something of substance. I felt like I went through the whole movie and was walking away with very little. But then I watched it again like a few years later, and I was like, this is actually not a bad film.
You know
I
what
still
it
think
is?
some of his others are bad.
No, you know what it is? We're all getting old. That's why we like it.
Is this the Shyamalan film?
Yeah.
I've not seen it. I just googled
Bruce
it, but
Willis.
luckily for me, it's on Disney Plus. So,
you know, the only thing I watch Disney Plus for is the Orville, and that's about it.
I forget what I have it for. Shammy, what are we watching on Disney Plus right now? We watched Percy Jackson, didn't we, recently? Christ.
Yeah. That was
God,
that was an
that fucking
experience.
sucked. It was better in the books, but also if you ignored the books, it still sucks.
Oh God, you just reminded me of something. When Wolf was asking what's his name on all the movies that he hasn't seen, and he says, "Have you seen Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings?" And he says, "No, but I've seen Percy Jackson." And they're like, "That's not the answer you should have given."
Yeah, it is. But this is like the bit where I have to like blush with embarrassment. Not like I've seen Lord of the Rings, don't worry. But it's I'm very much mocked in my group of friends for not having seen movies. Didn't I? So I think I watched Alien for the first time about 2 weeks ago, and stuff like that. And that's because people are making me watch this stuff. It's like my education.
I think Jay is even worse because Jay didn't just not watch Lord of the Rings. Jay watched Fellowship of the Ring and fell asleep.
Oh yeah, I remember that
That's
being now that you said it. That's kind of funny.
That's fine. I've only seen the first Die Hard and not any of the others.
I haven't seen Die Hard at all, so
yeah, I would say the first two Die Hard films are good.
Thank God it's someone worse off than me.
It's okay, Shannon. We're British. This is what we do. I know you Americans find this scary, but
It's okay.
Yeah, although there is this kind of weird thing where the British have seen a lot more American movies than Americans have, and Americans have seen bugger all of what we've done. But yeah, it's fine.
It depends on the movie. Like there's some that seem to transcend it. It's like I know it's a completely non sequitur, but it's like my favorite movie of all time is Hot Fuzz, and everyone seems to have seen that.
Yeah,
and that's a good reason because that is one of the best movies ever made, and it is my favorite movie ever made. But
yeah, that needs to be like. That needs to be in like schools and things. Like this is how movies should be made.
Sherry, did I show you Hot Fuzz?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
The better question would be is: have you seen the entire Cornetto trilogy?
Yeah, we did because we watched it on my Discord as a big group of us, and we had a lot of fun with it.
I remember in the third one.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I had was when I first saw At World's End, I was very, 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 very disappointed by it at the first time because I wanted it to be obviously as good as Hot Fuzz, which it's not. And then when I watched it recently with the friends on my Discord, we had a lot of fun. It definitely is the worst of the Cornetto trilogy, but it's still a pretty fun movie. And I have a more of appreciation for it, but it's like I still stand by it is the worst one, but it's like my opinion when I first watched it was a bad movie was just wrong.
Yeah. And not on the same level, but it's kind of saying which is the worst of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You'd probably say Fellowship, but then, that's not saying it's a bad thing.
I don't know, man. I mean, because his thing, my favorite of the trilogy used to be Two Towers, and now having rewatched it quite like I tend to rewatch like the extended Lord of the Rings once a year, like at Christmas. That's like my Christmas thing that I do, and it's fun. I watch the Hobbit movies as well. Although since I found the M4 cut, which we watched, that's like my go-to now because that's a great. Have you seen it by the way?
The what cut?
The M4 book edit.
No, not heard of it.
Oh, I highly recommend
Yeah.
it. It's basically it
he
follows the
took
books.
he took
Karen.
the trilogy. He took the trilogy and he cut it down to like a 4-hour film.
It's a 4-hour movie, and
And
it basically follows
yeah.
Bilbo because it's The Hobbit. So
Okay.
it's very good. The guy that made it is insane. He uses a lot of CGI to remember that dumbass scene where Bard kills Smaug and he uses his fucking son as a piece of siege artillery.
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically they've edited it so he covers him with like wood, so it just looks like he's made like a makeshift ballista rather than using his son as a fucking catapult. It's it's insane how much effort's gone into it, but
Keely being left behind.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. There's no
that doesn't
romance.
happen.
Yeah, it's insanely well edited. I highly recommend it. You can find it free online. Obviously, I would not share it where to get it for legal reasons, but just M4 book edit, you'll find it.
Okay.
But yeah, but my point was going to be that the Two Towers when I was a kid used to be my favorite one. Now it's my least favorite one, and that doesn't mean it's bad. I still love the movie, but I think it has way more like pointless pacing issues. Like I still think like the Aragorn falling off the cliff scene is fucking like a waste of time.
Right. Yeah, agreed. That is just filler for me.
Yeah, and I mean, it still doesn't make the movie bad. It's just like, yeah, you just don't need it. And I don't think Fellowship of the Ring or Return of the King has any moments like that. So,
Right. Now, was your first experience of the trilogy cinema or extended?
Right. You mean the cinema? Because I didn't watch them in the cinema, but they were the cinematic versions that I got like on DVD bought for me. And
So okay, I'll rephrase. Did you see the normal version first or the extended proper version?
Yeah, I saw the normal versions first, yes. But like I think I watched them once, and then the extended ones came out like a year after they all came out on DVD, I think is what happened when they came out in the UK, don't know about America. And then since then I can't go back.
Yeah. Would you agree what the EFAP guys say that the Saruman scene at the start is an absolute blasphemous act of not including that in the normal cut?
I
don't know about blasphemous. I think it's a real shame, and I think it's unfortunate. I think it's really bad because it means that like Saruman's like essentially story it's not ended because he's just sort of trapped in the tower. However, narratively, you don't actually need it from what I can remember. But it's a real shame. It's a real shame it's not there. But I try to think that scene being there. It does great for character work for Saruman and a bit more with Gandalf and stuff like that, but I can't think of why it's inherently integral to the plot.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, can you if with it not being there, what doesn't make sense is kind of why I would stand by something being like like unforgivable to remove.
I think, from my point of view, it's just literally that they go from one cut to the next, and there's a load of stuff that apparently happened, but we never got to see it, and you just filling in the gaps for me. Whereas you just said the whole falling off a cliff thing didn't need to really be there. I know it's a previous movie.
Oh,
it's just a really bad decision on what we leave in and what we keep in. That just an editorial thing that didn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, I agree that it's very much a shame that it's gone, and I think it adds a lot to the movie for like that. But I'm just I think it'd be like, I think when you're saying blasphemous makes me feel like the idea is that like, oh, I'm getting rid of this. It's like the worst thing they could have done, and I'm like, I don't know. I think there are it's one of these scenes that can be gone that doesn't ruin the movie, but at the same time, if somebody goes, oh, so you think it should be gone, then I'm like, you fuck off.
Yeah.
Like no, it's better to have it in. I would just say like, if I wouldn't like be like to an editor, what the fuck have you done wrong? If I saw if I knew what in this hypothetical situation, if I was there with the extended cut and the theatrical cut, and the guy was like, I've made the theatrical cut for you, Mr. Jackson. If I watched it, I wouldn't be like, what the fuck have you done taking that out? I'd just be like, oh, that's a shame, but it still works.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a very non-take. I'm sorry, but
no, it's fine. Not a hot take, just a meh take, I guess.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Very milk toast.
But that being said, you can't really screw the the Peter Jackson. I was about to say Percy Jackson.
Take that back. Percy Jackson.
The Percy Jackson Lord of the Rings trilogy.
The Percy Jackson extended cut featuring Gandalf.
Yeah. So one of the so I want to get back to Mauler because I don't want it all to be like, oh, by the way, actually, what I might do with you guys' permission, I might actually make this a whole cut, like actually talking about different things, and I'll put your channels and the description and stuff. So it's a nice conversation at least to put out.
You get us involved in any like chats, then we'll talk forever. I mean, that's kind of just what we do when we're not working, Shami, don't we? You and a few other people. Yeah, this is just like, we don't like have a podcast per se or anything. We just like to chat to each other, and every so often we'll go, should we just stream something? We're bored. And that was, but yeah, but yeah, if you want, that sounds fun if you want to put it as its own little thing.
Yeah, cool.
Get back to Mauler. That was the point we were here for. Sorry.
Yes. Yes. So, hello everyone. We're about to talk about Mauler. So, what does everyone think about Lord of the Rings? Well, it's a couple of hours of conversation for you right there. No. So, one of the positives that I'd like to mention about Mauler is the fact that, and I've had comments about this as well, when he brings on a guest where they put out a piece of content against Mauler or against Rags or even Critical Drink or whatever, like the YMS one was, yes, it was kind of like, what the hell am I doing with my life listening to this gobshite? He usually tends to make it so they come off well at the end of it. They're all on good terms. Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm so sorry I put that in, etc. I think that's one of his assets where he can make someone who's really talking shit about the channel, but they're like, oh, they come to an understanding at the end. It's like, it's actually quite amicable and has him on again. It's one of the things I like about him. So in that respect, is there anything else like that where you think, I really like Mauler because of X?
Just like to the topic of bringing on guests, it's not the same thing. He didn't talk shit, but I think Moriarty, quite possibly one of the best arcs on EFAP ever. That guy's great, and it all started off with them making fun of his Doom video.
Okay.
I think it's a lot about personality clash. I think a lot of people, even if they end up not liking Mauler, and usually it tends to be people that have heard about him and they're really and their zealotry for some reason, either they fall into the crowd of oh, it's only cinema, so don't take this seriously, while they also have like a YouTube channel taking it seriously, or they're like extremists, whether it be in left or right, and they're told by somebody that Mauler is one or the other. You know what I mean? Right. And Mauler is I mean, obviously he does have political views, but for the most part, the reason I like EFAP when I watch it, like I said, I've not watched it as often just for time and stuff like that, but is I like the fact that politics wise, it only really comes up if it's really necessary to what they're talking about. You know, they talk about the movie, and even if it's relevant to the movie, they'll talk about its context within the movie rather than you know, just the world and go on. Like, you know, they're not a political channel. They're not like Adam and Sitch, you know, like that. And that's what, and they do talk about that because that's what they do, and I'm fine. It's just and then when they go on those channels, they do talk about it because that's the point, you know. But I like EFAPs, like I'd say accessibility to anyone that has an open mind and like a brain cell to just put like personal feelings aside if they're guessing, and then just go, all right, let's listen to the arguments. And they're very good at that, even if people say that they're not. I mean, I think the only example we had really would be occasionally, like sometimes is Rags, but Rags isn't like he's just a bit of an ass, and he just needs somebody to shut up every so often. But again, that's why I miss Wolf, because Rags can be really insightful as well, obviously.
I think you need someone like Rags to be the complete counter of Mauler. Just one, because you need different personalities. You can't just have three versions of the same person. But also the fact that you need that, I hate to say it, but you need certain level of drama. Even if it's minimal, you need that, like, oh, that's a bit spicy. I'd like to hear more of this.
I don't disagree. It was honestly just, I just think that Mauler won't really go against Rags that much unless it's like really, really stupid what Rags says, which, you know, has happened. But like Rags isn't a stupid guy, you know, he's pretty smart. So it's not like he says retarded stuff often. And even when he does, it's usually when he just made a joke that this didn't land, you know, and he just tries to, and he won't go back at it because he's that like, you know, no, but that's why I think obviously him, Mauler, and Wolf especially, because Fringy will do that and he'll laugh at him, but it's not the same. But where Wolf would just say, Rex, I've had enough of your shit, shut the fuck up. And I'd be like, oh, I love this guy. Not all the time, don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously they were still friends. I just mean I think sometimes you needed that. And I think at the same time they all needed that because Rags would say the same back to Wolf and that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly. I kind of think of it in a way of, even though they're more friendly than anything else, obviously you being British, so I'm hoping you'll know what I'm talking about here. You watch Top Gear?
I did in the past. I tell you what, though, this is going to be a conversation which you're going to like, don't like for, because I fucking like hate Jeremy Clarkson. I think he's a dickhead, but carry on.
That's fine. I'm not asking to talk about him whatsoever. But
I know what you mean. I like, yeah. Even though it kind of turned me off, I kind of their dynamic is undeniable.
Yeah,
their chemistry. I mean to say sorry.
Yeah, it's like they have that natural chemistry of friends that it's not put on or anything. When they have an argument, it's a genuine argument against friends. But then they're all like chill later, right?
Yeah, and I definitely appreciate that. I mean, my favorite things of Top Gear were always the challenges. Like, I didn't really care about the other stuff, but whenever I'd always go on iPlayer after the fact, you know, and watch like the challenge, like the third the episode that was just them doing the stupid fuck around challenge, and then it's like back to us talking in the studio. I'm like, and off because Jeremy Clarkson is not going to be quiet now. But I love them bouncing off each other when it's very real and very silly because it felt like it was, and you can tell that with the Grand Tour still, you know, where they still have that same, you know.
Oh yeah. Just to digress very slightly, not for too long though, is do you remember? I don't know whether it definitely wasn't on the last one, but there was one of the very recent ones where they was looking at the map about to do the challenge, and as they was pointing at the map, it was basically women's hands that were like painted fingernails and stuff. And then when it would cut back, it was just them. Did you see that?
For what? Sorry.
The Grand Tour.
Oh, I've not. I've only watched the first.
Okay. So
I've not watched it all the way through. Sorry, I've only seen a couple of episodes.
Oh, that's fine. So essentially, they had this little bit where they put the map on the table. They was looking through it, and as they was talking amongst each other, amongst themselves, it was all normal, nothing to change. And as soon as like the camera cut to someone's finger pointing to something on the map, it was like all glittery, like drag queen type of stuff with like painted nails, long nails, all that stuff, and like load of jewelry. But when the camera panned back at them, there wasn't anything like that. So as if for a split second, they essentially trans. Okay. It was, you'd had to see that. It was funny. But anyway, what was the point? Lost myself there. Yeah. So EFAP, genuine friends, I think. Yeah, completely lost myself there. Sorry about that.
Get the SpongeBob song, you know, friends are the things that do stuff together.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I think we were discussing just like stuff that we genuinely think is just a positive, weren't we? About EFAP, weren't we? That was the thing, and it was just about how genuine they are. And I kind of went to a bit to negative, but it was more just because I didn't want to just only say the positive, even though I didn't want to divulge too much. Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah. No, I mean, the point of me doing this like video series about critics and stuff, it isn't like not trying to be a Chris Stuckman where I'm just trying to, you know, pander to like all these people that I might get on EFAP or might get Friday Night Tights. It's not the issue here. I'm literally
so your video is not going to be I like EFAP, I really like Mauler.
No. Videos No, it's going to be balanced, to put it lightly. There will be criticisms in it, part of which I'm doing these streams with you guys because I don't want it to just be, oh yeah, sun shines out of Mauler's ass or anything like that. It's going to be, look, there's too many things where people are doing in bad faith, like the Jared Christ or whatever his name is, or again,
Organized
the chaos guy. Yeah, him. I'll just call him him because I just can't bring myself to say his name.
He who must not be user named.
That's
chaos.
the better.
Definitely not organized.
So, oh god, have you seen his latest video where he's talking about freaking Critical Drinker's new movie? Did he just come out with a woke video? Like, seriously, man, just give it a fucking rest.
I missed that one.
Yeah, it's only just I think it either come out today or yesterday, so I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't seen it. Not that you'd want any videos to come onto your stream anyway. Not stream, homepage.
Do the Helldivers
Anyway,
thing, burn it, kill the
I tried watching his debate with I call it with debate in quotes with Eric July, and the amount of times Eric had to try to get him back on track, or try to say like, you just said this a minute ago, and Chaos is like, no, I didn't. And everyone in the chat is, yes, you did.
Oh, that sounds painful. I think I would lose my mind.
It was so painful. It was so painful. I couldn't finish it. I was just
well, if we can go positive, EFAP isn't like that at all.
What was equally as painful in that same stream, kind of going on the same lines as that, is Eric July would say one thing like, so what did you think about X, Y, and Z? And then not even answering the question, he says, I can't believe you haven't read that comic book. That's not what I fucking asked you.
What's that?
Come on, dude.
Is he
for the 20th time?
Is he got a bit of ADHD and dementia like combined together? Has he?
He's definitely got signs of it. I don't want to take the piss out of any kind of mental health because I have to deal with that stuff. But when it's at the level of, dude, I'm asking you about what you have found good about my comics. Have you got any question about the comic that I've just brought out? And then he completely dismisses it and says, I can't believe you call yourself a comic book reader and you haven't even seen this one. Like, that's not the goddamn freaking question, man. Like, I get that if that's your thought, fine, but answer the goddamn question.
Can I interject a bit? I don't know anything about this. Is this like about the Vito and Dick Masterson stuff, or
no. Yeah, go on. Sorry, you explain it if you'd like to.
Okay, so Organized Chaos and Eric July, they had this debate, and it was supposed to be about Eric July's like new comic that he got out, and so they were supposed to be talking about that. And then I guess Chaos asked Eric July if he had read this one comic, and Eric had said no because he wasn't interested in it, and it just descended into like pandemonium because Eric July because Chaos would actually ask him questions about the Spider-Man comics, the what's his name, the Black Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and
Shammy, you're racist. He's Spider-Man. I'll have you know.
Sorry,
I'll actually find. I think you'll find that Miles Morales is Miles Morales.
Yes.
Oh, you're a racist too.
That's what Eric July was talking about. Talking about is that, you know, Miles Morales, where he's making points about Miles Morales, and Chaos was just. It was like he was hearing Eric July, but all the words were just going over his head. Because he would like latch onto one word. It's like, I can't believe you said this, or what do you mean by this? How can you not understand this? And it's like, did you not know everything he just said? He explains right there in this sentence why he does not like Miles Morales, why he does not accept Miles Morales as a Spider-Man. He's and Chaos just was not listening. And then Eric July would ask him a question, and Chaos, like Mayo said, Eric July would ask him about, hey, we're talking about my comic. Did you read my comic? Do you have any questions about my comic? And Chaos would just completely ignore the question to bring back to, I can't believe you call yourself a comic lover or you love comic books and you haven't read this very popular comic. You know, in Chaos's opinions, popular, and just completely disregarding what Eric July was saying. And then, he had said something that he had denied later. Like he said, he accused Eric July of being triggered by something. Eric denied being triggered by it. And in that same, it's like you're triggered by this. I'm not triggered by this. Oh, I didn't say you were triggered. I didn't use the word triggered. Like, yeah, yes, you did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't that lead to something along the line? I'd have to. No, I don't want to watch it again. Don't even say that. Like,
I mean,
so didn't that lead on to something along the lines of actually, I feel right at home around load of black people, and I can say that word to them, something or other. And then Eric July was like going complete full on go fuck yourself at that point. And pretty much, if you ever said that word around my people, you would be killed. Just watch yourself.
I'm
Or
not,
something
because
along
I left shortly after the whole he said triggered, Eric's like I'm not triggered, Chaos denying saying triggered, and they just went round and round and round on that. And Eric July's like, am I tripping? Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Am I tripping? Did he not say triggered? And Chaos, continued denying saying this word. I was like, I can't watch anymore of this. It's so painful.
That
So I think I
genuinely
left
sounds like
before
a mental health disorder, though, because like you're on a live stream, it's on record. It's weird to pretend that you didn't.
If you can bring yourself to it, Shamrock, watch the whole thing. I wouldn't go from the point that you've already seen, because that's just masochism at that point. But I would probably try to find the part that you left and try to go the whole way, because what happened after that was complete and utter. Ripper just went actually ripped on him, pun intended. He completely and utterly destroyed him because he was going on a racist thing, and he was like, I don't know, and what I'm about to say is probably racist, but I don't see how a black guy could got so much red in his face like that. It was comical. Jeez, it's something to behold. But I'll see if I can find a link.
I'm sorry, but you're cancelled now. I'm sorry. You said it bad.
Is it because Is it because on my avatar I'm a white piece of goo?
Yes,
Not
yes.
not
It's because of your spoonful of cum. Yes. That is the yeah.
That is,
my avatar is looking away in shame right now.
Is that because it's white cum?
Yeah.
Yes,
believe,
black cum is definitely
No.
No.
There you go.
No.
Looking right at me now, boy.
No, don't. The emu eats it. No, get it away. The emu will have it.
Tell you what, I'll fix that. Now you're looking away.
Oh, thank God.
Now,
I did watch.
Now Shamrock can see the cum.
No, thank you. No.
Looks like Matt's avatar's just like, I've had enough of this. Just has his singing like, Christ.
No, I just thought Matt had too much time looking at me, so
he's just baked. He's just like, what the fuck? There's this emu talking, man. Now there's this mayo.
You know, one thing I find really curious is that anytime anyone mentions me, this isn't something that I started, it's just the way people refer to me. Everyone goes on, let's call him Mayo. Don't call him Unbridled, just call him Mayo. So
I'd look for Mayo more than Unbridled looking at that, you know. It feels right. I mean, I've known you for all of like half an hour, and I can't name anything else anymore. Even if you told me your real name, I'd be like, nah, your legal name is Mayo. I'm sorry.
How do you know it isn't? No, that's that's just interesting take. That's all. Yeah. So anyway, where were we? I completely forgot. Oh yeah,
Eric July and all that stuff, and Ripper
and
Chaos.
And then the
well, it's like something. A point about Chaos. Like I think you're about his. He has some issues because when he was watching, he did that response to Mauler's.
Multiverse of Madness.
Multiverse of Madness, and in his video, Mauler makes a point about that. That what's he call him? Legendary, Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
like
he talks about oh, it's too bad he doesn't have his sling-it ring, and he zooms in on the ring there on his finger, and Chaos completely ignores the ring and just says, well, he doesn't have it, so that's why he can't use it.
Well, I was going to say, I think it's one of those unfortunate things where you'd have to watch the whole video, because I'm pretty sure Mauler zooms in and then he goes like, that could be it. And then later on, when he uses Superior Stranger's body, you know, as the zombie, and then he does it. He just goes, "Oh no, it definitely was there. Yeah, this movie fucking is stupid." And you're like, "Yeah, it is." Yeah.
But when Chaos says, "I'm going to do a response video to this guy's video, but his video is way too long, so I'm just going to skip through it and look for parts that I think he might have a problem with." So he skips to where American Chavez like talks about her two moms because he thinks Mauler will have a problem with this. So he watches it, and Mauler doesn't say anything about it. And Cass goes, "Oh, I guess he doesn't say anything about it. He's so disappointed," and he moves on.
What a pointless stream. Shammy, I'm going to review your book, but I'm only going to go for the problematic pages, 69 and 420. Yeah, I'm sure those two will have the issues I have on it. Oh, they don't? Well, your book's still bad. What a bizarre fucking way to structure a video.
Yeah, and it's just a case of you just watching it specifically so you can nitpick it, even though he just keeps saying, "Oh, that's nitpicky." Just the whole point of, okay, I'm going to review this video without actually showing the entire video. That's not cool because there's no big context to anything he's saying. And when he goes through actually showing footage of, like, I don't know, it could even be a minute or 2 minutes long just watching the footage, and Mauler has filled in, I don't know, about 2 days worth of talking in about a minute, and he says it's not really saying anything. He's just like, are you an actual retard, really? Are you actually listening to the thing that you're commenting on?
They're deluded. Basically, they have this thing, right, where they assume that because somebody is saying a lot, that means that it's like, you know, because they don't agree with it, they're like, "Oh, that's not substantive" or something. You know, like, so say I know we talked about this earlier, but let's not go into that thing about it. But it's like how Mauler does a lot of jokes, and you know, he does like the long-winded thing to make it funny, and he does that, doesn't he? Because it's just his sense of humor. Yeah. People will say, "Oh, he's not said anything." You're like, "Yeah, you've picked literally the one sentence where he's made a joke and said that he hasn't made a point, even though it's actually a setup to a thing or leading on from a different point." And it's just like, or because what's the thing like Mauler's. We're going to talk an appreciation thing for Mauler just quick. It's just like because but it's on this. It's like Mauler will go into an incredibly insane amount of detail just to prove why a nitpick is there, and they'll go, "Oh, this guy nitpicks things, blah blah." It's like, well, first of all, it's still valid, and secondly, he's not saying this is the one thing that makes the movie suck. He's just pointing out everything that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Like Chaos. Sorry,
you go on. No, you go.
I was just going to say that it's like when Mauler in his Multiverse of Madness video was talking about Superior Strange, like should have just killed America Chavez, like, outright.
I love that.
And Chaos reacted so, like, horrified, like, wow, oh my goodness, you want him to kill her? But, like, that's literally what he's going to do. He's taking the power out of her, which is going to kill her.
Yeah,
Why not, instead of trying to take the power, just kill her? Yeah. It's like, if you're trying to keep this bad thing from happening, and your only option at this point that you think is to kill her, or to, like, instead of just taking your power, which is this drawn out process, just do a quick and she's dead. Chaos, like, completely misses that this Strange is killing her by taking her power, and is just horrified that Mauler, and since Mauler, like, brings it up, like, "Oh, you should have just killed her." It's like, wow, he really wants her dead.
Oh, they do that a lot, don't they? Where a criticism means that a character should do something, say, horrible, because they're either a bad guy or they've got like in that situation, it's a good guy with a no good options kind of thing. And then they'll go, "Wow, you want the bad thing to happen?" It's like, no, we're talking about the movie and what the character should be doing right now. This is called like analysis. I'm sorry if you don't understand this, but please read this book. It's called The Hungry Caterpillar. You might start with this. It's great. You know what I mean? And you don't want to be mean, like, really, you don't. But you're like, dude, I can't. The only way that I can rationalize it is that they haven't had a good education.
So the way it came across to me was that organized chaos. No, I'm just going to call him Chaos because people call me Mayo. So
Professor Chaos from South
Butters.
I mean, to be fair, Butters is cool though, so that's actually hard. No, actually, we shouldn't do that because Butters is actually really funny. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, but the way it came across to me was that Chaos was literally just saying, hang on a minute, that's what you'd actually do in that situation, speaking as if it was a real life thing that would actually happen. You're going to put the message across, it's better just to kill a young girl. Is that what you want them to say? And that's not what Mauler was saying. The point of it is, you're doing all this stuff when you could just kill her, and it's just a plot hole. That's all I'm saying. That's literally all he's saying. And he's like, but you'd rather kill a girl? No, it's a plot point. This whole movie wouldn't have happened if we just kill her like that. That's all he was saying.
You know what could have fixed it, like in the sense of the because like the movie is the thing that brought it up. If they literally just never brought up the fact that Doctor Strange could absorb her powers himself, then it wouldn't be an issue,
right?
Like if you're like, oh, only Wanda can do it because bullshit powers, you'd be like, all right, fine, whatever. I guess.
Well, technically, that would have even made it a better movie because it would literally be.
It would, yeah, but
it literally be Wanda against Doctor Strange, not against this girl, and Doctor Strange was just a side character in this whole movie, which is keep happening more and more and more. It would have been so good if it would have been a kind of Captain America versus Iron Man, but in Doctor Strange type.
That'd be awesome, actually. Yeah, I didn't even think about it, but literally just like the magic Civil War kind of thing, but like obviously
Wanda versus him. Yeah. So yeah.
Instead of Doctor Strange versus his evil self, where they throw music notes at one another.
Oh, I love that scene for the wrong reasons.
I kind of simultaneously liked it and hate it. I thought I liked it because, that's an interesting, cool-ish concept right there. But at the same time, it's like, are they really freaking going there? Really?
I'll tell you what, though, like as like a personal thing, I found Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness incredibly an entertaining movie. So I came out laughing, and Shemi just like our friend TCap, and he just like stuff for YouTube. He actually did Cinema Wins thing before EFAP did actually, and he was like, they stole my idea. He was joking, obviously, but it was just so we did that. But I remember when I came out, I went, I love watching this movie. And Tom goes, what do you mean? I was like, it was the fucking funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, yeah, that's not what Marvel was going for, but
right,
it's unintentionally hilarious.
It was a completely different film from what I was expecting, because you would have thought, just by going by the title, Multiverse of Madness, you'd think they'd go, this is your opportunity for like all these crappy CGI effects that you have in these other films. This is the one movie where you could actually show what you can fucking do. And they wasted that. It could have been a really dark, really like, I know they had to kind of have some level of for the kids and stuff, but
she just wanted her kids back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Those CGI for the eyes were great. The third eye, that was so realistic. I don't know what you're talking about. It definitely wasn't like a green like JPEG or anything. That'd have been embarrassing.
Oh my god! I think I heard it on EFAP, to be honest. But did you know that Falcon and Winter Soldier? Did you know that the Captain America Falcon's red goggles were actually CGI'd red?
What?
No, I didn't know that. I know that a bit. I know that bits of the suit were because they couldn't get it to like stick to him properly, around the neck and that. But that didn't. That feels more like definitely forgivable, because that's just like technical issues of this is like really insanely impossible to make without the actor being in serious discomfort. I'm like, yeah, fine, whatever. But why can't they just tint the you know what? Whatever. I'm not even surprised.
Why not get red goggles?
That's what I mean. But in fairness, with the red goggles, maybe the chair would have blended in too well, and it would have been.
But yeah, like it could have literally done the red goggles, and if they didn't look the exact kind of red or whatever effect you needed to, then use the CGI to enhance that, not to make the whole goddamn color. For goodness sake, you better, Senator.
I only watched the first episode of that show. I didn't want to watch anymore.
That was one actually, when I was still thinking, I watched that show and I thought it was okay, and then I rewatched it and I went, wait, it's not that good. And then I rewatched it again and I was like, oh, this is terrible. Just going down, we were saying earlier about like movies on the or TV shows on rewatches being like worse than they are. I just remember watching it. That was all right, and then Tom goes, "Hey, so watch it again." I watched it again. I was like, "Oh no, I'm sorry. Carry on," because it was terrible.
Yeah, I was kind of saying with Secret Invasion, and my God, that was an experience.
I checked out by then.
My experience of that is I got through to the point in the first episode where Nick Fury makes the comment about a black guy walking through Russia.
Oh, that's so funny.
Um, and at that point I turned off because I knew exactly where this was going. And then I actually watched the entire EFAP coverage of it, and I had more entertainment out of the EFAP thing than the whole. Well, when it got to Drax's arm at the end, that was like I was on the floor crying, begging them to stop making me laugh.
I think that's the good. I mean, again, we'll go to a positive out of EFAP quick. I mean, I think that is the thing. Like, a lot of people say, "Oh, I don't blame them either." Like, a lot of people get upset that that a lot of their coverage is MCU and blah blah blah. But it's like, yeah, but it's stuff they know, and it's like their bread and butter now. There's nothing, you know. So I'm like, I don't really care about watching Marvel anymore. I only care about watching like other people's coverage of it, especially EFAPs and stuff like that. You know, and I'm just like, it's so much more fun than just watching the misery that is like Marvel. Is just terrible. What's like out of all the TV shows, I genuinely only think one of them is okay. Not even good, just okay.
Right.
I think all the rest are terrible.
What I would really love for EFAP is I just wish Mauler was a Star Trek fan. And he's only just started to go through the movies with Critical Drinker, because the way he would take Star Trek Discovery apart would be phenomenal. It would just be the best thing since the creation of everything, I guess.
I mean, it would be awesome, but I think if there's a lesson to be learned from people that have been a bit like too weird about trying to I mean, I know you're not, but like people that have been weird, like Mauler needs to watch this, needs to watch it. Like his when he did that little EFAP mini where he was covering Avatar: The Last Airbender, like that was an embarrassment. That video was, because it was all fucking like absolutely awful criticism. Well, 90% of it was, and I think it was genuinely because Mauler wasn't really invested in it, and he was just trying his best, and he just didn't really care that much. And it's like, yeah, just let him do what he wants to do, and he's better at it. It's just people have their own interests. I'm sorry, just let him do it. You know, obviously, it just isn't what he cared about. But I don't know if you saw it when he was with was it Literature Devil he did that with? And
I haven't seen the Last Airbender one, just purely. I usually mainly, unless it's taking another like talking about another creator's video or something that I'm generally interested in, I don't generally tend to watch them outside of I really love this franchise, I want to see what they say about this, or any Marvel movie, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I'm the same with Marvel being the exception, because I'm never going to see the movies anymore, kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
But no, but I did. I didn't, but like I don't really blame Mauler and say, because he kind of did it as like a kind of, I guess, like a quote unquote favor to the fans. Not really, but you know, like, because people kept saying that final watch, and he obviously wasn't impressed. It's not a cup of tea. I mean, I don't even. Here's the thing: Avatar's not even something I love. I watched it when I was 22 because I bought it on DVD just because, you know, other people said it was good. And I watched it and I was like, that was really fun. And I had a lot of criticisms for it, and I didn't think it was like as perfect as other people, but I was like, yeah, I enjoyed it. And like some of Mauler's like first criticisms when the video was open was all like fucking like ridiculously stupid, and I was just like, oh, this is terrible. And then Literature Devil was like, oh, I haven't watched this series for years, but I'll still be here. You're like, wow, this has not been well prepared at all. And then Mauler afterwards was just like, very defensive about it, unfortunately, where what he should have probably just said is like, yeah, he shouldn't do it because he's not really interested in the topic. And I think that's fair. But
yeah, that one's a bit of a disaster, sadly. And
I genuinely just think it's like,
should have been there.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, definitely. But I genuinely do think it's just one of those things where people were desperate for it, so Mauler did it, but it's just, it really wasn't his wasn't what he was interested in, so he didn't really put his usual effort into it, and it kind of shows like blatantly, because there's a lot of embarrassing arguments. And I think it doesn't really undo your point, because it still would be nice for you guys, because obviously you guys know your Star Trek and that, but I think if he didn't want to, making him do it, I don't think would have good results. But I think sorry, not what you were saying, I was just making a point.
It's okay. I feel that number one, the Last Airbender thing was Mauler kind of breaking one of his own rules, because he has said before that to get people to kind of listen to your stuff, you kind of need to talk about things that you are interested in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's rule number one. Number two, I feel that Mauler does his best work, and I'm not talking about his edited stuff. I'm purely talking about EFAP here. My favorite video, probably of all time, in the respect of the amount of prep is put into it, is the Jack Saint one, and they've done 2 EFAPs on it because they ran out of time. they had to go over 12 hours. The amount of prep he put into that video, into that live stream, because he'd already got all the pieces of the footage, literally took apart every single argument he made by providing this piece of footage, that piece of content and stuff. He'd really put the effort into it, and it was an absolute kind of masterclass in doing that type of thing. But then when it comes to something he's not too interested in, it really it's noticeable how half-assed it is.
Yeah, and I think that's the unfortunate truth. Not against Mauler. I think that's just the unfortunate truth that a lot of fans need to realize, because you see a lot of people being like, "Oh, Mauler hasn't spoke about this, or this." It's like, it's fine to bring it to his attention, but it's like, at the end of the day, if it's something he's not interested in, it's not going to be as worthwhile a discussion as you think, and there will be other people to cover it. And also, as I think they've said on EFAP quite a lot, if you're the passionate one and you can't find it, make it yourself. There'll be other people interested in it.
Yeah, agreed. And it's one of the things about YouTube and things like that, is that if you can't find it on the platform, that is your opportunity to put it on the platform, because it's obviously a gap that no one's catered to. And if you go for the gaps, that is where you're going to get the success, because if everyone's just saying the same thing, talking the same thing, saying the same thing, then it's just going to be lost in, oh, I've heard that a million times before. But if you want to actually hear something different, freaking make it. Like, this is one of the reasons, and this is, I remember now, this is the point I was trying to make before we all digressed to like the billionth time, is that I want to be more positive about things like EFAP and Mauler and Radek and all the rest of them, not in a way that I'm kissing their asses or anything, but I want it to be constructive, where anyone like Jack Saint, Organized Chaos, and whoever the hell else has just been doing hit pieces, I don't want it to just be a takedown, and I don't just want it to be a praise. I think there's a big thing where people are either praising other creators too much to the point that, oh, they're just kissing ass, and or the other side of the spectrum is they're just putting a hit piece out, they're just bad faith, and it shows. They're just talking bollocks, and their argument can be taken apart in a second. I want to actually put together a proper constructive piece of content where people think, oh yeah, I kind of realized that. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's an interesting point of view, and actually have a conversation about it, as opposed to, oh, he's just talking shit. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. I think there's a lot of with us or against us mentality. I mean, I don't know if you've seen, because are you in the EFAP Facebook group? The thing that
yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
No, but I was just gonna say, I love that group for the memes, but I think the amount of people that have joined, especially newer people, there's been a lot of like, if they have an opinion, people disagree with them, they assume that they're being bad faith or something like that, because they just think that they've got it. And it's like, you need to listen to other people's arguments a bit more, rather than just assume that you're being attacked. And I think it's a very human thing to do, but there's a lot of with us or against us. I don't know if you've seen all the comments recently about like Dune 2, but there's a lot of people either saying it's amazing or it's bad. And then there's been criticisms or praise, and then depending on who's posted on, the original poster has got very defensive for either or, and it's been like, good God, man, calm down. We're having a discussion. Yeah. we just want to say, that we don't agree with you on these points, and then it's just like, no, it's terrible. You're like, oh okay, calm down.
Yeah.
Have a milk.
I don't know whether you just put... Yeah, literally when I post on there, it's literally, okay, here's a thing, here's an article, here's a meme or something. You guys go discuss it. I don't care. I just want to see the funny comments and stuff like that. I'm not there to say, by the way, this is the way I think, this is how you should think about it, etc., etc. I'm just putting out a post. Calm the hell down.
But I think it's worthwhile to say it for both, because I think it'd be I think a lot of people feel this way, but I think it's disingenuous to say that there's a lot of EFAP fans that aren't like that. There's lots of people that will agree with Mauler on everything and not think about it themselves. And that's why I appreciate, like, this is why I found this interesting when I found out that you were doing this stream, because I heard that Jacob was on it. And I was like, oh, I'll give it a listen to it. And he literally left just to join, but whatever. And I was like, God damn it. And then I just carried on. It was fascinating to me. Yeah, I'm very much. I mean, I'm hoping that I've come across as like, I guess, fair, or at least even if you disagree with my opinion, at least I'm not just doing one thing or the other. I've got a lot of praise and criticism for EFAP, but I feel it just comes from me having my own mind, and I could probably be talked out of them either way, but depending on how good your arguments are. But I find it bizarre that there's people out there that go, "Oh, I love Mauler for his constructive criticism," and then they will not let anyone disagree with the constructive criticism of Mauler. You're like, that might buy Mauler. It's like, are you sure about
that? I mean, this is the kind of position I have on all these inverted brackets bad faith creators, where
it works.
They don't. I'm really trying to formulate this properly now. So I feel that the stuff they're talking about, like for example, Mauler bad, right? For like, let's take Jack Saint as an example. Now, at the start of his video, he put on a long introduction just for the sake that there was no need for that long introduction. Now, that to me is wasting the viewer's time, in that you could have just said he does long introductions, give an example of this, and move on, as opposed to being a git about it, right? And I feel that they're just picking just to pick, regardless of if they actually believe in it or not. Because if they actually believed in it and they was really behind it, that they was convicted and all the rest of it, so they believe in their convictions, they haven't committed a crime or anything. If they actually stood by the stuff they were saying and actually believed in it, I don't feel that Mauler could ever take apart what they were saying as much as where if you're, let's for example, I'm not trying to toot my own horn or yours here, but if you was actually to have constructive criticism, regardless of whether it was leaning negative or positive, then you can't really argue too much against it, because number one, you gave examples, which half of these people don't. They just say Mauler bad, essentially. Also, you believe what you say, and because you watch Mauler, you like Mauler, makes you even more passionate and want him to make these changes, because you just want him to do better, is what my understanding is, right? Now, with the bad faith creators, they just want to point finger, and that's the thing I don't want to do here. You've done the opposite. You've literally stated your case, give the examples, and if Mauler were to come on a stream right now, I don't believe that he'd have any problem whatsoever with you doing that. He might hack you to bits as he does everyone else, but at least you have
He'd probably argue against me, and to be fair, I'd kind of hope that I'd change my mind and go, oh no, I was probably wrong about this, and this, because like I said, I'm happy to like his thing. I kind of watch a lot of stuff with Mauler and all these other people because I kind of want things to be better. So if I can be like, like if somebody can convince me that a movie wasn't as bad as I thought it was, I'd be like, oh, that's neat. I've realized that this thing, it doesn't suck. That's great. But I think a lot of people, for what you were saying, I agree with you. They seem to go in wanting like they've already made their mind up, rather, so they'll find anything to make I say bolster their argument, but what they actually do is make an embarrassment of themselves. But what they're trying to do is bolster their point. And I think what we're doing is we have an opinion, and if we're wrong, we'll go, oh damn, I guess I was wrong. That's I'm an idiot. Carry on.
I think we've been circling around this, but one a great thing about Mauler is that all the people that hate him are fucking morons.
Yeah.
Agreed. There's not really much to say about that. Agreed. But it's
10 points.
That's why Mauler and Rags said on the one, I think it was a super chat, that they said that they, because I think someone was brought up, are you going to debate organized chaos? And they said no, because they made a statement how they weren't going to try not to like debate people who had bad faith, and chaos has that reputation. And also they made a statement about how they were not going to debate people who had mental health problems.
I think wasn't their point that they've done that before and it's just never gone well, so they're just like, look, we've learned and we just don't want it. And nobody's obligated to debate you anyway. I don't like this mentality. I don't want to get too thingy. It's like this most recent thing with Az and Ackman and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And it's like people are like, oh, Az should have debated him regardless. Like, well, I mean, I'm going to say this right, and I don't mean thinking. I'm not a big fan of Az's content, but I don't want to go any more than that. But it's like he's under no obligation to talk to someone he doesn't want to. Like, just end of. That's the end of the discussion. He doesn't have to. Bizarre.
Yeah,
that people are like, oh, he should have spoken to Ackman. It's like, well, it might have helped, but he doesn't have to. And if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to. It's, what do you want?
I think in Az's position now, and especially, I don't know if you've seen his most recent video about it to end it all, is especially since Ackman has outed Mauler as the middleman.
Yeah.
I think there's absolutely no reason why Az should even go anywhere near that with a 10-foot barge pole.
No, I agree. Because I mean, I don't agree with we won't get too much into it, but it's like I don't agree that Ackman proved Az quote unquote right, because I think the Az getting upset about the pronoun stuff in Starfield is a different discussion to the sweeting thing, using their ideology as an excuse for poor writing. However, my major thing about that is I totally agree that Ackman was completely in the wrong, because sharing private messages that are private is just a shitty thing to do, and it's just like it's just I mean, I guess like technically it's not like illegal in and of itself because of how does like laws work. They tend to only account for like a business stuff, unfortunately. But it's like, I think socially we all agree that if I said, hey, can I talk to you in private, and then just shared it online, you'd be like, bro, what the fuck? And everyone would be like, yeah, bro, what the fuck? Because it's just, I mean, people do it, but they're like, they're asses. I don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? It's just like, I think Ackman was just very wound up, and it's just he made a bad call, and I think he's just apologizing and get some brownie points back from some people. But I'm like, damn, that's just shitty, man. At the very least, he shouldn't have name dropped Mauler.
The like thing about Ackman is that he's gonna use anything to his advantage to like get an upper leg. So
it didn't even help him either.
Yeah, I think it was to be expected that he would do something like that, and he kind of miscalculated with that. I think he went on Tommy C recently and apologized for it or something.
Oh, did he? I mean,
I think so.
I'll at least give them that. But I mean, like at the same time, but like it really undermines his whole point. Like, I mean, I still don't disagree with some of the. I mean, obviously, his hyper-inflammatory like comments on Twitter were just absolutely just like, dude, don't give ammunition. I think Az is a bit special when he was saying he's literally encouraging them to. Like, I don't think so. He's being hyperbolic. He's not literally saying find him, get him. It's just it's ridiculous language. It's a bit like saying, oh, these people should be gone, or whatever. Like, yeah, I don't think people are literally calling for their deaths. Sometimes they are, but obviously the people tend to be a bit more specific about that. But yeah, it's just. At the end of the day, it's just like it was just bizarre, wasn't it? Bad faith.
Yeah. I mean, I think the turning point of it all was, and it was all shown in this last video, is that there was one point where Ackman had obviously gone through Mauler and says, "Can we talk about it?" etc., etc. Az agreed to it. He actually agreed, and then he put out a message saying, really sorry, I've really suffering right now.
Give me a week, wasn't it, or something? Give me a week or two.
Give me a week. I'm poorly sick, all that stuff. I just need to recoup before I can be my best self, etc., and actually go through this with you. And the reason being, for content's sake, he put it up and misrepresented it again. Now, regardless of sharing Mauler's messages and everything like that, from that point on, where he again put out a video when he was requested not to, anything after that is irrelevant. He's in bad faith now. He will just do anything he wants to do, regardless of what's being asked. At that point, he would have lost me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel it's very much. I can't actually remember how I started this, so I'm sorry about that because my brain is going too much. But it's like I was saying to a friend of mine who agrees with him over Az about stuff. And to be fair, up until that point, I was kind of. I don't like picking sides, but what I mean is specifically about this context, I think that Az really overreacted to Starfield stuff. But that's my opinion, But because Starfield is a shitty game, don't get me wrong. But I think why it was very different reasons to why Az did. But yeah, just like the moment you do that, you lose a lot of faith, and I think in the future, like who's going to want to be like a confidant to him now, isn't it?
Right.
I think it will take him a long time to get any kind of trust back. Even people that like, I think even people that don't like hate Ackman for it. I'd be you know, and I don't think people. To be fair, I don't think people should hate him for it, but I think people should definitely call him out and go, bro, what the fuck.
Yeah,
and I know it's like a really layman way of putting it, but it's just like you just don't do that. No matter who's right or wrong, sharing private information, and you're like, it's not private information. It's like private messages are private information. Like
especially when Mauler said, yeah.
Oh yeah, he even asked him, and Mauler said, "Please don't."
Yeah,
and then he did it anyway. Yeah, so it's just like it's just very. It also shows that Atman wasn't doing it in good faith either, was he? He was doing it because he just wanted to do more stuff, I guess. Because wasn't there the big thing as well, which he was pushing for a little bit before Az agreed for a private chat to make it a public debate, and it's like Az just didn't want that. Like, oh, do it, bro. It's like, yeah, but I mean, you ask him, that's fine, but you're quite clearly not interested in the discussion. If after no, you're just still pushing for it. But whatever, it's just but that felt like a very bad faith thing to me. Oh no, that's why I think I was going to get onto it. It was a thing you were saying where I don't know if you got to actually, but Akman says, "Oh, we're doing the video. Also, I want to get you context. By the way, because you're being delayed, I'm still going to release the video where I said I want to get context on you on. But you know, whatever. You're like, I feel like your point for the discussion now is kind of pointless then, because you just said you're going to carry on that anyway. And I mean, and a lot of people were like, oh, well, he didn't have a choice. He already edited the video. It's like he could have just delayed it by a week. He could have edited Az out, whatever. But he had a choice, and at the end of the day, I think he just made the wrong one.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I mean, if it's such a big deal, and I mean, okay, he said he spent so much time on his video, really proud of it, blah 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 blah. But if it was that important, don't you would have thought? I mean, 1 week, dude, for God's sake.
That's what I mean. Just delay it. You don't have to. I mean, he could literally have it set up so he plans to like make it public like the second after the debate ends, and like in his mind, because he can just say like he wants a discussion. And even if he's not, because like Az said, and I totally believe him on it. I have a friend that doesn't believe Az, and I'm like, I totally believe him. He's literally that Az, and he's just like, Az doesn't give a shit. He's like, yeah, if we had the discussion and you still think that's what I like, blah blah, then fine, go ahead. But like, don't say you want to have a discussion because you want to get more context, but also say, by the way, I'm releasing more content out of context for the sake of more views. It's like, yeah, that comes across as more. You're not doing it in good faith, really. I think that's where a lot of issues on YouTube come from, don't they? Where it's a lot of bad faith or people doing it for the views, for the drama. And it's just like, and it pisses me off. I fucking hate drama. Really,
yeah, it just makes
like a lot of the people who defended what was her name, Jenny, her Joker video,
Jebby, yeah,
and and like they didn't even watch the EFAP coverage of it. They just looked at the timestamp and were like, I can't believe these people talk for 11 hours on.
Yeah, they literally bullied a woman for 11 hours. Can you believe that?
And it's like, guys, they didn't even talk like 6 hours on it.
Mostly memes, man.
I can guarantee about an hour of that video wasn't even about the Joker or what's a fate.
They've released it recently on the EFAP highlights. It's like 4 hours or something, or 3 hours or something is the actual Jenny stuff. And so it's like basically out of the 11 hours, 8 to 7 is them just like fucking about.
Yeah. And I can guarantee you at least one of those hours is the Jeb thing.
Oh, no, it totally is. Yeah. But what I mean, but I think the point is more, I think they did it to make a point as well, which I'm totally all for. It's like, even with the stuff that's only barely related to her, it's like a third of the video max. And then people are like, oh, that's still too long. And it's like, yeah, but the point you were saying was that you were saying it's 11 hours of this, and it's not, you're lying. Yeah. And then their reaction obviously is I'm not going to watch all that. It's like, well, then don't make that comment then if you're not going to fucking fact check it, Christ's sake.
That's why I'm glad Mauler and Star Wars Theory actually got to have meet and have a conversation.
Yeah, that was a nice outcome, wasn't it? Yeah, they got their own podcast.
Yeah, because up to that point, people were like making comments on Theory's videos on how the EFAP had covered like his reaction to, I think it was Mandalorian season 2, and had mocked him for crying, and like this is just dropping stuff like that. And so Theory hadn't watched it. Theory had no idea. And then he and Mauler actually joins the stream to talk to Theory about with Star Wars, I think, and then they actually started talking, and now they hang out like once a week to do stuff.
Yeah. No, I saw that
But,
first
yeah.
stream. It was great. That's really what I got to say about it. It was great.
Yeah.
I saw the highlights of it, and it was really fun just to watch that. At the start of the video, you see like Theory's got his guard up, and then like after about like half an hour, you can see him just start to chill out because he's like, "Wait, this Mauler guy's just sort of talking about movies.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
what we do."
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I like
And
they disagree
he's trying
a
to
lot.
get Mauler. Yeah, he's trying to get Mauler to watch the Clone Wars. I don't think
Yeah.
Mauler has yet.
No, he's agreed to it, but they're doing the Bad Batch season 3 first. But this is why I'm actually really enjoying Star Grift for that as well. But it's like
Mhm.
again, I don't think it's really fun because in that podcast, and it shows that obviously Mauler isn't in bad faith. I mean, Mauler makes mistakes as anyone else does, but obviously he's not trying. Basically, my main point is that he's not trying to be like a lot of other fucking scumbags on YouTube that just pretend that they're, oh no, I'm being honest when they're quite clearly not. But Mauler seems to be quite a genuine guy, and then him and Theory will quite often disagree about Star Wars, but because they both know that neither of them are in bad faith, they don't let it get to them. And it's just nice to see that when content creators realize that they're both being honest with each other, even when you can disagree on kind of some really serious stuff when it comes to like your values or what you like, it can still be chill. And I think a lot of people have forgot that now. They seem to just feel that Twitter is how people communicate, and it makes me sad.
Yeah, and it's like very long. Well, I say very long time ago. It's probably a couple of years at this point. I don't know if all of you guys watch Friday Night Tights, but does anyone remember the Filoning or the Filoning, or how to pronounce it? The big argument between Az and Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, saying that I don't care what they say, outside the movie, just as long as they give me good content. And it was a whole thing that was edited by Perijan, which was pretty much amazing. But essentially, that was like over 2 or 3 streams. It was an absolute freaking like shouting to hell out of each other, and like everyone thought they'd really properly fell out hard. But by the next couple of streams, it's like best of friends again, and that's how it should be. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm never going to speak to you again, going to get you cancelled. Like, I want people to knock down your door and freaking set your house on fire, that kind of stuff. Just have an argument, work shit out, and get the fuck over it.
I think like attracts like, don't they? And I think we were saying this before about how like a lot of the the tangential people in EFAP and co. I mean, obviously a lot of people were before EFAP or aren't related, found their own success. That's not what I'm saying. But you know what I mean? That like sphere of the internet. A lot of them, even if there's lots that I don't agree with, it's like I don't like hate them or even find them annoying, even if I disagree with their content, because I think fundamentally they're all people that I consider to be adults that realize at the end of the day they talk about cinema and they're making their opinions, and people having different opinions, whether or not they think each other is stupid for them or not, doesn't change them. Like it doesn't mean you have to attack their character. And I fucking hate that the idea. It'd be like let's just say something. It'd be like if somebody here was like a diehard fan of EFAP regardless, and they were like, no, everything I said about Rags was wrong, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And I'm just and even if we had like an argument to hell and back about me with my references, them with theirs, and that, and then at the end of the day, I'd be hopeful that we could just go, man, that was a conversation. Anyway,
yeah.
And here's the thing, I'm trying to be harsh. Like I want to make it clear, I don't hate Rags. I just have things. My point was mainly, just to reiterate, was more that I think when Wolf was there, it was just a better dynamic. That was all I was saying. Just to be, I want to be clear. I don't hate people on EFAP. I still really like it. Anyway, sorry. I just want to be clear.
I think with Rags, it's more of a case of, it's not like people don't like him. It's more of a case of they're just there's more and more times when it makes you think, come on, dude, that was a bit harsh. Come on.
Yeah. But
like everyone has that friend who goes overboard on shit like that, and I think it's just one of those guys. Yeah. So, okay. I actually have 2 really important questions regarding Mauler, one not so much regarding him, so I'll go for that one first. I need to ask everyone. Pineapple on pizza.
Oh,
thoughts?
no, not the age-old question.
Come on, the really important stuff. Hang on, I've got something for that. Okay, now.
Oh, that's mean. No, don't do that to our Shammy. Shammy's a nice woman.
Now I know where I stand.
Matt saying like
To
pineapple on
quote
pizza
Mauler,
is your
that
only
was a
hope.
conversation.
Trying to run away.
There was this thing that just come up on my Facebook earlier, and it's a genuine advertisement from Domino's Pizza. They've got a pineapple dip.
Oh, that.
Which changes things.
What would that would have been like? Is it like a chutney?
I don't know. I haven't actually had it yet because I don't have.
I'll try anything once. I'll totally give it a go. I don't think I'd enjoy that. Now, we'll be fair. I used to love like Hawaiian pizza, so pineapple on pizza is just like it's fine to me. I've got nothing against pineapple on pizza. I don't see the issue. It's not like it was one of my favorite toppings. I thought it was fine. That's again my lukewarm takes. I'm coming out with these incredibly boring takes today. I'm on fire.
No, that's fine. The other thing is now I'm kind of at odds with myself here about this, and I just want to see what you guys think. So what's his name? The Little Platoon.
Oh yeah.
So he's gone up in my estimations. I've seen a couple of his longs, as people call them. Do you think he's a better long than Mauler? The reason I asked this is the comment was made by you guys earlier that, or I can't even remember who said it now. Like bring out these videos just purely on Mauler's channel in a bit less time. Now, what Little Platoon seems to be doing is bringing out all these videos that are 2 hours, 3 hours, sometimes 4 or 5 hours long, and he's doing it what seems to be in no time at all. I'm actually gravitating towards him, not so much away from Mauler, but I think he's wanting to be the crowned, the new.
Well, he's releasing the content at a faster pace, isn't he? So you've got more to chew on, essentially, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah. Any thoughts on him?
I haven't actually seen much of his content. I've enjoyed him. What I've seen him a lot on Critical Drinkers podcast and that. But honestly, I've not. But I didn't know he was making long form things, so I might just make a note of that and have a look at that from maybe tomorrow. I've got a day off work.
Yeah. Pay heavy attention to the Marvels one. That is just.
That sounds funny. Hang on, I'm actually just going to subscribe to him now, and I'll just have a look at that tomorrow. Actually, because that just. I do this a lot. I'll subscribe to someone I'm interested in, and then after a bit, if I'm not, I'll just unsubscribe. But then they still boost them in the algorithm a little, so it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. One other thing, which again the comments be made on this stream about Mauler, is that with Little Platoon, he sounds exactly like how he would normally sound on a live stream. There's no difference. There's no wanting to sound more charismatic or anything like that. He doesn't. He literally speaks on those long videos the same way he does on the stream. So I think you might appreciate that about him as well.
I'm pretty indifferent to Mauler's narrative voice. Like he definitely has one, but it's not obnoxious. Like I was going to say the right opinion, but it was like sounding like that as well. Who was that guy?
Mark Brown is like the base example, I would say.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of the guy that did the wait, was it Lord of the Rings he did? I mean, he seemed like a nice guy when they brought him on, but he had like a proper
cinematic Venom.
No, the guy. What was it? He was like it's totally like celestial or something.
Yeah,
the same.
That's the guy I'm thinking of.
Oh right, yeah. I forgot his name. I'm sorry, but like I remember when he came on EFAP, he seemed like a really nice guy. But I'm not holding it against him. But like that's it's only really like when you get to that level of like you're just like
night and day.
It's just like. Just turn it down a little. You're just coming across as a little bit like pretentious, and I don't think you. Obviously, when you hear him in person, you're not doing that on purpose. I know what you mean, but it just it's just. I mean, I come across someone like because I can't like script and do. I've tried to script for a video a few times, and I just get bored. My attention span is absolutely fucking dog shit. So.
Yeah, but when you want someone to know that something's celestial, you need to say it's celestial.
Yeah, but I don't think that Mauler like does that. But I mean he does have a presenter's voice essentially, but I feel he's more enunciating more rather than like putting on a voice, if that makes sense.
Yeah. To me, and again, not trying to kiss his ass too much, but for me, he's kind of like the Morgan Freeman of YouTube, where he could literally murder your whole family and still make you feel relaxed about it.
Oh yeah, Mauler. You mean is this?
Yeah, Mauler.
Yeah, Mauler's that kind of guy where I kind of wish that he did like audiobooks.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Did you see that? I mean, it was ages ago. But did you see when he did? He never released it, unfortunately, but he did like a draft of like a prologue for one of Wolf's ideas for her books. He just read that out, and that was just like really like nice to listen to.
Yeah. He did a stream with someone not too long ago as well, where they're actually doing an audio thing, and he's one of the characters, like a type of Darth Vader type of person.
Isn't that Star Wars Theory?
No, it's not. Was it? Yeah, it was. Oh my god, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
I'm just gonna say, because I'm pretty sure I recognize that thing, because he was saying like, oh, well, someone else already doing Darth Vader, but there's this other character, and Mauler's like, yeah, I'll go for it, and I think he's just got that. He's just one of those guys. He's just got a really, he's just got a really like, I don't know how to say it. He's just got a really like sexy voice. I don't know what to say. I'm like, no, my shitty voice, you know. He's just really good at narrating. I don't know what to say. It's just a natural talent he has.
Yeah. If a voice could have sex with you, that's what it would be like.
Didn't like the Star Wars girl basically say that once, and everyone was she's just like, if I could just have Mauler's voice, and Mauler's just like, I'm still here, and she's just like, no, just the voice. It was just like a little joke, but it's still funny.
On one of the recent EFAPs, someone suggested that instead of doing the plush toys, someone do a kind of Woody from Toy Story thing where you could pull a zipper and they'd say their favorite phrases. So with Rags, you'd have
what
like,
the
"Hi Rags,
fuck?
no, what the absolute haberdashery fuck."
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, personally, I wouldn't get it, but the idea of like the long man plushie with like a Woody style, like, you know, string at the back would probably be pretty genius for like just. I reckon a lot of people would buy it.
Well, at the very least, you'd want a soundboard or something. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, more should just sell like packs for people to use. Would you like the official Discord?
Hey guys, I gotta go.
Yeah.
It was a really nice stream. I might pop in next time if that's okay.
Yeah, no, more merrier. Again, there'll be a different link up for the next one. I'll make sure I have the right chopping one the next time. So what I'll do, I'll put the link up on the chat about an hour before the stream comes on live, and then just pop in when you want to. It's not a problem.
Yeah. Sounds great. And just for your clip, hi Rags.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
No, it's been chill chatting.
Yeah, it's good. I would ask the same of you, Shamrock. Can you say hi, Rags?
Hi, Rags.
Yeah. Again, putting a bit of a montage together for that. Just think it'd be a funny thing to have. I might even make it its own video. I don't know.
Well, just the Hi Rags compilation.
Yeah.
You just say Hi Rags. You just about how it's interests me. It's just like oh hey, I know. Oh, I'm on the spot now.
You know what?
Or you have a really posh one. Hello, Raggles. How is thou? And it's just like, what the fuck is this guy?
You know what? I might actually go to people I work with and just random people that I know and say, can you just do me a favor? Can you just speak into this microphone and say hi, Rags? Why? No particular reason.
Just, why? Do it.
Do it now.
No, and then you just get your phone out. You just hit play Palpatine. Do it.
Do it.
And then that, like, no one can say no to that. It's the law now, you know. The power of memes compels you.
Oh, yeah. One thing that I know what we said earlier about, we want Mauler to do this, but he may not be so passionate about it, but I really wish he'd do a load of EFAPs about Buffy.
Oh, I mean, I think that would be a bit different because he's very passionate about Buffy, isn't he? So I reckon if he ever wanted to do it, like, he could get a lot out of it because Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a phenomenal show. Like, it's not flawless, but it's phenomenal, but it's really fucking good. I have lots of issues with Buffy, but I adore it.
Not the movie that came before it, because
I've never seen that. I didn't. I forget it exists every time because I don't care. I just like the TV show.
Well, I was going to say nothing to do with that, but the actual Buffy series as we know it, the first episode aired today, 27 years ago. 1997.
Wow.
How old do we feel now?
Wait, that's not right. 27. What?
2024 now. 1997. That's 27 years.
Oh, it's no. My brain just went confused because I'm like, but I'm 29. But obviously, what year, what month you're born fucking matters. Asa, you fucking idiot. Carry on. I never said I never said I wasn't special. I just said I was.
No, I've had the same thing with Star Trek because it came around in the 90s and I was still in like primary school at that point. And I keep thinking, oh, that came out then. How old was I? Oh, I was probably like 2 then. It's indistinguishable in my head, but yeah, that's age for you.
That'd be cool. I'd love them to do that. I've got a few friends that I want to show Buffy to, but we're watching so much other stuff. Like we've literally got like a list of the shit that we're showing each other, and it's just it keeps getting longer. Especially when fucking shit like Percy Jackson comes out, and we're like, well, we've got to check this shit out.
Not the Percy Jackson Lord of the Rings trilogy, just the other Percy Jackson.
No, yeah, not the extended cut, just the one without Gandalf. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Buffy, have you guys seen? It wasn't on Mauler channel or anything like that. It was on a completely different thing. I forget what it was now, but he was on someone else's stream. There's about 3 or 4 of them, and he pretty much gave this woman an orgasm on screen because they were talking about Buffy.
I mean, I haven't. That sounds funny.
To watch it is. Because she was like, "Oh, who's your favorite character?" And he was like, "I guess Anya." And it's like, "Oh my god, that's my favorite character too!" And she was like, getting increasingly fangirl.
She was squeeing.
Yeah, sorry, I should have used the word nerdgasm. That's a bit more relevant. But yeah, it was a whole hour of, "Oh my god, I can't believe this! I want to marry you. I want you to have my children." No, it's like, for God's sake, girl, chill. But
that sounds insane. But it sounds funny. I mean, I'd probably, if I could find the video, I'd probably find it hilarious to watch. But
I'll put it on my community tab.
Oh, I know it's not to do with EFAP, but can we just really quickly? So, what's your favorite season?
Of Buffy?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Actually, let's do like the thing just to really like divide anyone that ever's like, if you share this with anyone, like, what's your favorite and least favorite season?
I can't tell you my favorite season, but I can tell you my favorite ending to a season, and that's season 2.
That's fair. I love season 2 is a series I have issues with, like, mechanically, but I adore like the story with Angelus and stuff. I think it's amazing.
Right. Close second would be season 3, the whole fight, the whole battle with the mayor.
I can't fault you.
Eating up Principal Schneider was just.
That was just. It was just like you were just like, he so deserved it.
Yeah,
and then you're like, really? Did he really deserve to be eaten? And I'm like, probably not, but I'm so happy.
I forget the actress's name now, but I've actually met Glorificus. Oh,
she was a great villain. Like obviously I don't leave my house, so I don't meet people. But she was great.
There is one tiny little, and I do mean this is a nitpick here. So if you have arguments, then just know that.
Hang on, just loading the crossbow. Carry on.
So there is this tiny, like 2-second thing, and you miss it. In the final episode of Glory's, I think it's series 5, is it? Season 4 was the army. Season 5 was Glory. Mm-hmm. So last episode, just before she went along and done the whole, okay, let's get Dawn ready and about to kill her and all that kind of stuff, there's this little 2-second thing where she's filling out paperwork. Why?
I can't remember.
Like, literally, kind of just before the whole thing gets started, she signs something on a piece of paper as if, like, the rights to or the paperwork you need to have that, like, construction site and stuff. and she signs something. And like, why is she signing this? She's about to go home and bring hell on earth, and she's thinking about paperwork in the last second. What the hell? Just those really tiny things that I think that
I'd have to rewatch it. Like, 'cause it has been a while since I've watched Buffy, and whenever I will watch it, I'll have to keep a mental note to like pay attention to that because I can't remember that at all.
No, it's just one of those things where if you see it, it will niggle at you, but if you miss it, it's probably fine, and then you won't have mental health problems, etc., because you devote your whole life to figuring it out, kind of thing.
Just go opposite, like positivity. Do you know one of my favorite scenes in all of Buffy? Not on like a character thing, but in like an old shit moment. I love it when they're out in series 5. They're out in the park in the sunlight having a chat, and they talk about Glory, and then she just appears, and it's an oh fuck moment, and I love it because obviously you're kind of conditioned that daytime is safe. And then she just goes, "Hi, fam, I'm gonna kill you now." And they go, "Fuck!" And they just run off. And he's like, "Yeah, what else can they do?" But I remember that scene being a proper oh shit moment because you're like, "Yeah, like what? Yeah, she's not a vampire. Why doesn't she just do this?" And then she's like, "I found you," and they're like, "Oh, we're fucked." And it's like, yeah, I absolutely like adore that opening scene to that episode. I just remember that being a proper like, "Oh yeah, she is a."
Yeah, can I just highlight a comment that is just this is the best comment to a stream in the history of YouTube?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
The algorithm over here. The algorithm be do like that sometimes. It be what it do, Yug.
That just tickled me. Okay, so here's a kind of device, and again, not Mauler, but I have to know this because it's Buffy. The musical episode, what's more feeling? Yay or nay?
Yay. It's like one of the best episodes of the series, but I have arguments, so carry on.
And you know the best song of all time in that episode is?
I don't know what other people would say. I mean, my favorite is I'm Under Your Spell.
No, completely wrong. Absolutely couldn't get further from the truth. The best ever song from that episode is They Got the Mustard Out.
Oh, right. The meme song is definitely the glorious. I love that scene because they just it's happening everywhere. Opens the curtains. They got the mustard out, and then there's just a chorus, and then Giles just closes the curtains. He goes, "Yes, it is everywhere." Just carry on. Oh no, I'm misremembering it. That's a different thing. They're walking past on the street, and they just walk, and they're like, "Right." Anyway, they're just like, "What the fuck's happening?" It's you're totally right. Yeah. I thought you meant like the full song. Sorry, because that was just the abridged version we got of that one. The full amazing song was cut, unfortunately, for time reasons. But
Yeah. Now I don't. So I don't know if you've seen Strange New World season 2 in their musical episode. But they actually. Know that
show. Sorry.
Okay. So Star Trek: Strange New Worlds is in the last series, season 2, they had a complete musical episode again, just like they did in Buffy, and they tried to work it into the story and all that. And one of the songs they
Mayo?
Hello? Mayo? I think Mustard got him.
Oh no.
Oh no, Ketchup was not far behind Shemmy. What do we do?
Hold
I don't think he like muted himself. He's not muted. Oh no, what's happened? But oh no, poor Mayo. I've just looked on the stream and we're still talking, unfortunately. So we're in command of his stream now, I guess.
Oh no.
What?
How you
doing? Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, we have to be nice because this isn't one of our this isn't one of the internal group that we know, Shammy, that we just ruin their stream for them. This guy.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I'm back.
I went to a dark place. It was so scary. There were loads of donuts in there. But inside the donut holes, there was another donut.
Oh, that's really bad. That's
and
really
then inside there was another donut.
I was going to ask you if there were holes in the donuts.
Oh, poor Mayo.
Mayo.
Oh, I feel awful for him now. Oh, I wonder what's happened to his PC.
Uh-oh.
He's still streaming though.
Yeah.
Well, in case we're still going.
Hello. Hello.
There you are. There you
Oh,
are.
you're back.
Hello.
Oh, thank God. We were scared.
Hi.
We thought ketchup got you.
It's okay. I had to end the stream because my... Oh, hang on. Maybe not. 1 second. I am going to mute myself again. Talk amongst yourselves, but this will only be a minute. If
Okay.
that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, then.
Sorry.
See.
So it's snowed today.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Yeah. Snowed all day.
It was raining here in England of all places. Can you believe it? It never rains here. It's
No.
insane.
I
know,
absolutely refuse to believe it rains in England.
I was absolutely shocked. You know, like I was like, "There's water here." Like, what the fuck? This doesn't happen in England. That's madness. It's
Crazy.
I know, right? And then you know, and then also there was like these. I'll tell you what. Actually, we'll just go with like a non-joke, nice thing. Show. Have I told you about the lake near where I moved?
No.
So, because it's nearby. So I take the dogs there because it's like, you know, within like an hour of me like walking. Well, it's less than that, but you know what I mean. So I go there almost every day now with them, and they've got like, do you know the company JCB? They make a lot of farming equipment and stuff, but like they just make like vehicles. Yeah. But they're like world headquarters is near me, and they've got like black swans and ducks from Africa and stuff. So there's just all this like British wildlife, and there's just this fucking like gold and like purple like ducks there just looking at, and you're like, I feel you don't belong here, but I'm not going to ask them if they've got their papers or anything. I think they're fine. It's just really funny just to see regular like British ducks, and then there's just this one. I'm just like, he is the king. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's awesome to see this like imported wildlife that's just sort of chilling. They've got black swans as well. I've heard there's a movie about that.
I heard that too. I have not watched it.
Neither
on ballet or
have I.
something.
You mispronounced ballet, but I'll forgive you. Don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry. you know me and my pronunciation. We not the best.
Yeah. I know. Like words aren't your strong point.
No, absolutely not. I totally didn't write a book.
No.
I'm totally not working on another one.
No. Wait, are we still like live on the stream? Quick, Shammy, shill, tell them where you can buy your book.
It's totally not available on the website, Mar McEwen.
Yeah, exactly, and you definitely no. Let's not be dicks. But
so do you want to watch Tremors tomorrow?
Oh yeah, we should do that. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, I've heard like funny things about it, but I've never actually seen it.
Yeah, so there's apparently like 8 movies of it now.
Oh my God!
I would say only watch the first 2, okay? Because everything else after that, they just become more insane. But I'd say the first 2 are good.
Oh, have you seen? Oh crap! I can't. I'm gonna see if I can find the YouTuber's name. Hang on. Oh,
Okay.
is his name like Pointless TV Hub or something? Fuck. Pointless Hub. There he is. He's a funny YouTuber. I'm not really trying to promote anything. My thing was, he's done a video covering all the Sharknado movies, and it's that's a trip. As somebody that didn't really know anything about the Sharknado movies other than they existed, they go from wild to fucking insane. There's one where they literally have to blow up the sharks in space. You know what I mean? Like that level of stupid, and it's like, oh, but like the guy's just like, this fills a niche, and people need to see this. And I'm like, I don't really want to watch the movies, but watching other people's coverages of it is just glorious. Just to know that this movie exists. It's like when you hear about the Oh, I didn't see it, but did you hear like that Winnie the Pooh was made into like a horror movie last year now, I guess?
Yes, I heard about that.
Yeah, and part of me goes just like, what the fuck? The other part of me just goes, I don't want to see it just because, well, first of all, I don't really like Miranda, the guy who just goes, "Silence will fall." It's just like, yes, this man has been cancelled. It was because he dared to make a video praising / criticizing Mauler. Whichever side you
How
stand
dare
on,
you.
have struck him down.
The nerve of Mayo.
The mayo has curdled for the last time.
Yeah, so I don't want to watch the Winnie the Pooh horror film.
That was what I had actually forgotten what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Yeah, but I love
Yeah,
hearing about that shit.
Yeah, I like the book. I like the cartoons that Disney did, but the older cartoons. They're newer cartoons. They started getting kind of weird. Oh, there he is. Hello.
Okay, so sorry, I know you're in the middle of conversation there. Just to let you know, I have a Rode wireless mic, and it ran out of battery, and I literally just tested the limits of it. So I've just gone onto my gaming headset, which is what I'm speaking through now. Do I still sound okay?
You sound clear. You also sound very loud.
Okay, how about now?
That's better.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was like a heart attack for a slight second there. So, yeah. Now, by the way, I heard everything that you said, so I knew you weren't talking about me.
Oh no! I meant every word.
Yeah. I like that Unbridled Mayo. I don't care what any of you guys say.
Sorry, guys. I did I miss anything? I was actually on 2 seconds. Sorry.
It's okay.
No,
we're just
Mayo's
talking
back.
about yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I mean, Sham was just like telling people where I live and stuff like that. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry.
No, Mayo
Yeah.
wanted to know why you're writing an emu, and I was just
Wait,
giving him the
did
lore.
you actually
and-
ask that?
No.
No.
No. Unironically though, the reason that's insane is because the lore behind that in our history is it's stupid. And I'll actually just tell you because it was funny. Basically, when I first met, it wasn't Shammy like specifically, but it was the group like for the face, who made the Facebook group. And when I first spoke to them, they genuinely thought I was Australian because I didn't have like a London accent. So for about 2 months, they genuinely thought I was Australian. And then when I was like, "Wait, you aren't memeing?" I was like, "Oh, the Americans don't realize that there's an accent outside of London." Oh dear.
Yep.
So it's just like sort of the joke is that I'm Australian and I'm just like trying to pretend to be a British person.
Yeah. God help him if they ever went to Liverpool or Newcastle.
Yeah, I know, right? It's
Or they
it's
heard
been
a
fun at
Cockney
educating
accent.
people. Sorry.
Yeah.
I love that. Even in London, there's other accents as well.
Yeah. So I was going to say, because I heard the whole thing. One thing that I'm absolutely flabbergasted at is it rains in England.
I know, right? It was raining today. I was shocked. I wasn't prepared for this.
It totally
had a
did not
fit.
rain in England when I was there for 3 weeks. Yeah, totally didn't do
Lovely.
that at all.
Yeah.
I just walked around with a raincoat like a silly person because
Speaking of people's understand in America, at the very least, understanding of England. Number one, every time anyone asks me about home, it says, "Oh, how's London?" Not England, London. And I'm from Birmingham.
You know the Queen, right? I mean, she's
Yeah.
dead.
Oh no,
You know
get
her,
it all
right?
the time. But I actually had a lot of fun with this at my wedding over here because I'm in America now. So I had the TARDIS as on my wedding cake, which is great. When Doctor Who was still amazing with Matt Smith, not now with who. But
unspeakable.
yeah, pretty much. So what I actually because people said, "Oh, are you in the forces? Are you like a policeman or something?" And like that, it says, "No, well, yeah," and I like played along with it because I had my son on me at the time, obviously, and it says, "Yeah, this is like a remote control thing. So anytime that I'm in trouble or I have to put someone in a police box, I do this, and it calls a backup." So yeah, and they believe
police box, yeah.
Yeah, no. So basically, if I needed to like backup, if I was trying to put someone into the police box, it would call backup for me, and people would come to help me. And they were actually eating up, saying, "Oh, I didn't realize that. That's really interesting." Like as if, oh, for God's sake. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I get from that, apart from people who actually like Doctor Who. So that's the thing.
Even before I watched Doctor Who, I knew the police box was, Doctor Who.
Yeah. My favorite thing is that I'd tell them about different places, and I'd say Manchester, right? And they'd say, "Oh, that's not too far from London, isn't it?" And I'd say something along the lines of, compared to where everything is in America from each other, it is actually quite close, yes. But considering we're a tiny island the size of Massachusetts, no, it isn't. Or something along those lines.
I always think
it's like you talk to someone in Texas, and they say the nearest store to me is an hour away.
Yeah, no, in England, you're like, that's just like the next city, like, and that's like the furthest way. I mean, it's honestly kind of like a blessing, I guess, from what I've seen. I mean, depending on how you look at it, but it's like, and it's not all the same, don't get me wrong, but it's like there's obviously varied accents in America, but there's a lot of similar accents, or at least it changes over a very long distance. In England, I think it's hilarious. You drive like 2 hours in any direction, and you come across people that are speaking almost a different fucking language. It's kind of insane. Like if you go like further enough to the West Country, and they're just like, "All right, my love," and you're like, "My God, what the hell is happening right now?" Yeah, it's just really funny when, especially when Americans are introduced to the concept of just like, "Why? But you guys are the English. Why you guys have different language?" We're like, "We don't know. It just sort of happened. We can't stop it now."
Yeah, and by the way, for any Americans watching this, what I'm about to say isn't racist. It's what the place is called. So, being in Birmingham, my wife has come over to see me many times before I eventually moved here. And right by Birmingham is a place called the Black Country.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's full of black people. So because I used to live in a black country myself for a good amount of time, and what usually happens with me, I kind of adopt the accent of the place if I spend too much time there, and I hope not, but I think I'm getting a slight American twang here and there. But anyway, not the point of the story.
The culture, get him.
Yeah, not point of the story. So
one of us.
So my point is, when you're in the centre of Birmingham, if I were to say the phrase, "You can't say that," you obviously can hear it nice and you can understand what I'm saying. When you move, I think it's about 20 to 30 miles away from the centre of Birmingham, you get like Hell's Owen or something like that, maybe not even that far. When someone says the same sentence, it sounds exactly like this. "Yeah, of course, say that."
I fucking love the Brummie accent. I went to uni with someone with the Brummie accent, and it was the funniest shit. I loved having conversations with her.
Yeah. But I mean, they just can't understand the amount of space between all the cities here and how differently speak from people. It's like going to different countries.
Yeah, it's just kind of, well, I mean, it's funny that it's kind of insane to think about, but obviously you don't think about it when you live here. But like I do imagine the idea of going like, so you imagine going to another country and there's like 12 languages there, and you're like, and it's like, obviously it's dialects, but you know what I mean? It's a bit like how well, I mean, I know it's a different country, but it's a bit like how, even though it's all English, nobody can understand a man from Glasgow.
Yeah. If even the drinker has problems sometimes understanding.
Yeah, but what I think is funny is even people in Scotland say Glasgow's like another beast. They're like, yeah, even we're like, what the hell's going on there? Like, more power to him, but what are they saying?
Yeah. And the same is such as in when you go to Barry Island in Wales, it's like obviously it is a different country, but when you go to the centre there, it is like you are literally speaking a different language as opposed to English. Just weird.
So for context, I'm from the Midlands, anyone in the chat that doesn't understand, and that means I am either a northerner or a southerner, depending on who you ask.
Yeah,
because there is the Midlands, according to people from the south or the north. There is just the north and the south, and we are on the other side of whichever one that you're on.
Yeah. And of course, where was it? On the, hang on, I can't remember my north, south, west, and east at the moment. Southwest.
Shredded wheat.
Southwest, of course, Cornwall is a completely different country because they segregated themselves, didn't they?
Oh, I absolutely love that story. I think it's hilarious. that whole thing was actually kind of half attempted. It was so hearing about it like in the news and that while I was like at work and that I was just like, this is absolutely gold. I hope that it works for them, and obviously it didn't. But like, just the idea was just hilarious to me.
It's fine. They got enough brothers and sisters down there to procreate. Oh no, he didn't. Yeah,
they may call you racist, but they will never say that you're wrong.
I'm about to actually do some blasphemy by telling you a very short but very annoying joke that someone once told me about Cornwall.
Okay.
So, what do you call a Cornish man? A corn.
I get it. As my friend would say, that qualifies for the solitary clap award.
Yeah. The tumbleweed exclusive joke.
Well, basically, my friends had a thing, and I became famous for this. And it was just like, you make a joke that's kind of funny, but also really cringy. And he's just like, that is a solitary clap award, my friend. Claps one thing goes, now be ashamed of yourself. And I love that.
It's like, what was it? About Spock. How many ears does Spock... No, hang on. Yeah, that's it. How many ears does Spock have? 3. The left ear, the right ear, and the final front ear.
That's I mean, I think that must be quite clever though. That's pretty. I like that.
That's just about clever enough to just escape the one clap award.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's worth a giggle. Yeah, that's definitely
on the peripheral funny.
Unfortunately, any jokes that I would tell are too long and it would use up half your stream. So.
Oh no, I got the same. I've got this one. I'm not going to tell it here because I don't want everyone to unsubscribe in one night. But...
I love the idea. They were like, "Oh, this Mauler appreciation post." They're talking about England and he's Welsh, and also, what the fuck are these jokes? Why the fuck are you in you?
No, it's all right. People are here for the rain and the jokes. It's fine. It's chill.
They stayed. They joined because they joined for Mauler, but they stamed for the autism.
Yeah. They stay for the retardness.
Yeah. Of course.
So okay then. In regard to Buffy and Mauler, because I'm going to meld the two subjects into one now.
That was what happened. That's how we started this. Yes.
So I'm going to slightly digress from Buffy to include Angel, and there was just one thing that he said was the last season. I think it was either 4 or 5 because it finished early.
5.
5. That was it. He said there was like a proper funny scene. Now I didn't laugh very hard at the time of watching it, but he seems to think it's like the best thing since sliced bread. The argument between Spike and Angel about who would win. Between a caveman and an astronaut. I didn't quite appreciate that joke until Mauler said about it. Yeah.
I always liked that joke. It didn't make me like roar out loud, but I like it. I mainly like it for the little carrot stuff, and it shows like Angel and Spike kind of begrudgingly becoming like frenemies.
Yeah.
Whereas before they were quite clearly just people that hated each other.
Yeah, no,
I feel by the end of season 5, they are definitely more than just grudging like colleagues. I'd say I think they actually do like each other, at least to like some degree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not this in that way, but imagine like if you like, but Dragon Ball like Goku Vegeta kind of thing where they hate each other, but they also kind of do appreciate each other's company by that point. But that takes a whole season, and that's why I like that joke.
Yeah,
but it doesn't make me like roar out laughter now.
Now that whole season as a whole, compared to everything that we had before in Angel, how do you like it?
I have some issues with season 5, but overall I really like it, especially after the garbage that was series 4.
Yeah.
It does a lot to course correct.
Yeah, I tend to agree. The only thing, and I'm hoping you say the same thing here, is the ending, kind of ish. I don't know. I like to have everything like in a bow. Like for example, Star Trek DS9, where they did the whole like ending there, everyone goes their own way. Star Trek Next Generation, where they have the whole poker scene. I don't know. It just didn't sit. I liked it. It just at the same time didn't sit well with me to just like, oh yeah, I want to take down the dragon. I don't know. It's cool, but at the same time not cool.
I'm in two minds because obviously it's one of those where unfortunately they couldn't finish it because they weren't allowed to, you know what I mean, for time wise and stuff like that. And I agree with you. Like if I could have my way, I'd love to have just gone back in time, robbed the bank, and given them the money to make the series. You know what I mean? Like, but obviously that couldn't have happened. However, I think for an ending with, I guess, the themes of a series 5, I mean, my themes, but I like it. I like the idea that it's because apparently, obviously, I don't know if you saw it. I've read what the synopsis is online, and I'm mixed about it. But there is like a quote unquote series 6. It's in like a comic kind of form.
Yeah,
that does like end it all, and it seemed fine. Like I enjoyed reading the synopsis, you know. But what happened in the show, if you just ignored any outside source, which is usually what I do anyway, you know, I liked it as being like the last stand of like they knew they were going to die kind of thing. That's why I took it anyway. It's the fuck you, and then I like the whole like, but Angel, what about the thing about you earning your soul? And Angel's like, oh fuck that, that's like ages away, and there's all this shit to deal with now, and I'm fucking sick because Angel had a lot more like not meta, but like in universe kind of thing where like the quote unquote like gods and higher beings were like way more involved in that, and Angel, by the end, Angel's fucking sick of them, and I'm like, I like that kind of he's done with it because it's meant he's had to do a lot of bad stuff or roundabout stuff, which he just I don't know. But I agree with you. I'm mixed on it. There's lots I love about it. There's lots I'm about it, and there's lots I go, damn, I wish they could have changed it, kind of thing.
Yeah. I think that if they did a season, I know it's hindsight and all that, but if they did do a season 6, they could finish season 5 on, okay, we're having none of this shit now. This is what we're going to do to take down Wolfram Heart. And then by the end of season 6 for the final episodes, they actually, the only way they can take down Wolfram Heart is to actually release Angelus again. And see how that plays out, and then the whole noble sacrifice, blah blah blah. But I think that would be an interesting way to finish it off.
Did you read the I don't disagree with you, by the way, but did you
I haven't
the comics thing, because I won't tell you everything in case you fancy reading it, but the premise is kind of interesting. Basically, you know that shit they sent to Angel because of how like kind of terrified they are of. Because they are scared of how much he can do because of the prophecy and what he's already done. You know what I mean? Which makes sense. And you know, basically after that fight, they basically managed to fuck up a lot of stuff, but they end up just sort of leaving, and you get stuff like Angel's off doing his own stuff, and so's Spike and I can't remember her name, but you know the one that takes over you know, Fred's body.
Yeah, the blue chick. I can't remember either.
But I can't remember the it's like the demon / ancient god's name. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But the interesting part I like is that Gunn gets turned into a vampire during that fight. So he's actually part of a vampire gang, but he's sort of like in his thing. He's like turning the back. So when him and Angel meet, he's like fucking like angry at Angel because he never wanted to be a vampire. But he's also just like it's like an actual really kind of interestingly written thing where. This demon that used to be Gunn, you know, if you know how that, you know, because he's not got a soul, hates himself because he's a vampire, but also doesn't really understand why. So it's got this kind of thing of like, because obviously most humans don't know vampires, do they? So they can't already have that like this, you know, hatred of them, if that makes sense. So he's kind of this self-hating vampire that still does vampire things because he's still a demon at heart, and it's kind of a really interesting like story. But I won't go more if you fancy reading it. But like, but that was an interesting idea.
Ah, it's all good.
I have to get going.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving me your time. Always welcome back.
Yeah. You're welcome. All right, so I just leave studio.
That's fine. I just realised this stream is like 4 hours and 17 minutes, which I did not foresee in the fucking slightest.
Long man
Hanging out
good.
with it's all good to make new friends. This is the fun part of talking to people.
Alright, so I
Yeah,
just clicked
and
on
this is the
video,
thing.
right?
Yeah,
To go.
yeah. Just click that and you're gone.
Night, Shelley.
Right, bye.
Yeah.
Night.
I like how it started when I said like you owe me here because I'm really childish and I just joined for the sake of it, and now I'm just sort of been here for ages just to annoy you. But you know.
It's fine. You know, one of the things about living in America as a British guy is you kind of miss the British accent at times, and I kind of just watch like Doctor Who or something just to hear the accent, if anything else, because you're just surrounded by people who just don't understand the fucking thing you're saying.
That's fair. I mean, I know it's like a thing not to do with the stream at all, but you know, if you want to like join my Discord and watch stuff with us, you know, you're more than welcome. I think.
Yeah,
I've been really having fun chatting with you. You'll be more than welcome to our little group.
I'm completely happy with that. Did I get to you through Discord, or was it you clicked the link? I can't remember how you joined the stream.
I just clicked the link. Hang on. Did you? I don't know if you wanted to. Did you?
Tell you what,
on the private chat on
yes,
the stream that no one can see. Did you want to like send me your name and I can send you a friend request on Facebook and we'll go from there? And I'll just message you.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Because honestly, like not just for future stuff like this, which I'm more than happy to do. I just mean that, but it's honestly, I'm always looking for more friends to hang out with. We on my Discord, we watch movies all the time and stuff like that, and we just like hang out and just chill. So
I can't find. Oh, there you are. Literally, you know, at this point, I don't know if I'm just like wired tired or whatever it is. I just can't see anything.
It's like nearly 2 a.m. for me. I mean, I'm feeling tired, but I've not got work, so I'm sort of happy to chill. I've also been ill. Like I've had tonsillitis, so I've actually got an infection. So I'm actually probably a bit more muted than I usually am. I'm way more annoying normally.
That's fine.
So I'm just I'm just chilling.
Goes without saying, because I'm faceless and that, and my channel name, I can't have this name told to anyone. So I'm always known as Unbridled Mayo.
I mean that's fine. We have lots of Is that what you have on the Facebook?
Correct.
Cool. No, that's awesome. I'll get that sorted. So, but yeah, don't worry about it because I've got friends we've got people on Discord that don't use their real name. Like Shami doesn't tell us her real name. I mean, I do know her real name because we're now friends in real life, but she never uses it in public, and we don't because.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I've sent you that. So that's me. My name's Asa, by the way. So just so you know that, because I won't share my last name to the public, but my real name is Asa. So that's
okay. Not a problem. I was actually gutted not long ago because I found out that Az wasn't his actual real name. So hold on. There you go. So since Facebook decided to go pretty much gone for like that hour or so,
I remember
acting really wonky. Yeah, there you go.
I remember. Oh, there we go. My mic was acting up. I remember when that happened because I actually missed that entire breakdown.
Yeah,
because me and my friend went to see Dune, so during that hour we were watching Dune 2, and then when we came out, everyone was like, "Facebook's dead." We were like, "What the fuck happened?" For the 2-3 hours we were gone.
Yeah. No, the only reason I knew about it is because I just happened to try to go onto it because I wanted to share a link to this freaking live stream because it's an Unbridled Mayo group that I made up, and I just couldn't. And by the time it came back on, I forgot to post the link, so that was helpful. Now, what I was going to say before Shamrock went, it was like, even though it's like for nearly half hours now, this is the kind of thing that happens when you're actually talking about things that you're passionate about. You're never going to get this from like the Twitter crowd that literally just wants to take everyone down. There's no sense of that. That's not normal conversation. This is. If it was just a case of, oh, this sucks, Mauler's great, and that's all it is, we'd have been done in half an hour.
It's very artificial, isn't it? Where I know it's annoying for people that have this very specific thing of, oh, I joined because I want to talk about Mauler, which again, like, I apologize because I've set off probably most of these fucking tangents, but
that's fine.
When you have fun chatting with people, you tend to just find conversation that you enjoy, and then you go, oh yeah, by the way, the thing we were fucking talking about happens all the time when you're having fun with people. I mean, this is why I love, like, especially this is kind of why I love the people that love EFAP usually, because we just like talking. So the more you talk to people, the more friends you just make, and it's just like, yeah, more people to watch movies with, talk about stuff, yay. And then the other side is just like, why aren't you fighting? And you're like, because I don't want to hate life, you stupid bastard. To put it really badly, but you know what I mean. It's just like, I want to have fun in life. I'm sorry if, and they're like, but you're criticizing everything. Oh, I'm sorry, right? I have fun talking about movies.
Yeah, and I just hate this thing where, and Mauler falls victims to this as well from people, is that you only seem to moan about movies. You don't say if anything's good. Actually, you'll find that we talk about loads of things that we like. We loved Last of Us, the TV series. They loved freaking the Lord of the Rings trilogy. They made a whole freaking 8-hour thing about it. They talk about things they like. It just seems to be the case that most of the crap that's coming out at the moment is crap, and there's no good to be talking about. Well, not much anyway.
I mean, the thing is, isn't it, is that first of all, crap content, you tend to get a lot more mileage out of it anyway because you've got a lot more to talk about. Whereas when you watch, here's the thing: the worst thing a movie can be, I think, is average. Like, you know, like when it's meh, because if it's not memorable for any reason.
Yeah.
Whereas bad movies are talked about, and I'm not saying that as an encouragement to make bad movies. But what I mean is, there are things like The Last Jedi and that are going to stay in the collective consciousness a lot longer because people fucking hated it. Whereas, I think things probably what's like a really average fucking movie that came out? I mean, this kind of proves my point because I can't fucking remember them. You know what I mean? but like, there's loads of oh man, it's really hard to think of like an average movie because they don't really. They're hard to think about, aren't they? But you know what I mean? It's hard to say because I mean, I don't know if I'm undermining my point or proving it, but my thing is more a movie that people go, yeah, that was all right, and they just like ignore it from then on. It's like, yeah, I guess it can have its like 2 minutes of fame, but then it's not really anything. But then obviously the best usually is like a movie that everyone can praise because it's amazing. That's why Lord of the Rings has stayed around as long as it is.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, people are remembering the bad stuff more now because of what's happened with them. Like, unfortunately, with Madam Web, for example, people are going to be remembering that because of all the discourse or the stuff around it, as opposed to how good or even bad the actual movie was. Same thing with the Marvels. It's more about, I hate that movie because of the messaging, as opposed to it's just a bad movie. That's where we are right now. Unfortunately, there's too much of that. There's not enough people talking about, there was Godzilla -1, where that was kind of like, oh my god, everyone loved it, even low budget, all that kind of stuff. But there was a movie, I can't remember whether it was the start of 2023 or the end of 2020. I think it was 23. Sisu. I loved that movie, but no one freaking talks about it. And it was done. It was done on $6 million.
I think, as like a quick praise to EFAP, like whenever they have a movie to talk about and they have that, they do. Like, obviously, remember we had Joker and and that. So like, I would just say when people say EFAP is all negativity, they are lying. But so we would just get that out of the way. Out of the way really quickly. But I think, secondly, I think the reason that because I think about 2 or 3 decades ago, like early 2000s and before, people would tend to would really talk about the movies they loved because people just love talking about movies, you know, before the internet and all that bollocks. But what I mean is, a good movie came out, people were like, oh, you should totally see this movie, it's awesome. Bad movie came out, hard people went to see it, never really got shared, whatever. I think nowadays, though, what pisses people off is that these multi-million-dollar companies that have no soul take something that had soul and they just make it like garbage and people get upset, and then you get the brainlets out there saying you can't ruin the old thing. I'm like, no, I agree with you, the sequel trilogy doesn't make the OT bad, However, it kills any future interest in it. And then a lot of people had hope that Star Wars might continue and be good. And now that hope is just gone now. And so there's a lot to talk about there because people are passionate about it. Whereas if Disney just kept making new stuff that was garbage, nobody cares. Like, I know it's not meant to be like absolute fucking garbage, but like, just look at Wish, that movie that people didn't really care for. People said that they didn't care for it. And then that's kind of the end of the discussion because it's not a previous thing that's been ruined. It's just like, yeah, they made a bad movie anyway.
Yeah,
they might talk about it, but yeah, it's not making people angry. It's just people going like, "Yeah, that sucked." Anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, movies like that. I mean, I'm going to be my own worst. I kind of break my own rule here, but I essentially read the synopsis of it, and I thought, "Yep, I know how it's going to go. I'm just not going to watch it."
And you were right.
Yeah. It's like if you can literally sum it down to like a few sentences and actually see what it's about without actually seeing it, it's not worth freaking your time.
I don't know if I'd agree with that as a blanket statement. I don't think this is what you're saying, but it's I think some people do that thing where they think something simple is bad, and that's why I think a lot of people overcomplicate stories, whereas a simple story told really well can still be really good. I know that's not what you said, but I just want to be clear in my statement.
It's more clarity on this. So
I think you mean more predictable than like actually like there's nothing of value to be had in the story rather than it being a simple story. But I just wanted to I just wanted to make my point, my view clear. But carry on, sorry.
Because if I just read a synopsis and I can pretty much visualize the entire movie and then watch said movie, and it just happens to be the thing that I visualized without any kind of without any surprises and like, oh my god, that's actually you know what I mean? It's just nothing to it other than that. It's essentially a Chris Stuckman review, but as a movie. You know,
that's a great way of putting it. This is the Stuckman movie, and he'd be like, "Oh, it's amazing," and it's just all the most boring movies ever made.
Yeah. Oh my god, he says he's a film producer now, and I'm scared to death of any movie he produces because if it's anything like his current YouTube content, like it's like ways of killing yourself, boredom. You know?
Oh, did Jacob tell you about that? Because you had him on.
What?
I don't know what you had him. He did a stream with the guys at Yarp. I don't know if you've heard of them. But they're just some content creators that have been inspired by EFAP. But they're really good. But I'm not trying to shill. I'm just saying they did like a live stream where they react to the video like anyone would, you know, because again it's that kind of vein. And they did the Stuckman video. I think they did it kind of the same time as EFAP, but he did it on his own Steam, and then he was like, "Oh, they're doing the same thing. Oh, well, that's kind of cool." But they got absolutely the shills came out in droves. For him, and he was very much like, "What the hell is happening here?" And it's just like they don't know. If you read the comments, it's all brain dead comments as well. But I can't believe the amount of like brainlets that come out. And here's the thing, right? If they defended his position, that'd be fine. But they make up positions because they don't understand what's going on because they're not actually paying attention, or because they're bored by him.
Yeah, and I know exactly what you mean as well. I've actually had something on one of my let's see. I think it was actually on the video comments itself. I made a video about 7 of 9 becoming captain in Star Trek Picard. Spoilers if you haven't seen it. And I essentially put in the thumbnail Captain Woke ? And in the title I put is 7 of 9 becoming captain really woke ? And the guy who commented on it was like, "Oh my god, he's such a freaking bigot, blah blah blah. Of course she's not woke." Blah, blah. And like, I didn't say that she was one way or another. Had you actually watched the video, I actually say that she's not woke because she's a legacy character, has a character building, etc., etc., etc. But the comment that he made was he'd obviously only just saw the thumbnail, the title, and just said all those things based on that and not actually watched it. And I think the same thing's true of Stuckman fans. It's the only way he's still got 2 million subs. The only way.
Yeah, it's that thing we were saying earlier. People make up their mind before they actually give it, and then because I don't know, I don't want to be harsh, but the kind of people that think like that are fucking stupid. They won't ever change their mind because either they are too stupid to actually change their mind, or they're so like obstinate that they can't be wrong that they're like, if I admit I was wrong, then that means I'm stupid or something. It's like that's not what that means. admitting you're wrong is not a flaw.
Yeah. No, it just means I have new information presented to me, and that's changed the way I look at things. What the hell's wrong with that?
All the time. The more I talk with my friends, I'll have an opinion, and it's not always me. Like I won't be so fucking humble and lie, you know. But usually we have a discussion, someone and we have like 12 different opinions. One person's probably going to change their mind on something a little because I want to say that I hang around with people that aren't stupid.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like so like there's probably like not every time, don't get me wrong, but there is probably one person that's gonna, after hearing lots of other people's arguments, even if they don't like U-turn, are probably gonna have their opinion changed a little because they're gonna think about it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think a lot of people do this thing now where they don't want to admit they're ignorant in something, and I don't know why. It seems to be like a thing of the internet where they're like, I should know everything. It's like, no, you don't. The internet's great for knowing, but like, how the fuck are you gonna know everything? It's like I don't want to be political, and I won't bring this up, but it's like the whole Israel Palestine thing.
Yeah.
We won't go into details. But my point is, there are loads of people out there that have made their decision on who they support and have not researched it at all. And I'm just that guy that goes, I don't know if I have not researched this, so I don't know anything. And then the people who themselves that have just made a position and don't actually haven't looked, will go, educate yourselves. And if you ask them why do they support this guy, they'll go, oh well, it's obvious because if you don't support them, you're either obviously like you're against Jewish people or you're an Islamophobe, and they'll just, whichever side it is, they'll say their own buzzwords. And it's like, and here's the thing, it's not everyone. Some people have got a really honest opinion and they've thought about it, but that I reckon 80% of people online that you read about it don't know fucking shit, and they've just decided because of what other people have told them to do.
Yeah, or they're doing the thing that they're just reading the headline and not actually reading the actual article, and they're just going on that, where what's said in the article might actually be completely and utterly different from what the title suggests. You know, just
yeah. I don't want to bring this away from like cinema because that's not as fun, this thing. But it's fine. But it's just like, I think it's just like an easy way to prove my point, basically.
Yeah.
I know it's more serious discussion, so it needs to be taken more seriously than movies. But people think like that for all kind of topics, and it's like and it's just a shame that people can't just admit that they don't know. It's not even here's the thing: admitting you don't know isn't even admitting you're wrong. It just means you don't know everything. And
it's just you don't have information that other people have. It's a thing that happens. Like, I don't know anywhere near as much as a farmer about fucking planting crops. That doesn't mean I'm stupid, you know?
Exactly.
Just, Jesus. You know, a friend of mine keep joking about this kind of clown world stuff in that the entire world, well, not in the entire world, it's mainly America / Western society.
I was gonna say, it's mainly Western, yeah, which is the Twitter generation, isn't it?
We keep saying that today's modern day is pretty much an episode of Black Mirror, to be honest.
Oh, I mean, but that's more of a worldwide thing when you get like China and its social credit score and shit like that as well. But yes, I don't disagree.
Yeah. It's just bad, and it's at the detriment of people like Mauler who don't really. I mean, if we got like as on this stream today, there have been decent points been brought up in the negative for Mauler, which aren't necessarily negative, to just improvements that could be made, as opposed to everyone seems to like getting on this bandwagon of we just want to shit on this guy because he can do something better than I can. That's what it essentially boils down to, I think.
I think there is a lot of, one of the ones that makes me like, I don't know, kind of feel bad for some people is when they're like, oh, well, if I went online and started talking about nothing for like 5 hours, I could get this. I'm like, you couldn't, because you already don't understand why he's got the views.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like I couldn't say that definitively because people like a Sam Piker have got millions of views. So I don't know what, to be honest, I don't know what the fuck people think when they look at streamers. So I don't fucking know.
Yeah. But honestly, when I first started thinking about going onto YouTube, I thought to myself, well, I agree on these points on like Friday Night Tights and EFAP. I mean, I'd be a great guest because I could say this, and this. I'd watch the next episode a few days later, and I think, I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about. I'm a novice, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, it's including this... being on a live, it's a completely different experience to someone just being in a room and editing something. It is freaking nerve-wracking.
I think. I know it's thinking because you've already got an audience, but I mean, I don't. I've only I got like 160 subscribers, but God bless them. But poor
bad.
souls know what the fuck they're doing. But
honestly, most of my subscribers have probably come from the supercuts I made of Mauler's videos. Honestly,
yeah, I mean that's still something you've done. But like, all I was gonna say is like, obviously it's not from my stuff, but me and my friends live stream games all the time, and you get used to just sort of chatting just to each other, and we get like, we don't get things, but we get like tens of views. You know what I mean? Like I'm being like serious, and people chat to us, and you just kind of get used to just saying hey. But I think a lot of it is just like getting used to, like, in fact Jacob like is thing into live streaming that now, and he's got his Dragon's Den podcast and I've been on that, and I've been on Yarp, and they do stuff live, and you just sort of you get used to it. But it's a very different atmosphere, isn't it? Because
Right.
you've got to be very acutely aware that like anyone could be listening to you now, and you can't just edit that thing out. So saying something incredibly racist to ruin someone's channel will really ruin their channel, and I only do it 3 or 4 times a week. But that's not the point. It's just you just got to see where the dice roll. Otherwise, why have guests on?
yeah.
I mean, you're very brave when you've just gone, I'll have anyone online, and it could be anyone. I could come on here with my ways, but obviously I'm only a bit of a dick. So at least I think I am anyway.
So I went on the analytics just before coming on the stream, and it says 13 people had actually clicked on a button to say that they wanted to be notified that the stream starting, and I saw that and I thought, oh, fuck, what have I done? And coming on it's great, but I was kind of catastrophizing over it because, worst case scenario, I might have actually got Organized Chaos and freaking Jack Saint on here just to douche on freaking Mauler on my stream. I thought, what the hell have I done? But no, it's actually been quite a pleasant experience. I mean, the good thing about like StreamYard and anything like that is that as soon as someone comes on, they start talking crap, and I can just get rid of them. It's fine. But I was kind of.
So you've obviously got a really bad vetting process. I'm just saying,
Yeah. No, you know what I mean. It could quite have easily gone the other way.
No, yeah. I do a lot of self-deprecating humor. It's the British thing, It's just...
It is. We hate ourselves more than any other country in the world.
That's why we invaded it. We wanted to go other places. I want to go to Africa. Do you know, buy tickets? Loads gun. Buy tickets.
Yeah.
They have diamonds.
Yeah, we can't understand why we get immigrants. Why does everyone want to come here? It's shit country.
Yeah, I love the British mentality. Everyone's like, why is everyone coming here? It's fucking weird. But no,
the one last thing I'll say about the British thing is that okay, so we're very self-deprecating, and it feels over the years because of multiculturalism and all that kind of stuff that we've kind of lost our identity. But at the same breath, we'll start to complain about people who, especially, and I'm sorry to say, Islamics and people like that, who say, oh, we don't want the puppy, we're offended by a teddy bear being called Muhammad and stuff like that. And like, we don't even show not the Union Jack, but we don't even show the English flag, the white with the red cross on it, because people would think they're like NF or Nazis and stuff like that. And over in America, it's like they're proud. I mean, every other house you see the American flag being held up.
It's a shame to a degree. I don't want to get too political.
No,
but the thing that like really annoys me is people being like, oh, we shouldn't blah 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 cultures. But then there's these extremists, and we will like, obviously I'm not an Islamophobe, at least only a little. But I'm joking. But like it's obviously like the 1%, isn't it? But like people just let them go around telling people there's that awful video I remember where there was a group of Islamic extremists, and they're obviously like one in 100,000 people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're going around telling people on like couples, especially gay couples, that like they're evil, and they're going around like, it's like, dude, this isn't your fucking like culture. This isn't an Islamist country. This isn't. Fuck off. Like, if you have those opinions, that's fine, but stop actually harassing people, because we're like, it's and they're like, oh, so you're trying to stomp out other cultures. It's like, but so it's fine for you to do that to ours. It's such double standards that piss me off, and I'm just like the people that we want here are people that are happy just to integrate with the culture, or at the very least not clash with it. And that's why it pisses me off when people are like, oh, England's so racist because like we don't accept every other culture, even though they don't realize that there's cultures that are just like uncompatible. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Like, is in theory, the extremism of Islamic State does not clash with a free nation like America and the UK. It just doesn't, because they're
right.
not. They just have different values. And people are like, that's racism. Like, I agree. It's hard. I know it's hard, but my argument would be, would you fucking expect some fucking English people to go over there and then change how they do it? No, you wouldn't.
Right. Yeah, that's the point I was about to make. I mean, go to somewhere like Pakistan and all the, like, the gay stuff and all the stuff, like the pronoun crap that's going on over here. You take that over to a state like that, and they'll be freaking shot in the street. Like, they've no idea what the rest of the world's like.
Yes, it's the Twitter thing, isn't it? Of but we're right, so it's different, you see. And then it's like, I feel them. I think it comes mainly from ignorance and anything else, that they think in their perfect little world that it will all be lovely, but in the real world, cultures clash, and that's why countries are formed.
Yeah. In the place that I live in, Birmingham, Alum Rock, where 90% of the population in that small part of Birmingham is like Pakistan and Islam and all the rest of it. I went to school with them, and they had posters up down at the end of the main street that actually said no whites allowed in the area that I lived, and I'm white. And I'm not racist. I have loads of friends who are from that part of the world. Not affected me in the slight. Well, it did affect me because I got bullied, and I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah,
but
I know what you mean.
Like, if we did the same thing and it had people from the NF go over to Pakistan, they would be fucking shot.
Yeah, I
people don't know how good they have it.
It's the double standards that piss me off. Like you said, it's the idea that they say that and everyone doesn't bat an eye because they're too scared to be racist or something. But if we put a street up just saying no and then, insert group here, it would be the worst thing ever, because the white Britishman couldn't do that because they're so privileged, even though they're losing all their privilege.
Yeah,
and you're like,
pretty much.
And then everyone's like, oh, you just want to keep your privilege, and people like us are like, no, we just want everyone to live to the same standards, which is, don't fuck with other people and live your life and be quiet about it. Christ.
Yeah.
It's a bit like the whole trans issue, that's got too out of hand. It's like 99% of trans people like just want to live their life and be left alone. It's that fucking 1%, and then people on Twitter that fight for the people that don't want to be fought for. And it's just, it's always it's the same with everything. It's always the loudest retards, isn't it, that get the most attention? And it's always everyone else, because now people who are actually thick as shit think that all trans people are like, groomers and, blah, blah. It's like, it's not true. Most of them just want to be left alone and live their own fucking life, because that's just, they needed this to be happy, and they just want to try their best like everyone else. But no, has to be about, everything else to put them in the spotlight that they never fucking wanted.
Yeah, I actually work with a few trans because of where I work in the salon industry, and not once has any conversation gone towards you call me by that pronoun, or you calling me what? I've obviously have had to change, so why you dead naming me? I'm not. I'm just calling you by what your name tag says, for fuck's sake. And why? I'm just talking to you about next week's like warehouse orders. I don't you know what I mean? I've never had a conversation like that with them. It's never been mentioned. It's just like, if I talk to them with respect, they talk to me with respect, and it's fine. I've never had this whole you better respect, It's,
believe it or not, isn't it? Most people, trans included, aren't fucking like self-entitled dipshits, and they just want to live life and be chill and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, because the extremist people sour people that are on edge about it, because of, basically they're too thick to realize that if they shut up, they'd probably solve all their issues.
Yeah.
But no.
Essentially, they talk loud, saying out, and they're just making themselves look better. I say, give them rope, and they'll hang themselves, which is what's starting to happen, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why people just seem to want to make enemies, and it's just like sad. And again, I don't want to be like us, like tooting our own horn on that, but it's like me and you have met like today, and we're already just like, yeah, this is fun. It's just like, and then other people online are like, but what's the point if we're not getting anywhere with the social progress? And we're like, Oh, sorry. Right. So we're like two strangers that like I've met, and we just like have the same interests. So we're like want to be friends and don't want drama. And they're like, "But what about your social justice?" I'm like, "Oh, right. So you see this door? Please go through it. It's great. Thank you."
Yeah, so that last series of Angel, so that was a different thing. And by the way, what's your sexuality? No, that's not a fucking conversation.
Oh
you
yeah,
have.
the fact that it has to be in everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, it's like the pronoun thing. Honestly, right? You know, if just assume that somebody joined and they were trans and they were quite clearly like masculine because that's how they were born, but they were transitioning or they just blah blah blah, and they just politely said to us, "Oh, by the way, and if we said, how are you, dude?" And he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, blah blah. I identify as female. Can you?" I can't imagine either of us we'd just be like, "Oh yeah, no, that's fine." It's the fucking entitlement of, "Oh, how dare you?" And you're just like, "Oh, shut the fuck up."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just that you treat people like politely and with dignity, and you get it back. You start acting entitled, and people want to smack you. I'm sorry, that's just like reality.
Yeah.
And I've had it before in real life because I work as a nurse in real life, so which is not the profession people would take for me, but yeah, I am.
That's fine. Don't care about that.
No, I just mean because of how people just it's whatever. I'm a different guy at work, but it's
Yeah.
But I've had people that are trans in the hospital, and I've said so, and they've politely just gone, "Oh, I'm this. Oh, by the way, I'm this," and then you just like, "Yeah, no problem, whatever." You do you. And I don't want to cause you. I don't want to cause you grief, and I know you don't want to cause me grief. You just like saying what makes you comfortable. Oh, good. The moment someone starts reeing, every fucking person in the hospital is going, "Oh my god, we've got a fucking person like this again." Christ.
Yeah.
Nobody is thinking, "Oh, that poor trans person." Everyone is thinking, "Oh no, we've got another nutcase." But then you've got the 99% of people that are trans just saying, "Oh, politely, excuse me, I identify as this. Is that okay?" And the people just go, "Yeah, sure." Do you want tea?
And after speaking to a couple of the trans people that I know, it's more they won't ever be like, "Oh, you called me the wrong pronoun. How dare you? You're dead to me." It's more of a case of, okay, so if you're in a dress or whatever, then obviously you basically go towards what they're presenting as. Obviously, if it's like a t-shirt and jeans, it's more difficult, but essentially you'll get your first thing and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm actually blah 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 blah." Okay, no problem. That's what I'll call you for now, and that's how the conversation really should be.
Yeah, exactly. It just polite and everyone's happy. It's so
Yeah. I mean, like, God forbid, like you get the unfortunate waiter at a restaurant, and they say, "So what would you like, sir?" "Excuse me, I'm supposed to be a female. Can't you see?" And blah blah blah. You get the whole thing, as opposed to, "It's okay. You made a mistake once. You weren't to know. I'm actually presenting as this, so please call me." And that should be the end of it. And then we wouldn't have an issue.
No, I think the thing is as well is that even people that like think it is like bollocks, whatever. I think a lot of them still wouldn't challenge it. I mean, some would. Don't get me wrong. Again, there's always that knobhead out there. We know this, but 99% of if you have all the people that think being trans is a load of rubbish, which there are. I reckon 99% of those would still just go with it because they don't want to cause grief.
Right.
If people were polite to them about it.
Yeah, because the more they cause grief, the more attention, unwanted attention.
Like there always is. But people always act like those people are everywhere, and it's not true.
Yeah,
and the same is true on both sides. The activists on Twitter act like there's transphobes everywhere because there's like 2 people online saying all trans people are evil or blah blah, and then it goes the other way. There's the extremists on the right that are actually saying that all trans people are evil because they are bigoted. You know what I mean? And it's just unfortunate that is the case. But I think a lot of people can't accept that, can they? They just say they because it's so it needs to be eradicated everywhere. It's like no, I agree. We shouldn't happily accept it, and we should probably not want to be like close friends with these people. But at the same time, I don't think reeing at them is really going to do anything. If I think if nothing else, all you're doing is going to cause an issue. So, I mean, I'm a very childish person myself, but can we grow up a bit, please?
Yeah.
And the answer is no, we can't. It's Twitter. Sorry, X.
I mean, look at what happened with Gina Carano with the beep bop boop thing, and like seriously, you're going to fire someone? Well, it wasn't just that, obviously, but you're going to cancel someone just because they had a little bit of fun?
Quite
Are
clearly
you
a
kidding?
joke as well, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
Like tasteless. Yeah, maybe if you're depending on who you are, but they're quite clearly not attacking you.
No.
Like a lot of people, it's like the whole thing with fucking JK, which I still have not seen any proof for her being fucking transphobic about. But even with her opinions, she has never once said trans people do not have the right to be trans. She's never said that, and they act like she's like denying them their right to exist. And she never has, even when she's like said that there should be like guidelines or limits and stuff on what they blah blah blah. It's like that's not the same as saying that you need to be eradicated, and they act like that is what she's saying, and it's just like you're lying. I'm sorry, you are lying. I don't care what you've lied. If you don't like what she says, that's fine, but at least be honest about what she said that you don't like. And they can't do it because they have to make everything worse than it is because they feel that they feel that because it would happen that if they're honest, people wouldn't agree with them because it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. They just think, okay, I don't like that. Why? Because other people don't like it as well. Well, that's not a fucking reason. That's just that's an excuse.
I had the back and forth of about 12 people once where I said I came across I did the polite thing, so they didn't actually ream me out initially. They did in the end, but when I said I've not seen. By the way, I said I'm a bit out of the loop and I've had to look for it, but I can't see any evidence that J.K. Rowling has said anything transphobic. Can anyone share me a link?
Yeah,
and they just kept saying, "Oh, it's obvious. Look for it." And the more I just kept saying, "No, I can't find it," they just kept. Then they just turned to, "Oh, you're one of those bigots that's lying." I'm like, but if it's everywhere, like you keep saying, just send me the link.
Yeah,
you're the one telling me it's on Twitter right now. Literally, if you're that passionate about it, find it, and then I'll. Honestly, if somebody can share it with me, I'll eat my words. But I've still not found anyone to give me any actual evidence. The only one I found is the first thing she said that started it off, where she made a joke, and it was quite clearly a fucking joke, where they said people with vaginas or something like that, and then she went, I think we used to have a name for that, Wablum, Womblum, I can't remember, and that was the joke. And people like transphobe, like, no, it's a silly joke. Come on.
I can't remember the video, and I think it might have been one of these 2 or 3 hour videos. I don't really want to watch it again, but there's a channel that I follow called Jessie Gender, which is I watch her mainly for like her commentary, like her criticisms on Star Trek episodes and stuff like that. So it's not just about the trans thing, but there's a couple of videos that she did about J.K. Rowling where she's been personally quote unquote attacked by her, so I'll send you a link to it. It's actually an interesting watch, but I think there might be a couple of examples where she's been a little bit unfair to Jessie.
No, honestly, like you find that shared to me. My big point is that fucking nobody ever shares me any information, like genuinely.
No, I get it.
And I'm just like, can you just like tell me? Because then I can actually I can think about it. You just telling me that she's racist and just saying it's obvious doesn't help at all.
Yeah, and it's the same problem with, and I'll segue back to it, with Mauler, in that, well, not with Mauler, but the way people are with him, that they will take one thing completely and utterly out of context, like, for example, a timestamp on a freaking video, and I think, well, why does it take so long to say that? Had they actually watched said video, then they might just understand it.
It's I don't understand this unwillingness to share information when somebody is asking it for you, because surely if you're right, why wouldn't you just share it? What it probably is the people that I've been talking to are probably the people that I've only heard about it secondhand and haven't actually seen it for themselves.
Yeah.
So regardless of what information is actually out there, they aren't the ones that are going out white knighting about it. I mean, obviously some people are, but I guess the people that are genuine are probably doing it for themselves rather than just like in general for everyone, is what I mean. I think it's that white knight syndrome where people want to be seen to be the social justice. It's like, do you know what's going on? Well, I've been told what's been going on. I'm like, so you don't know then?
Honestly, I think it is just as simple as they see a controversial topic, they just want the clickbait, and that's what they do. Because outside of the actual thumbnail and title, they don't really add too much more, in my view. And I'll let you in on this because I know this is live, but it's going like
you said,
listed later, so I don't mind saying this now. And I'll edit this out anyway. So part of the video that I'm doing, where I'm going to introduce these these live streams, is part of the haters of Mauler, and essentially I'm going to rip apart Jack Saint, the Taxon guy that he has on, who took his fucking shirt off, and I don't know why. I'm going to be tackling what's his name? I said it a million times on his stream. Organized Chaos. Going to take him apart too. So I'll be having a bit of fun with that, and I'm actually quite glad that I've had people like yourself and whoever have had not negative. I actually gonna say they're not negative; they're just constructive things to say about Mauler, because I'm going to do it as a complete utter night and day, where people like, say, Jack Staines are just trying to take him down, where people who are actually subscribed to Mauler and EFAP and whoever, they're not 100% up their asses. So this is the difference between bad faith and good faith negative criticism, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, I honestly thought this was interesting, because I am not negative, like, because I remember I saw, I think I like I said, I didn't know if it was you or somebody sharing it because they knew you or whatever, but I remember I saw like the Mauler appreciation stream thing that you were doing, just for people to chat about it, and I thought it was going to be all positive, so I didn't really think much of it, just because I was like, I like Mauler, but I'm not like in love, blah blah. And then, like I said, when I heard about, and I know it's, no, I don't want to sound like a dick, but obviously the reason I came is because my friend came on, and I was just, I see what's going on, and then like I just find it really interesting, just random chats. Yeah. Life be like that. You would have gone to bed by now if it wasn't for me just fucking about here, but I'm joking. But yeah, like I honestly love discussions about this, and this is why and I think people that are genuinely passionate about these kind of topics want to discuss things good and bad, because it just gives us to just the excuse to like explore these topics more, and about creators, topics, and things that we like. And I think, like you said, people with bad faith, they either have an agenda, or they've already made up their minds, and both are pretty bad. I want to be a bit hesitant on that, because obviously you make up your mind a little bit before you see someone, obviously, if you've been colored, but obviously you can still try and be good faith while doing that, like, I think I'm going to hate this guy, but if I'm going to do this, I might as well, try and be as honest as I can. Yeah. Or secondly, well, my agenda is obviously I have these opinions about life and that, so obviously you're going to have an agenda regardless. Like, obviously our agenda was to discuss Mauler in as good faith as possible, which is still an agenda, but what I mean is, people let it lose sight of themselves, I think, is a really pretentious way of saying it, but I can't think of any other way of putting it. So they focus, they're that hyper focused on the thing to try to prove themselves right. They don't like think.
Yeah, and I also think it's a case of now with the video I'm doing, they obviously, I mean, everyone has, as he just said, an agenda. Like, my agenda is to I think the closest thing I can say to it is myth bust. In a way, I don't know if that's the right word for it, but like, I have the agenda of like showing Mauler in a better light, still being objective as I can, but showing him in a better light to kind of quell all these crap things people are saying about him, as opposed to what is more accurate to what I'm thinking about, like Jack Saint and all of them, is they already want to shit on him. So everything that they're putting in their video, or the research is doing, is just to find filth, with absolutely no intention of taking anything else in.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we keep saying it, but there's just so many ways of proving it. It's another thing of it being quite clearly bad faith, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, I think part of Jack Saint's video is like Wolf had the problem with, he's shown a clip completely out of context and saying he's an arsehole about it, where apparently he spent like 20 more minutes talking about the same thing, and then he completely disproves the thing that he actually shown. Yeah. That's just bad form.
I don't want to like stop abruptly, but I'm just going to go for it, because I told you I was ill. My voice is like starting to die, and I'm
no. It's just past the 5 hour mark, so I think this is a good time to stop anyway.
Say, before you go, I've sent you on Messenger the my name, the name on Discord.
Yes, No, it's fine. I did see that. I'm crap at multitasking. So
No,
as soon as
I don't mean that. I
stream-
just meant I was just checking that you'd got it. Is what I meant because
No, yes,
and
yeah,
then-
I did get it.
because I'll get the invite. I'll send you the thing to join the Discord. Then you can say hey to everyone, and it'll be fun. And we can watch movies and things together, and it'll be fun. And we can and then
Can I-
we can be transphobes. Wait, what? Sorry. What
Excuse me, what? Who? Where? Yeah, we can have our own EFAP type of thing. Who knows?
Yeah.
Anything could happen, as Mauler would say. Yeah, no, it's been great. I thought that even an hour would be great, but this has just took over my life now. This is life now on this stream. So that's fine.
You are now a long streamer.
I am now along.
No, and no, it was really glad to meet you. I'm glad I just went fuck it and just said that I'll just have a chat because I've really enjoyed, you know, like I said. I mean, I know it's gay, but it's like I like making new friends, you know.
Yeah. I think also what I've tried to do here is extremely difficult in a way that, like, if I was to do a review of a movie, like Multiverse Madness, what the hell ever, I can go on for hours to talk about it and I can dissect and there's a structure to it. But when it comes to reviewing another reviewer, it's not like linear. You have to kind of construct something yourself, and then that's much harder. So to have, like, especially footage from this stream, that it's actually given me some more ideas for the video, extremely helpful. And I didn't even think we'd go this long. I dare say what might happen on the next ones. Anyway, that's all I got for. Oh no, that's the wrong creator.
Well, I'll just say, somebody's asking if you're streaming past your bedtime, just to let you know. Just so you know.
Yes, I shown that up on screen earlier.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, he's actually my mod. I actually mod for him on his streams too. He's a great dude. Anyway, I'm going to end it here, and I'll message you. We'll connect, and for next time.
Yeah. But like I said, it's just been a blast just to like chill with someone else that's just sort of chill. Just know what else to say.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Let's see how many tangents we can go on next time.
Yeah, you can like really start your own podcast soon. You just be like, I can do this now. Starts podcast.
Oh yeah, I don't care. What the hell was all the fusses about? This is easy.
So yeah, you're just gonna be like, so we're here to talk about what fucking movies are coming out. We're here to talk about
We're here to talk about Deadpool and Wolverine, and then talking about something stupid like Titanic or something.
I was gonna say Deadpool and Wolverine end up like, so what's your favorite type of crisp? And you're like, well,
yeah, well,
I like the prawn cocktail. Get out.
Well, that's a question. In fact, let me tell you a tale of woe, and you know,
and you bring up the soundboard and it has the flashback sound music.
There is one thing.
Okay.
There is one thing I just quickly wanted to hit upon before you go, and I just want to see what you think is a missed opportunity with EFAP. You know how they call it every frame of pause, as in pause every frame of the movie, TV show, whatever. I think they missed a huge trick there. Because they have Rags, who is a dog, they could have put it every frame of pause, PAWS. Come on, how is that not a multi-million idea?
Hang on, so what would it be? Sorry.
So instead of every frame of pause being pause the video every frame, they could call every frame of pause as in a dog's paw, as in Rags.
Oh,
come on, how is that not genius?
Do you know what they like? Maybe do you know what? Like, I don't know if they should do that every stream, but like, can you imagine if they had a couple every so often, they had like a Rags chose the topics one, and that could be the every frame of pause one, and it'd be like a different logo with like an actual paw pad, and that'd be like, Rags has chosen the topic this week. What the fuck is it about? And Rags is like, well, I'm talking about the D&D campaign we did the other week. You're like, oh my god.
Or they could do it, say, for example, I mean, they wouldn't have to do it very often. If, say, Mauler, Fringy weren't available that week and it was just Rags, they could change it then because it's the only host.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're onto something. I think my only caveat is that I wouldn't have it on every week, but I think you could make it like a special.
Yeah, how they didn't hire me as a consultant is beyond me.
Yeah, why aren't you the producer?
Anyway, I do have to go because my wife is going to start giving me angry looks if I don't get off the computer.
No, my girlfriend went to bed like 5 hours ago. She was like, "It's 1:30 in the morning." I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm talking to people I've never met before." And she's like, "Okay."
Why aren't you
No.
spending time with me apart from utter strangers?
But dear, you don't understand. It's YouTube. No, anyway, yeah, but yeah, when you get a chance, hit me up and I'll get you sorted on the Discord. But no, it's been fun, and I'm gonna go as well just because sleep times, because it's nearly 3 in the morning for me.
Yeah, same, and I've got work early, so I bid you adieu, and yeah, I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, take care, man.
Hey, you too. Okay, so for anyone who's still listening, yes, so this stream is going to be unlisted. Anyone who is still listening for this long, obviously, but this is going to be part of a monster video about Mauler. It's not going to be, as I've said earlier, essentially just praising him, unbridled praise and all that, but it's going to be something that I think I haven't seen anything like what I'm about to do, so hopefully I'll make people very, very happy. And it's not going to be hit piece, it's not going to be just kissing his ass, it's more going to be a well-rounded, objective view on Mauler and by extension EFAP. I don't feel that he's deserving of all the negative attention from people who wish to do him harm. Let's just put it that way. So I will be having another stream for every Sunday this week at the same time, 5:30 EST. So the last thing I've got to say, one last question I have before I go is, would you like mayo with that?